Our main character is named Lang Van Fong, the Invincible Saint Lord who ended the 500 years of war in the world. With just a casual breath, he can make the entire sky shift. After reaching the pinnacle, he was shocked to hear the bad news that the Saintess had a child with him. When he asked for the full story, it turned out that back when he was cultivating, he encountered an inner demon right when she was in heat. That's why he didn't remember anything. When he went to find his old soulmate, the one he used to confide in, he was again hit with bad news. He also had a child with her. Then he learned that his little fox spirit sister, Lai, had also given birth to a daughter for him. He spoils his daughters to no end. When his daughter wanted something shiny, he casually crushed a star into a sparkling orb and gave it to her. Just to hear his daughter call him daddy, he used a universe-reversing technique to turn back time by 30 seconds just to hear it again. And it seems that every 3 steps he takes, he hears more bad news. His children are scattered across all the heavens and myriad realms. And, okay, no more rambling. Let's begin. The story has ended, and the admin has covered it to the end. I hope you all enjoy watching. At the Saint Lord Citadel, the silhouette of a man appears. The man steps out, standing at the pinnacle. His whole body radiates a brilliant aura. Everyone around him chants, "Saint Lord, Saint Lord, Saint Lord." This man is Lang Van Fong. The people around him are still chanting. He, the Saint Lord, raises his head to the sky. A war that lasted 500 years. So many sworn brothers sacrificed. He closes his eyes. It has finally ended with me. Then he opens his eyes, spreads his arms, and declares, "As long as I live, there will be no more war in this world." The people worship him, bowing in thanks. Thank you, Saint Lord, for bringing an era of everlasting peace. At the highest level, the Saint Lord's throne. He flies up in a whoosh. He closes his 2 eyes and thinks, 500 years ago, the heavens and earth underwent a drastic change. Suddenly, all living beings gained divine powers. A great war that lasted 500 years, known as the Great Chaos, began. The Age of Chaos had begun. After countless crises and opportunities, I grew stronger. I, Lang Van Fong, with my boundless power, became unparalleled in this world. With overwhelming strength, I single-handedly pacified all the forces of the world, finally ushering in peace. He sits resting his chin on his hand, thinking, finally, I can rest. Let me enjoy this precious moment of tranquility. The sound of footsteps approaches. With his eyes closed, he speaks wearily. Didn't I say that when I am here? And no one is allowed to disturb me. The other man laughs cheerfully and says, I'm your junior martial brother. Do you really need to use those rules with me? Hearing this, he opens his eyes and asks, among all my junior brothers and sisters, you're the most mischievous one. What is it? The other man immediately holds something up. A secret sound talisman from the headmaster of the Tao sect. He thinks the Tao sect, Tien Pham Tuyet. He's puzzled. That incredibly proud woman who never asks for help. Why would she send a sound talisman making a pact with all the sects in the world? This kind of top-secret alliance is only formed in times of extreme urgency. He takes the sound talisman, then orders, you may leave. The man cheerfully says goodbye. See ya, senior brother. He looks at the sound talisman deep in thought. He feels a sense of irritation as he suddenly recalls some old humiliating memories. He remembers 15 years ago. I was cultivating the primordial violet shift technique in the secret realm of the cold pond. Suddenly a woman appeared out of nowhere right at the crucial moment of breaking through the gate of life and death. This woman suddenly rushed over. She flew towards him, slowly descending. Her hot body immediately distracted him. She suddenly fell into his arms. He snapped irritably, insolent. Who are you to disturb me? From behind, more powerful cultivators were in pursuit. They said, Thien Pham Tuit, I didn't expect your cultivation to be so profound. To think you could still run here to find help after being hit with the passionate sun powder. With that, they lunged forward. Both of you can die together. Angered, he condensed water into a sword and attacked. Afterwards, he carried the girl to the shore. As he picked her up, he felt a sharp pain in his heart, an intense spasm. His 2 eyes filled with red veins. Damn it, my meridians are in disarray. I'm having a chi deviation. He immediately put the girl down and began to circulate his energy throughout his body to suppress his primal chi. He used all his internal energy, holding his breath and focusing his spirit. The Tao of non-return, the principle of non-being. Just then a hand was placed on his back. The girl suddenly embraced him from behind with a look of desire. Seeing her ill intentions, he panicked. What does she want to do? I'm screwed. If I move now, all my efforts will be wasted. Thinking this, he angrily yelled, "Get off me! What are you standing there for?" But the girl mischievously whispered in his ear, "This is an emergency. I'm borrowing you to detoxify." Before he could answer, the girl forcibly kissed him. His eyes widened in shock and panic. And what was bound to happen, happened. A short while later, the girl was getting ready to leave. Before she left, she turned to look at him and said, "If you have any difficulties in the future, just say my name, Thien Pham Tweet. I will definitely repay you for helping me detoxify." He trembled with anger, watching her leave with a look of utter dissatisfaction. He cursed in frustration, "So this is the legendary hit it and quit it." She sullied my purity and just left like that. Thien Pham Tweet. This old master will remember you. He recalled that memory. He thought to himself, what a humiliating memory. To think that I, Lang Van Fong, a hero of my generation, was used as a tool for someone to detoxify. Later, during a battle where the various sects were besieging the demon sect, she extended her hand to him, politely, shaking it, as if they had never met before. Acting sect leader of the 9 provinces, Dao Sect Thien Pham Tuyet. He was flustered, grinding his teeth in anger. A pleasure, but I feel like we've met before." But she replied coldly, "Is that so? I've always been face-blind when it comes to men." What was even more infuriating was, that afterwards, we worked together in battle many times, but this woman acted as if nothing had ever happened, treating me like a complete stranger. But this woman truly has courage and guts that are no less than any man's. She also has the resolve to sacrifice her life for peace. After many years of fighting, she became the new headmaster of the Dao sect. Emitting an extraordinary aura, the spirit talisman read, "Tonight at the hour of the dragon, at the Never Return Pavilion on the back mountain of the Dao sect. Important matters to discuss. You must come." He thought to himself, the high-level demons have basically been suppressed. What urgent matter could possibly require an underworld message? At the appointed hour, at the Never Return Pavilion of the Dao sect, Lang Van Fong had arrived at the meeting spot. He gazed off in one direction. He was suddenly speechless with confusion. He thought to himself, of all places, she had to pick this one. It immediately brought back a humiliating memory. He let out a dry cough, then sat down to wait for her. Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind. "Saintly one, you've arrived early." He replied, "In this world, a matter that would make the head of the Dao sect Thien Pham Tuyet use an underworld message. It certainly piques my curiosity." Just then she approached, dressed in remarkably modest attire, but it still accentuated her beauty. Van Fong sat there tensely. After Pham Tuyet arrived, she sat down opposite him. With a wave of her hand, she conjured a teapot and cups. Then she gestured towards the nearby lake. Droplets of water rose into the air. The teapot's lid opened, and water from the lake poured itself in. She lifted the pot and gently poured the tea. Pham Tuyet made the cup float towards him and spoke. "This is the famous Da Hong Pao tea from 500 years ago. Care to try it?" Van Fong took the cup, his eyes fixed on her. He calmly took a sip and asked, "Out with it. Which heretical sect is causing trouble now?" Blowing on her hot tea, Pham Tuyet said, "It's about our son." He replied without hesitation, "Oh, and what about our son?" Realizing how wrong that sounded, Lang Van Fong's face went pale, and he spat out his mouthful of tea. Right into Pham Tuyet's face. With tea still dripping from his mouth, he shrieked, "What did you say? Oh, our son!" Pham Tuyet took out a handkerchief to wipe her face, seeing how panicked he was. She said, "You need to calm down first." Furious Van Fong slammed his hand on the stone table, cracking it, and sending fragments flying. He yelled again, "What kind of joke is this? You and I have only ever fought each other. We have no friendship, no romantic feelings. Where the hell would a son come from?" Then Van Fong suddenly remembered something. An image of her kissing him flashed in his mind. Pham Tuyet remained calm and casually replied, "That's right. It was from that time I borrowed you to cure a poison." Hearing those words come from her mouth, he fell silent, pointing a trembling finger at her. "So, you finally admit it. All those times we fought together after that, you acted like nothing happened. I actually thought I was having a chi deviation, that I was hallucinating. Pham Tuyet was at a loss for words. She just said, "Saintly one, please calm down. This wasn't your fault." But Van Fong wouldn't stop, his voice growing louder as he blamed her. "You tell me to calm down. How can I possibly be calm? My entire life I have treated women with nothing but respect and courtesy. I have never once crossed the line. And then you used me as a tool to cure your aphrodisiac poison. You stole my first time. And what about you? Once you were done, you just dusted yourself off and left. Not even a single thank you." Pham Tuyet, who hadn't even taken a sip of her tea, tried to endure his tirade, but the cup in her hand began to tremble. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, she shot to her feet and slammed her hands on the table. "Have you had enough?" she roared. "If you've got the guts, why don't you shout a little louder so the entire Dao sect can hear you?" Van Fong froze instantly. He clapped a hand over his mouth, his face turning deathly pale. His head whipped back and forth, scanning their surroundings. Only then did she calm down and sit, her body trembling slightly. With her head lowered, she said, "What are you so nervous about? From start to finish, it wasn't you who did anything wrong." Stunned, Van Fong lowered his hand from his mouth. "That's right. I didn't do anything wrong. What am I so nervous about?" He then crossed his arms and huffed. "That's right. The fault lies with you, not me." Her gaze fell, and she said quietly, "Which is why, for all these years, I never intended to hold anyone responsible. This time—" Suddenly he held up a hand. "Wait." She looked at him surprised. "What is it?" Van Fong put a hand to his forehead in thought and said, "I need to calm down first." The teapot suddenly moved. Catching Pham Tuyet's attention, it flew into Van Fong's hand. He lifted it and poured all the remaining tea into his mouth, downing it all in one go. Pham Tuyet watched him, her gaze heavy. He chugged the entire pot of tea. He slammed the pot down on the table. Van Fong declared to her, "Since things have come to this." Then, she looked up at him. Then, crossing his arms, Van Fong leaned forward with a serious tone. "Then as you wish. Let's get married." Pham Tuyet was taken aback, her face flushing slightly as she asked, "Huh? What did you say?" Lang Van Fong closed his eyes and slowly raised his hand. Amid sparkling lights, a piece of wood floated up. He then clenched his fist, causing the wood to glow red hot. It emitted a strange golden light. Then the piece of wood vanished, and a sparkling white diamond ring materialized amidst the golden splinters. Lang Van Fong then guided the ring to float in front of Thien Pham Tuyet, whose eyes widened in surprise. With a confident and arrogant air, Lang Van Fong said, "Even though you and I have no feelings for each other, since we already have a child, let's just get married. The decision is yours." But Thien Pham Tuyet raised her hand, pushed the ring away, and said, "You're mistaken." Lang Van Fong was left dumbfounded, frozen for a few seconds. The woman who claimed to have his child was refusing his proposal. Pham Tuyet seemed a little embarrassed as she pushed the ring away. Then Thien Pham Tuyet's beautiful face flushed bright red. She said shyly, I don't plan on marrying you." This infuriated Lang Van Fong. He slammed his hand on the table again and shouted, "Hey, are you messing with me? Then why did you suddenly show up and tell me we have a son?" Thien Pham Tuyet looked quite troubled. She avoided his gaze and turned away as she replied, Because. Then Thien Pham Tuyet said no more. She lowered her head in thought for a moment, then stood up and slowly walked over to Lang Van Fong. She tucked her hair aside and whispered something in his ear. Suddenly, Lang Van Fong's eyes shot wide open. "What?" he yelled in astonishment, turning to face Thien Pham Tuyet. Startled, their eyes suddenly locked. With their faces just inches apart, both Thien Pham Tuyet and Lang Van Fong blushed furiously. To break the tension, he turned away, faked a cough, and stood up. "I'll go think of a solution. I'll give you an answer in a few days." Thien Pham Tuyet stood up as well, watching him as he walked away. "Wait," she called out. Hearing her, Lang Van Fong turned back. "What is it? I just suddenly told you that you have a son. Did it never cross your mind that I could be lying to you?" Thien Pham Tuyet answered in an embarrassed tone. Seeing this, Lang Van Fong fell silent for a moment, thinking. Then he began to speak. "To be honest, when we first met, I didn't have a very good impression of you. You were self-centered, impolite, and crude." Insulted Thien Pham Tuyet became so enraged that she casually crushed the table beside her into splinters. Then he continued, but later, we've faced life and death battles together. Your heroic spirit, the way you slayed enemies as well as any man. It made me see you in a different light. I actually grew to like you. The infam tweet's eyes widened, blushing in disbelief at what she had just heard. Then he held up his index finger and said, there were even times I thought about becoming sworn brothers with you. The infam tweet's excitement instantly vanished. Her hands balled into fists, ready to beat the hell out of this tactless idiot. She threw something at him, shouting, who the hell wants to be your sworn brother? Now get going and think of a solution. A few days later, Lang Vanfong calmly flew up into the sky. Even after he left, Thien Pham Tuit was still furious. The night sky was beautiful with a brilliant full moon. Twinkling stars and gently drifting clouds created a poetic scene. Lang Vanfong flew through the sky, leaving long orange-red trails behind him, glowing in the dark. Oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God. What's going on? What is happening? What is happening? What is happening? Only when he was alone did his true feelings show. He was flustered, scratching his head, his face etched with worry. Sweat streamed down as his wide, bloodshot eyes replayed the recent events. Just moments ago, he had anxiously yelled, what is happening? My heart is suddenly pounding. Calm down. Calm down. My mind has been trained to be as still and placid as a mirror. I wouldn't flinch even if thousands of powerful enemies stood before me. So why is my heart racing like this now? Lang Vanfong frowned, squeezing his eyes shut. His mind was flooded with thoughts about that girl, the one he wanted to become sworn brothers with. But the sweat kept pouring down. Suddenly, Lang Vanfong's face drained of all color, turning pale with fear. The whites of his eyes showed. This can't be. To suddenly panic like this? I can't stand this feeling. I need to find someone to fight. Gritting his teeth, Lang Vanfong tried to think of a way to blow off some steam. He hovered in the middle of the starry sky. Amidst the twinkling stars, he scanned the area, looking left and right, as if searching for something. Suddenly, a streak of red light shot through the fluffy white nebulae in the outer galaxy. The light was heading toward a distant planet. On the planet, awash in crimson hues, a magnificent castle stood between a body of water and a shimmering red mist. The streak of red light continued its flight, then veered toward the castle. The castle was known as the Demonic Sect. On its gate were strange blood-drawn symbols, and above them the words Chichthien Pavilion. From within, 2 guards emerged. They stepped outside with their weapons drawn. Suddenly, both of them looked up at the sky, startled and terrified. Up above, a figure was hovering, enveloped in a red aura. The guard in red armor turned around in a panic. He yelled, "It's the Saint Quick sound, the alarm!" The figure was none other than Lang Vanfong. He hovered in the sky, looking down. "Too late for a warning," he said, followed by a tremendous shout. He called out a woman's name, a challenge in his voice. "Da can come out and fight." A blazing red circle appeared, expanding outward and emitting an incredibly grating sound, loud and unbearable. It made everyone wince, forcing them to cover their ears. Outside, after unleashing the spell that created the sound, Lang Vanfong stood calmly watching the castle from which strange screams were now echoing. Demonic energy surged as the castle began to glow with an eerie purple mist. Suddenly, a plume of smoke shot upwards, coalescing into the figure of a woman with short black hair. She flew into the sky like a gust of wind. A small smirk played on Lang Vanfong's lips as he watched her. Against the pitch-black sky filled with red and purple mist, 2 beams of light, one gold, one purple, clashed violently. It was Da Kan. She had finally appeared. Da Kan and Lang Vanfong stood facing one another. She shoved him back. Lang Vanfong's expression remained calm as he judged. "Not bad, you've improved. There are few in this world aside from you who can even touch my 2-layered golden aegis." The wind whipped through her hair as she whispered, "You bastard." She looked at him with contempt. "Why the sudden visit? Did you get a sudden urge to see me?" He frowned slightly, pushing her hand off his shoulder. "I'm in a foul mood. Let's fight." She cried out, soaring high into the blazing pink sky, shimmering as if she were in the heart of a galaxy. A powerful tremor shook the ground, followed by a series of deafening booms. Inside the castle, the guards grew restless. They muttered to one another, "Didn't we already surrender to the righteous side? So why is the saint here again? Did someone secretly stir up trouble and get caught? Or Could it be that our sect master has achieved a major breakthrough? Humph, you idiot. You're new here. You've never witnessed the saint's earth-shattering power. He killed the top 10 leaders of the demonic cult with a single move. Right now, he's not even trying. Just shut up and pray the saint doesn't get angry and wipe this entire place off the map. What's with this kind of fighting? Are you trying to bore the Saint Lord to death? Right now, he's not using his full strength, just praying the Saint Lord doesn't get angry and completely obliterate this place. 2 brilliant circles of light shone in the sky, Lang Van Fong and Da Can. They were using their power to clash with each other. After a moment, a silence fell over the sky. Where did they go? Beer cans were rolling on the floor. Turns out they were sitting together drinking beer and looking at this planet. They clinked their cans, then drank their own share. Da Kan gulped down her beer. The liquid trickled down her collarbone and onto her chest. She wiped her mouth with her hand, glancing over at Lang Van Fong. She tried to act weak, saying, "Big brother, every time something bothers you, you take it out on me. This little body of mine can't take it." Lang Van Fong seemed a bit annoyed and replied, "Cut it out. Before you were always the one chasing me for a fight. When have I ever complained?" He glanced at her and continued, "In this whole world, fighting you is the only way I can relax a little." She smiled lightly and said, "And in this world, you're the only one who fights me like a real man. Any other man would be too busy coddling and protecting me." They laughed together quite cheerfully. "See? Haven't we fought our way into a good relationship?" She seemed a bit shy, then replied, "What in this world could possibly trouble our invincible Saint Lord?" Can glanced at Van Fong with a captivating look in her eyes and said, "I'm very curious." Van Fong sighed. He sat there stunned for a moment. After a long pensive thought, he decided to tell her what was bothering him. For a long time, there was no news, no warning, no mental preparation at all. I suddenly have a son, and he's Tien Pham Tuyets. Hearing Van Fong say this, Can was shocked. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. She immediately spat all the beer in her mouth onto Van Fong's face. Droplets of water dripped down his face. Can was flustered, not knowing what to do. She could only give an awkward laugh and apologize, saying she couldn't help but laugh. Van Fong said nothing. He just quietly wiped his face with his hand. Can looked at him apprehensively. Van Fong sensed her cautious gaze. He immediately said he had absolutely no idea about it. Then Van Fong began to explain, "It was back when I was cultivating." He went on for a while. Can listened to his explanation while trying to stifle her laughter. "You're like a little kid who got caught by his mom after secretly doing something bad." Suddenly, a little girl standing in the distance shouted, "Don't bully my mom!" Van Fong and Can turned their heads to look. It was a small, adorable girl with short hair. The little girl pouted at Van Fong, looking like she was about to cry. Suddenly, the little girl charged straight at him, raising her fists and furiously hitting Van Fong's body over and over, shouting, "Bad guy, stay away from my mom!" But it seemed her cotton ball fists had no effect on Van Fong. He just gave a helpless smile. Van Fong pointed at the little girl and turned to ask, Can, is she your mother?" Can just smiled. She gently brushed her hair back and said, Seeing Can's daughter still making a scene, Van Fong held the little girl's head still. He gave an awkward laugh and told her, "You had a daughter and never told me. If you had, I would have given you a red envelope." Then Van Fong looked the little girl over and said, "This child is very adorable. To love her mother like this." In the cold and heartless celestial pavilion, this kind of kinship is truly rare and precious. Can was a little skeptical. She gave a wicked smile and asked, "Really?" Suddenly, Van Fong's expression changed. He felt a sharp pain in his stomach. Van Fong looked down and saw Can's daughter stabbing him with the immortal slaying thorn. Not only did the little girl show no restraint, but she also had a demonic smile on her face. Van Fong immediately used his spiritual energy to push the immortal slaying thorn away. A red aura appeared, dispelling the evil energy surrounding the immortal slaying thorn. Van Fong took the opportunity to grab the little girl and teach her a lesson. This isn't something for a little kid to play with. Can's daughter refused to give up. The little girl struggled and screamed, let me go, you bad guy, who told you to bully my mom?" Seeing the two of them bickering back and forth, Can smiled cheerfully. While the little girl was distracted, he snatched the immortal slaying thorn from her. He gently reminded her, If you're not careful with this, you'll hurt yourself. Suddenly, the hilt of the immortal slaying thorn made a clicking sound. Immediately, the entire hilt was covered in thorns. Startled Van Fong let it go. He angrily turned to scold Can-Can's daughter. Suddenly, the little girl took out a round pill, and while Van Fong's mouth was wide open, threw it into his mouth. Can-Can's daughter had successfully thrown the pill into his mouth. Van Fong suddenly froze. He was surprised to feel a pill in his mouth, but he quickly regained his composure and arrogantly said, "What a naughty child. This venerable one is immune to all poiveti." Before he could finish his sentence, Van Fong's face changed. His face turned pale. So bitter, so acrid. What is this thing? The little girl immediately escaped from Van Fong's grasp and ran over to Can-Can. Can-Can then explained that it was something her daughter got from the Five Venoms Elder. The 5-flavor pill isn't very toxic, but it's incredibly foul-tasting. Other people wouldn't touch it, but she's quite skilled at playing with it. Van Fong's face was contorted, as if he was about to vomit up all his internal organs. He tried to spit the pill out, but failed. Then he said sulkily, "Uncle is angry now. This isn't something a child should be doing." The little girl hid behind Can-Can, sticking her tongue out to tease him. Van Fong kept turning back and forth, wiping his tongue, because the pill was so bitter. Suddenly, he noticed the beer cans he and Can-Can had been drinking earlier. Van Fong immediately grabbed 2 cans. He shoved them into his mouth and started chugging. Can-Can watched him helpless. Van Fong drank and drank until beer was overflowing from his mouth. Finally, Van Fong felt a bit better. He sighed, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. Then Van Fong shouted angrily, "Who is her father? I am going to teach him a lesson for letting his daughter become so mischievous." I am done. Can-Can calmly replied, "She's your daughter." After hearing that, Van Fong froze completely. Can-Can's daughter also stared at her with wide, shocked eyes. Van Fong hadn't even had time to process the information. He immediately spat the beer in his mouth onto Can-Can's face. Her body was soaked, but instead of getting angry with Van Fong, Can-Can just smiled and flicked her hair. Suddenly, she stood up. Then she gently stroked her daughter's head. The little girl, not understanding what was happening, called out, "Mom." Then, using her spiritual power, she lifted the little girl into the air and sighed, saying she wanted to explain things to Van Fong. Seeing that Can-Can wanted to talk to him, Van Fong looked terrified. Then Can-Can teleported her daughter back home. In an instant, Van Fong was drenched in sweat. He still couldn't believe this was real. A moment later, he laughed like a madman, saying, "Ha ha ha, isn't this just Tsingtao beer? How is it so strong? It's making me hallucinate." Can-Can smiled. She handed him the can and said, "Or maybe you should drink a few more to sober up, Van Fong took the can and stared at it hesitantly. After a moment of thought, he decided to drink it. After downing more than 10 cans of beer, Van Fong was drunk. He mustered all his courage and asked in Can, Who is the baby's father?" "It's you," Can-Can replied calmly. This answer truly infuriated Van Fong. He rushed towards her and yelled, "You demoness, has your old sickness relapsed again? There's not a single truthful word in your mouth. You and I have never even been together." Can looked a little sad, but she still smiled and said, "It's true, you really don't remember anymore." Then she began to recount what happened. "More than 10 years ago, when I was still the holy maiden of the Gideon sect, your divine technique had just been perfected, and you were acting like a madman. You killed many masters of the demon sect, forcing those arrogant demon lords to form an alliance. They schemed together and finally managed to capture you." Van Fong suddenly remembered. Those despicable villains. They only used treacherous tricks. One wave of sneak attacks after another. Some kept attacking with poison, others relentlessly tried to assassinate and harass you during battle, while the rest constantly wore you down with a war of attrition. It made you impossible to defend against. After they captured you, Van Fong, the two factions returned to a state of opposition. They could even overwhelm you. Those guys had no regard for heaven or earth. They even proclaimed that from then on, if a god stood in their way, they'd kill the god. If a Buddha stood in their way, they'd kill the Buddha. And not only that, those sinister, cunning men had even greater ambitions. They wanted to rule the world. They started a civil war. Van Fong never expected those guys would pull a move like that. At that time, you were locked in the Avicii prison and nearly died. Can gently tapped his nose and said, You truly have heaven-defying luck. It seems your fate in this world wasn't sealed yet. You're the only one who would dare to be so unrestrained with me." She then leaned closer to Van Fong, revealing a seductive look, and said, "And here you are calling me a demoness." Van Fong immediately pushed her away, telling her to get to the point and stop playing these games. Can sighed and said, "You know that I was cultivating the Bright Moon Maiden Heart Sutra back then, right?" Van Fong said seriously, "I know. It's a technique from the demon sect that allows you to absorb the myriad techniques of others and make them your own. It's even more powerful than the Northern Darkness divine art from the novels 100 years ago. Because of it, many peerless great demon lords have appeared in my demon sect. However, this technique, which doubles one's spiritual power and is known as the all-powerful Great Supplement Technique, also means that very few men dare to be around me." Van Fong continued, "And then you were coveted by others, which is why your sect has always had few members." Can replied, "That's right. That year after the 5 old demons captured you, their egos were inflated. They conspired together to harm me. They dreamed of dividing my spiritual power among themselves and then in one fell swoop, carving up the entire divine land of Huaxia." Van Fong crushed the beer can, his face darkening with rage. He clenched his fist and, using his own power, transformed the can into a tiny, sparkling object that emitted a dazzling light. Van Fong frowned and said, "Those cunning old demons, so treacherous and full of schemes, they made me suffer every humiliation. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Where are they hiding? I want to go punch them a few times right now to vent this anger." Can gently comforted him. All right. If you saw them now, you definitely wouldn't be able to stay angry." Hearing this, his eyes widened in surprise as he asked, "What are they doing?" The 1,000-hand demon Buddha had his cultivation crippled by a single move from you and went into seclusion. 10 days later, he attained enlightenment, leaving the demonic path for the righteous one. He began to travel across the divine land of Huaxia to atone for the sins he had committed. Hearing this, Van Fong asked doubtfully, "I heard that guy's understanding of Buddhist principles was profound. His insight was sharp. He clearly understood the Buddhist path. So why did he fall to the demonic side in the first place?" He sighed to himself. "If he has turned to good, I really can't bring myself to strike." The Yin Mountain Ghost Lord, who commanded tens of thousands of ghost generals, thought he was unrivaled in this world. But he was struck by your sword of utmost yang, which slaughtered 3,000 of his evil spirits, scaring him so badly that his mind shattered and his soul scattered. He's now living in a mental hospital. Hearing this shocked Van Fong, Can continued, "As for the others," she hesitated, humming, Seeing her reaction, Van Fong didn't press her to continue. "Forget it. Life is truly unpredictable. I never thought they would end up like this." Can casually picked up the tiny object Van Fong had made in his anger. She held it up to her eye, looking at it closely, and exclaimed with delight, "Ever since you entered the Tai Yi realm, you've become more and more terrifying." To be able to casually crush a beer bottle into a rare 7-colored illusionary stone, it's the perfect tool for wooing girls. Seeing her change the subject like that, Van Fong became impatient and said, "Hey, don't change the subject. You still haven't told me what happened to you." Just as Can turned her head to look at him, "I saw it." All his earlier aggression suddenly vanished. He averted his gaze and shyly asked in a soft voice, "What happened to you?" Seeing this, Can continued, "After that, they joined forces and created 7. They made me drink the Liang-san aphrodisiac powder, the most potent in the world. They intended to mess with my mind. Of course, I wouldn't be so easily manipulated. I fought desperately to escape." Van Fong was so shocked by her story that he blurted out, "It was Liang-san. Oh my god, no." The scene flashes back to that time. Can was so exhausted she had to lean against the wall just to walk. She thought to herself, while already exhausted from being hit with Liang-san, a truly strange poison, "I know I can run for a while, but I can't run forever." So she began to think, "If I must lose my cultivation, then it must be on my own terms." As she said this, she summoned a ball of power in her hand and quickly vanished into a dark cellar. A man was bound in heavy chains. It was Van Fong. He sat there silent and motionless. Can-Can's magic circle gradually appeared. Soon after she emerged and gently placed her feet down. Can-Can approached Vun Fong and stared intently at him. Vun Fong's firm chest was the first thing that caught Can-Can's eye. She immediately threw herself at him. Realizing someone was on top of him, he slowly opened his eyes and woke up. When he woke up, Can-Can quickly used the Soul Seal technique on him. In Vun Fong's vision, Can-Can was slowly taking off her clothes. His vision gradually blurred. Then it was complete darkness. End of Can-Can's flashback. Vun Fong frowned, annoyed. He roared in anger, questioning, "You and I are like fire and water. Why did you choose me as a tool to cure your poison?" Can-Can answered shyly, "Of course it's because you're handsome. What else?" Hearing that, the expression on Vun Fong's face became displeased and helpless. He said angrily, "Damn it! If we're talking about looks, that bastard Thien Thien Thu has the title of the most handsome man in both the righteous and demonic paths. Even though he's a Buddhist-turned-demon, his aura is devilishly charming. He's handsome and a rogue on top of that. Both men and women want a piece of him." Can-Can asked calmly, "So?" Seeing her reaction, Vun Fong yelled, "Please, just tell me the truth." Hearing this, she smiled, "Heh," and asked, "You know your place, don't you?" Can-Can started to tell the truth. I also thought about it deeply. Looking at the results, it's precisely because of my choice that I am who I am today, the Supreme Lord of the demonic sect who can now drink and chat with you." As she spoke, she poked Vun Fong. "If I hadn't chosen you, I'm afraid I would have perished long ago, my body and soul destroyed." Hearing her say that, he had to agree. "As expected of a demoness, you've planned everything out. To think you were scheming against me. It was a mistake to think you could be a good brother or a confidant. For this reason, I'll believe you." Seeing him say that, she gave a satisfied smile. Vun Fong suddenly stared at Can-Can with an incredibly serious gaze. Seeing this, she also looked back at him with a very shy expression. He then did something unexpected. Vun Fong grabbed Can-Can's wrist and suddenly took the spirit stone she was holding. This action surprised Can-Can, who watched as Vun Fong slowly raised the spirit stone. He then pointed his finger at it, shooting out a beam of light. It made the stone start to smoke. Instantly, it shot forward to Can-Can's amazement. The terrifying power shattered the wall. In an instant, the spirit stone had a round hole in it. It just so happened to be in the shape of a ring. Vun Fong offered it to her and calmly proposed, "Then, let's get married." Can-Can looked happily at the ring in his hand. She closed her eyes slightly, then gently took the ring. Can-Can calmly replied, "The ring is beautiful, I'll accept it. But as for marriage, I must refuse." Vun Fong became flustered hearing her say that. "What do you mean?" Can-Can calmly replied, "Exactly what I said." Vun Fong roared in anger, unable to accept this reality. "Did you and Thien Tweet fam plan this together?" "Huh. Why do you both have to refuse so bluntly like that?" Can-Can gently stroked her hair and said, "Haha. So what reason did she use to refuse you?" "She's afraid that our child bearing my title as the Saint Lord's son would be isolated by those around them, and that the child would be targeted by my enemies, making it even more dangerous for them." Can-Can smiled and continued, "She's right. The next problems you'll have to face are numerous. Although you are invincible, the strongest under the heavens. Below you, there are still the 3 loose immortals, the 4 pinnacles, the 5 sects' top masters, and the 8 clans, all hiding and waiting for their chance. Among them are quite a few people who are eyeing your supreme position. Besides that, in the western divine continent, you have the Rakshasa Generalissimo. Like the western regions, the southern Mani, the northern Shenli, and the eastern Federation are undergoing changes. They call themselves the Heavenly Kingdom, manipulating neighboring countries. The Eastern Sea is eyeing our dense spiritual energy." Can-Can continued softly, "You still have many battles to fight. A child will become your weakness." Hearing this, Vun Fong couldn't help but be surprised. He asked directly, "But this place is full of demons, big and small, who kill people like ants. They don't follow the righteous path. Would it be safer here?" Can-Can smiled and told Lang Vun Fong about that little demoness Lin Lung. "You don't need to worry about her. She's known as the little demon star of the Zedian Pavilion, and even the old geezers here are afraid of her. Weren't you tricked by her too? That little demoness is truly mischievous. She even carries a bunch of dangerous items with her with a sign hanging on them that says, your life for 9,000. Hearing that, Lang Vunfong replied, so cunning at such a young age. Aren't you worried about her future? Seeing him say that, Can suddenly leaned on his shoulder and said, I was once a demoness who brought chaos to the world, you know. Why aren't you worried about me then? After hearing this, he didn't know how to give a reasonable reply. He could only stammer a few words. Oh well, this. Before he could figure out what to say, the young woman placed a finger on his lips, signaling him to be quiet. Then she continued, think about it. The ideals you fought for before. Although I am a person of the demonic path, as you all call it, I've never been interested in peace and stability. But after having Lin Lung, I feel that changing my way of life might not be so bad. At this point, suddenly, Lang Vunfeng clutched his chest and cried out as if in great pain. His face was covered in sweat as he said, suddenly having a child with two of the most impossible people. My heart can't quite take it. After hearing his words, Kan burst out laughing with delight and replied, hey, well, you'd better get used to it quickly. Hearing what she said made him a little surprised, so he asked, Not letting him wonder for long, Can immediately explained it to him right then and there. Because Hoka Han, that man-seducing vixen, also bore you a daughter. The moment she finished, Lang Vunfeng was so shocked, the color drained from his face. He turned pale, breaking out in a cold sweat as he looked at Can, a daughter suddenly appearing out of nowhere, and with Hoka Han of all people. How could he not be shocked? Right after that, he must have been so horrified that he screamed at the top of his lungs. What did you say? His scream caused quite a tremor throughout the entire area. The tremor was so great that even wood chips from the ceiling started to fall. The people in the room who were just minding their own business got caught in the middle of it. One man saw this and started trembling uncontrollably. A monk in another room busy chanting could only sit there motionlessly. He just prayed for Buddha's protection, unable to do anything but endure the situation. Even the little demon girl, Lin Lung, peeked outside when she saw what was happening. She stood next to a pillar, her eyes fixed on the strange object. Flying outside, needless to say, it was Lang Vunfeng who had been so shocked he'd shot up into the sky. As for Da Kan, who had just been talking with him, now she was all alone looking up at the flying Lang Vunfeng. Then she smiled with amusement and said, things are getting more and more interesting. Against a starry night sky with a perfectly round moon, a scene that could be called incredibly romantic, Lang Vunfeng suddenly shot past. He was emitting a powerful aura of light, which looked pretty cool. But his expression was just priceless. His face was covered in sweat. Our Vunfeng was still reeling from the shock of the news that Hoka Han had a child with him. He thought to himself, no way. It's impossible. The time I was intimate with Hoka Han was back then. For the sake of establishing a diplomatic alliance with the Kunlun Southwest Grand Alliance. His emotions were in turmoil as he thought, my memory of the whole process is crystal clear. Nothing indescribable ever happened. No, wait. Just then, Lang Vunfeng stopped abruptly as if he'd remembered something. The look on his face changed. He wondered to himself, could it be? Then Vunfeng hurriedly searched his memories. It was 12 years ago. Shenzhou was still in the midst of the 5 dragons fighting for the Pearl conflict. The situation back then was that the Western Dalosha nation had ambitions to expand eastward, and their first step was to use the pretext of a political marriage between the Daluosha Sun King and the 9-tailed Fox King, Hoka Han. The 5th prince, His Highness Bak Da, was sent as an envoy to the Kunlun Grand Alliance of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom, the gateway to southwest Shenzhou, to demand their submission. He remembered clearly that he was acting as Shenzhou's envoy. He went to Kunlun alone on that fateful day. He remembered it vividly in his heart. That day, I cut down the prince with a single strike. He had defeated the man called Bak Da with his own sword. That prince, because of this event that day, the entire world was shaken. In the main hall of the Grand Alliance nation, Lang Vunfeng had dueled the prince. The outcome was clear. Lang Vunfeng was the victor. The other man obviously did not survive. Above the dueling floor sat the ruler of the Grand Alliance nation, a woman who was watching the situation intently. And, on the dueling floor, was Lang Van Fong, a sword in his hand. Opposite him, the prince lay in a pool of blood. Seeing this, a man who looked like a referee, Yates was utterly horrified. He collapsed to his knees, crying out in panic, "We're doomed! We're doomed! What have you done?" Just then, the voice of the ruler from behind the screen rang out. "The fifth prince of Daluo Shah Bak Da." Just like that, the fifth seat of the Daluo Shah nation has been cut down by your sword. You've certainly lived up to your reputation. Before you struck, did you ever consider that the mighty army of the Daluo Shah nation would press upon our borders, that my grand alliance, home to demons great and small, is about to be destroyed? She asked. Can you rebels from Shinjo withstand their wrath? Hearing this, Lang Van Fong replied, Your Majesty can rest assured. It is precisely because they want war that they sent a figure like Bak Da to intimidate us. Only by cutting him down will the Daluo Shah not attack immediately. Seeing him answer with such confidence, the ruler couldn't help but give him a round of applause in admiration. As the sound of clapping echoed, the woman's voice spoke again. Lang Van Fong, the god of slaughter of the 9 provinces, not only is your martial talent astounding, but your wisdom and courage are unexpectedly unparalleled as well. Hearing this, he replied politely, You praise me too much, but his expression didn't waver in the slightest. The woman continued, Although the Daluo Shah nation might not send their troops to attack just yet, what if they use this as a reason to indirectly force us to submit to become their eyes and ears and quietly observe the chaotic situation in Shinjo, and then attack when the time is right? What should we do then? Faced with this question, Lang Van Feng didn't take long to find the answer. He replied, Internally, the great Rakshasa nation is tentatively unified, but the divine throne and the royal power are wary of each other. They wouldn't be able to withstand a war between nations for 15 years. He lifted his sword, which was brimming with spiritual energy, and continued, If he dares to send another envoy trying to subjugate people with force. Suddenly, he released the sword from his hand. Lang Van Feng continued, Then let him ask this sword first. As he finished speaking, the flying sword embedded itself right next to the head of the already defeated prince. At that moment, the curtain high above was fluttering in the passing breeze. The wind gently lifted the thin veil, revealing the face of the enchanting fox lady of Qiantun. That female ruler then spoke up, asking, Sir, by doing this, are you also trying to subjugate people with force? How is that any different from this great Rakshasa nation? But without waiting for his answer, she immediately stood up. She walked over, pulled back the curtain, and slowly descended towards where Lang Van Fong was standing below. And Van Fong at this moment was completely stunned the moment he saw her. No wonder our boy had such a reaction. It turns out the ruler of the great Ming nation was such an incredibly beautiful woman, and she was none other than Ho Ka Hun. She walked barefoot towards Van Fong, but she didn't stop in front of him. Instead, she walked right past his shoulder and said, In the end, these small border territories squeezed between the great nations can only rely on dependency humiliating peace treaties and offering tributes just to seek peace. These are our only tricks. Only then did she stop and ask, So, Your Excellency the High Envoy, which one do you want? Or, she asked again, Do you want them all? But contrary to her expectations, Van Fong calmly uttered a single word, Friends. Upon hearing this, Edo Kahun showed a surprised and puzzled expression. Friends. Lang Van Feng's expression remained unchanged. He replied, No distinction between big and small, peaceful coexistence, mutual security helping each other, and equal treaty. As he said this, the atmosphere between the two suddenly fell silent. They stared into each other's eyes, neither saying a word. Suddenly, Ho Ka Hun covered her mouth and giggled. Then she clutched her stomach and burst out laughing as if it were a joke. Seeing her like that, What are you laughing at? But she was already laughing so hard she was crying. When he asked, she replied while still clutching her stomach and laughing, Wait, just wait. Those words are just too much. I can't process it. Let me digest this for a moment. A while later, after Ho Ka Hun had finished laughing, she took a deep breath to calm herself. Her chest rose and fell with her breath incredibly alluring and captivating. Then she held out her hand and placed it on the sword. With that, she placed both her hands on the hilt and continued speaking to Lung Van Feng. Before this sword can remain standing here, please enlighten me further. As soon as she finished, Hoka Han's eyes suddenly glowed with a bewitching red light. As for Lang Van Feng, his eyes flashed purple, his pupils becoming vacant, as if he had fallen under the fox's charm spell. End of the flashback to 12 years ago. Back to the present, where Lang Van Feng was standing alone in midair, lost in thought. In the cool night breeze, he now realized that something had indeed happened without his knowledge. He stood there rubbing his chin, wondering, the main problem is, after that, I returned on the second day. Thinking back now, I don't have any memory of that part. What's going on? The more he thought, the more confused he became. He ran a hand through his hair and muttered, deep thinking and deduction aren't my strong suits. I should just stick to what I'm good at. Although he was utterly confused about life, our Lang Van Feng still put on a cool front, telling himself, for 15 years, I've fought life and death battles, facing all sorts of schemes and tricks. I have forged a different path, cultivating an aura of overwhelming power. No matter who stands before me, they are forced to speak the truth. An image of that fox lady appeared in his mind. Then he laughed and said, that's right. I'll make Hokahan, that cunning fox, tell the truth. Ha ha ha. Although he was laughing as if he was very pleased with himself, his expression was not okay at all. Because he was so flustered, he once again shot off at lightning speed. A streak of golden light shot across the starry night sky, accompanied by the sound of ha 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 echoing everywhere. The narrator's voice chimes in, our saint, his heart in turmoil, has completely forgotten the purpose of this trip. The scene changes to a beautiful morning at the main hall of the great Ming nation. At this moment, a man is walking down the middle of the red-carpeted path. The guards shouted, the divine fox special envoy of the great Rakshasa nation has arrived. Nearby, Lang Van Feng appeared seemingly spying in secret. Seeing this, he wondered, are they dealing with foreign affairs today? Lang Van Feng looked around and thought it over. Finally, he realized how absurd this was. Frustrated, he gritted his teeth and questioned himself. This isn't right. Shouldn't I be furiously confronting that troublesome vixen? Pointing at her nose and questioning her loudly. Why am I hiding? Lang Van Feng paced back and forth, left and then right. Lang Van Feng asked himself, what should I even say? Suddenly, Lang Van Feng pointed and demanded loudly, Hu Kei-shin, did you do something to me back then? Tell me the truth. But then Lang Van Feng shook his head weary. He felt that was a bit too much. Isn't this a little too harsh? Suddenly, a clear voice rang out asking Lang Van Feng, Daddy, what are you doing here? Lang Van Feng replied unconsciously, I'm here to cause trouble for that demoness Hu Kei-shin. That voice asked again, why do you have to cause trouble for Mommy? Lang Van Feng instinctively replied, of course, it's because. It was only then that he realized something was very wrong. Lang Van Feng quickly turned his head and shouted, who's there? Standing before Lang Van Feng was an incredibly cute little girl. He was a bit stunned and fell silent. The girl, holding a clumsily patched-up doll, innocently looked up at him. The little girl beamed her eyes, crinkling with joy, and said, it's me, Daddy. Lang Van Feng let out a sigh of relief, as if a huge weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Ah, so that's it. The little girl continued to stare at Lang Van Feng without blinking, but something still wasn't right. Lang Van Feng started to sweat a little. Then he started to sweat a lot more. His expression changed drastically. The little girl kept looking at him with that same gaze. Lang Van Feng's eyes widened, his face frozen, and then he slowly turned his head back to look at the girl, and let out a huge scream. It was so loud it felt like the buildings were about to shake. Immediately, soldiers started shouting in alarm. An enemy has infiltrated the side palace. Lang Van Feng knew he had just done something incredibly stupid. He started to panic. I'm screwed. This is the worst way to make an entrance. I can't cause such a huge commotion in a friendly nation's territory. With that thought, Lang Van Feng clasped his hands together, and a small stream of spiritual energy emanated from him. Lang Van Feng focused his power and directly used universe reversal. The space around them seemed to bend and warp. Universe reversal after Lang Van Feng entered the grand unity supreme purity realm. One of the 10 great peerless cultivation techniques. It can revert space to its state from 30 seconds prior and has defeated countless powerful enemies. And now he was using it here. Now everything had returned to 30 seconds ago. The little girl, just as before, beamed with joy and said, "It's me, Daddy!" Lang Van Fong looked at her cautiously, raised a hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and sighed in relief. Thank goodness for this technique. Lang Van Fong patted the little girl's head and gently reminded her, "Little one, you shouldn't just call anyone Daddy, okay?" Lang Van Fong looked around trying to find the girl's family. He asked with concern, "Who are your parents? Why are you running around all by yourself in the great Ming imperial court? It's very dangerous, you know." The little girl replied innocently, "My mommy is the demoness you just mentioned, and you're my daddy." Lang Van Fong gave a foolish laugh and patted her head. "Is that so? Is that so? So it's me." Lang Van Fong, having done something stupid once again, repeated history with a deafening scream. And just like before, the soldiers started shouting in alarm, no different from the first time. "An enemy has infiltrated the side palace." Lang Van Fong clutched his head and panicked. "I'm screwed. This is the worst way to show up. I can't cause such a huge commotion in a friendly nation's territory." Lang Van Fong once again used universe reversal, turning everything back to how it was. He felt like he was in pain, collapsing before this cruel reality. Lang Van Fong panted heavily, so flustered he started to stutter. Too sudden. It almost disturbed my Tao heart. I have no experience fighting against a small child. What should I do? Lang Van Fong placed his hands on his knees, stood up, and gradually regained his composure. He said softly, Lang Van Fong forced a smile and asked the little girl, Did your mommy really tell you that? The little girl's face looked very trustworthy as she answered. Her eyes couldn't hide the joy in her heart. Lord Father, you finally come to see me. Her next action was heartbreaking. The little girl held up the doll for Lang Van Fong to see clearly, boasting, "It's been 12 years. Ever since I was little, I've been waiting on the roof of the Grand Hall, waiting for the stars, waiting for the moon, waiting for you to come." The Lang Van Fong doll, though covered in stitches, was very clean. It seemed the little girl cherished it dearly. Her voice suddenly held a hint of sadness as she continued. "Yesterday, I even saw a shooting star and made a wish that Lord Father would descend from the heavens like a hero to save us." The little girl smiled serenely. "I didn't expect my wish to come true." Tears started to well up in Lang Van Fong's eyes. He was deeply moved, thinking to himself, 12 years. It seems she wasn't lying. Lang Van Fong clutched his chest, his hand trembling. Faced with the pure longing for a father that this child showed, the Holy Venerable suddenly felt ashamed, guilty, and pained. Lang Van Fong knelt on one knee and opened his arms wide. "Come here, let Daddy hug you." Tears streamed down his face as he told his daughter in a choked voice, "I'm sorry. Daddy's late." But the little girl said worriedly, "Lord Father, you have to save me and Mommy quickly." Lang Van Fong asked his daughter, puzzled, "What's wrong?" The little girl replied, "The great Rakshasa nation sent an envoy wanting the great Ming nation to attack. But yesterday they suddenly sent a letter proposing a marriage alliance with Mommy." Her voice dropped as she said sadly, They want me to marry his third prince." Lang Van Fong muttered angrily, "A marriage alliance? That old Rakshasa geezer? Hasn't he given up yet? He brings this up every year. Just when our divine continent is newly established and waiting to be rebuilt, they're sneaking around causing trouble again. Their ambition for that cunning vixen hasn't died. Not only that, but they're even eyeing my daughter." Without another moment of hesitation, Ling Yunfeng shot to his feet, his aura flaring intensely as he spoke loudly. The little girl frowned slightly and asked curiously what Ling Yunfeng was going to do. Ling Yunfeng answered gallantly, "I'm going to stand up for you and teach these Rakshasa dogs a lesson." The little girl happily threw her arms around her father, Ling Yunfeng, and cheered with delight. "Wow, Lord Father, you're so dependable." Ling Yunfeng felt a surge of happiness as well. He even felt a little smug. Why couldn't he stop the corners of his mouth from turning up when this little girl praised him? Ling Yunfeng lifted his daughter with one arm and said gently, "Hold on tight, okay?" The little girl was overjoyed, grinning from ear to ear since it was the first time her father had carried her. She playfully replied, and before she could even blink, Ling Yunfeng used his power to leap high into the air. The little girl wasn't scared at all. In fact, she sat happily and obediently in Ling Yunfeng's arms. At that moment, Ling Yunfeng looked just like a superhero. Meanwhile, at the Great Hall of the Daming Kingdom, the envoy from the Great Rakshasa Kingdom arrogantly reminded the respected queen of the Daming Kingdom. "One day has passed. Our two princes from the Great Rakshasa Kingdom have proposed to the princess of the Daming Kingdom. Have you made the arrangements yet?" This envoy was accompanied by a black-cloaked figure to have an audience with Hukehan. Hukehan pondered for a moment, then Ling Yunfeng sat with his legs crossed in a proud manner. She deliberately put on an unyielding appearance, her tone sharp as she replied, "My daughter is still young and not of marriageable age. It won't be too late to discuss this after some time." But this envoy was a cunning and smooth-talking man who had already anticipated this, offering a prepared excuse. "The Saint King has already considered this for you, Your Majesty. We just need to bring the princess to the holy capital. There she can receive the best education while also growing closer to the two princes to nurture their feelings. Once she is of a suitable age, a grand wedding can be held." The envoy even deliberately emphasized that the Daming Kingdom could then enjoy the eternal protection of our great Rakshasa Kingdom. Hukehan closed her eyes, seemingly deep in thought. She looked both noble and elegant, a truly moving sight. Feeling cornered by their relentless pressure, Hukehan reluctantly said to the envoy, "This queen has only one daughter. My heart cannot bear for her to be so far away." The envoy's expression remained pleasant. It seemed they had prepared for this possibility as well. "It's long in advance." He said insincerely, "No problem, no problem. The Saint King is very thoughtful. If you cannot bear it, he has already sent a teacher to care for and nurture the princess first." Hukehan firmly refused, her voice cold, as she replied, "Though my Daming Kingdom is a small nation on the border, we do not lack learned and knowledgeable people. There is no need to trouble you." The envoy persisted, raising a cunning eyebrow and asking provocatively, "Oh, does your esteemed kingdom have someone who can compare to the renowned master?" That the Saint King has gone to such lengths to arrange for the princess. Suddenly, the black-cloaked figure began to emit streams of ghastly green energy. His entire body started to transform as if spiritual power was leaving his physical form. A towering figure holding a tall weapon appeared, almost as tall as the Great Hall itself, standing in the middle of the room. The aura he radiated was truly intimidating. This presence made Hukehan wary. Hukehan spoke up and asked the envoy, "And who might this be?" He immediately smirked and introduced him, the first disciple of the great Rakshasa Kingdom's imperial preceptor, known as the Dark Archmage, who holds the power of life and death. This mysterious person is Saint Anuote. Gelin. The Saint King bestowed upon him the divine title of Death Reaper Viscount Gelin. This Gelin then dared to arrogantly declare, "This old man has never taken a disciple in my life. I have heard of the fame of Her Highness the Princess of the Daming Kingdom. Having met her yesterday, her aptitude is indeed extraordinary. She is worthy of inheriting this old man's knowledge." The envoy gave Hukehan almost no opportunity for any other choice. He asked as if it were a mere formality, "Our kingdom is so sincere. Her Majesty the Queen would not refuse the Saint King's kind intentions, would she?" Inside the main hall, Hukehan was receiving Master Gelin's group. Faced with his proposal, Hukehan replied with a serious expression, "Accepting a master is a momentous matter. Let me consider it further." "No need to consider it. She already has a master." Suddenly, a voice came from behind, startling everyone. Gelin turned around, and the envoy, seeing this, demanded, "Who are you?" It turned out to be none other than Ling Yunfeng, who was carrying Hukehan's young daughter. Seeing this, Gelin's group fell silent, their faces filled with suspicion. Even Hukehan herself was stunned. Upon seeing that figure, Ling Yunfeng strode forward confidently, holding the little fox girl in one arm. Unconsciously, a thoughtful smile played on the lips of the Cat Queen as she watched him. She stood up, slowly walked forward, and said, "Ling Yunfeng, I was just wondering who would dare to enter my Daming Kingdom's hall with neither courtesy nor one single word of warning." Her flawless, jade-like feet descended the steps one by one. Gelin and the envoy could only stand and watch as she approached the two. Hukehan bowed to perform a courtesy greeting him. "Greetings, Saint Venerable. Why did you arrive without informing me beforehand?" As she spoke, a sly smile spread across her face. Hearing that title, the envoy jumped in shock. Even Master Gillen was taken aback, and sweat began to bead on his temples. The envoy frantically turned to him for advice. "Master, what should we do? I've heard this Saint Venerable unified the divine continent and is invincible." Hearing this, Gillen replied, "The divine continent is newly established and in need of rebuilding. With so much to do, how could a Saint Venerable possibly come here, let alone have the time to suddenly show up and take a disciple? Could it be that they're coordinating to put on a shoddy play just to trick me and stop me from taking a disciple?" The envoy nodded smugly and said, "We just arrived." Even if they sent a message in secret, there's no way it could have arrived so quickly. Overhearing their words behind her, Hukahan suddenly smiled. She asked Ling Yunfeng, "Is that right? Could it be that the Saint Venerable is telepathically linked with me, or perhaps you secretly long for me and snuck here to pay me a visit?" Hukihan continued to put on an act. She understood everything and said that the person who had arrived wasn't the one who was bathing and changing this morning. Witnessing this scene, Ling Yunfeng could only remain helplessly silent. Meanwhile, the little girl with him saw her mother and joyfully ran to embrace Hukahan. The Cat Queen bent down, stroked the girl's head, and asked gently, "Why did you bring someone here, sweetie?" Hearing this, Ling Yunfeng turned his head away. A bitter expression appeared on his face, knowing he was being used as a shield. He whispered just loud enough for Hukahan to hear this cunning vixen really knows how to use this sovereign. Pleased, Hukahan stuck out her tongue, continuing to provoke him. "But the Grandmaster still doesn't believe you're the Holy Sovereign." Witnessing this scene, Grandmaster Cassian's face darkened, making the envoy beside him anxious. The Grandmaster said, "If the Holy Sovereign, the number one of the divine continent, wants to take a disciple, of course I wouldn't dare to compete. But if someone is impersonating the Holy Sovereign of the Eastern nation, that crime is not small at all." He continued, "Today, for the sake of the new monarch of the divine continent's honor, I must step forward to verify the truth of this matter." The little girl who had been listening puffed out her cheeks in anger and said, "Mommy, that old geezer is just as cunning as we are. Using this excuse, he won't offend the person opposite him, no matter if he wins or loses." Cassian gave a sinister smile. He began to cast a spell, and the atmosphere instantly changed. He held out his right hand, and suddenly a drop of black liquid appeared on his fingertip. It condensed and began to fall. Drip. A puddle of black liquid splashed across the tiles. In an instant, a complex formation array flashed to life, covering a wide area. At the same time, the Grandmaster chanted dozens of incomprehensible incantations. Suddenly, a skeleton in a cloak slowly rose up, holding a scythe, its two eyes glowing brightly, radiating danger. Seeing it, Hukahan frowned and asked, "Is this the servant god summoning Art Divine World Law?" The envoy smugly boasted, "In this world, those who can be acknowledged by the gods. The great sages who are taught the power of law can be counted on one hand, and the death god who wields the power of life and death is a terrifying existence among the gods. This death god is immune to any form of attack and can reap the lives of hundreds of millions of living beings." Cassian snorted coldly. "It's not that miraculous. I hope this holy sovereign will enlighten me." A dark aura began to spread from him. The atmosphere between the two sides grew tense. Hukahan's daughter trembled and hugged her mother. She spoke up, "It feels so cold, why?" Ling Yunfeng glanced at the little girl. Then he placed his hand on her head and cast a spell that enveloped her. The girl looked dazed for a few seconds. After a moment, Ling Yunfeng smiled and asked her, "Feeling better now?" Hukihan's daughter checked how she felt again, and seeing that she was fine, she immediately smiled brightly and answered him, "It's not cold anymore." On the other side, Cassian and his attendant stared intently at them. His eyes darkened his expression, showing a hint of anger. He raised his hand and channeled a stream of energy towards the dark skeleton. The creature was holding a scythe in its hand. Upon receiving the energy, it immediately lunged towards Ling Yunfeng. Hukahan was startled. He also realized it was coming, but Ling Yunfeng wasn't afraid at all. He just stood there calmly. He said coldly, "Servant God Art." "What's that? Have you ever heard of the Eastern illusion, Art God Transformation?" Hearing this, Cassian and his attendant were a bit stunned and confused. Just then, Ling Yunfeng's entire body erupted in a golden light, causing the two on the other side to gape, unable to believe their eyes. Behind Ling Yunfeng, a god had truly appeared. It had more than 2 arms and glossy, dark brown skin. Ling Yunfeng continued to speak deliberately. "Manifest my divine incarnation. I am a god, and I am God himself." He looked coldly at the 2 people opposite him. They were so shocked, they broke into a cold sweat and unconsciously blurted out, This is impossible." A blinding light emanated from him. With divine might, the god's 2 large hands closed in on the skeleton between them, then without hesitation crushed it like a mosquito. Its body was smashed to pieces, the dark green aura dissipating. This clap also affected Cashin and his attendant. The wind blasted them in the face and dust flew everywhere. After this battle, the 2 sides fell silent. Ling Yunfeng remained with his back to them. He was the first to speak. "Tell your king of the divine continent that as long as I am here, not even the surrounding nations should dare to touch a single piece of this land." On the other side, Cashin and the other man were using their hands to cover their private parts. Because the wind had blown all their clothes off, they were no longer arrogant but terrified. They stammered in reply, Yes. Ling Yunfeng was quite satisfied. "Now get lost and go ask your White Knight Prince how he became crippled 12 years ago." As he spoke, he waved his hand. The wave carried a great gust of wind, and the 2 men caught off guard were blown away. They were thrown far away, but they didn't dare to curse, only managing to shout aloud, "We're sorry!" The area was once again shrouded in dust. Ling Yunfeng still stood tall. It seemed everything was quite easy for him. The hair of Hu Keihan and her daughter was also blown about by the wind. The little girl let out a gasp of surprise, then happily shook her mother's arm and asked, "Mommy, did you arrange for Daddy to come and save us?" Hu Keihan smoothed her hair. She turned her head to look at him and asked gently, "I don't know either." The Rakshasa envoy came so suddenly. How did the Holy Sovereign know about this? Ling Yunfeng slowly walked towards them, cleared his throat, and was about to answer, when suddenly the little girl burst into tears and screamed loudly, "Ah!" Her scream made Ling Yunfeng freeze in place. He completely forgot what he was about to say, while Hu Keihan looked worriedly at the little girl, thinking something was wrong with her child. Who would have thought Hu Keihan's child would suddenly jump up excitedly and say, "Yay, Mommy! Mommy, you fell for it! I finally tricked you!" The little girl pointed at Ling Yunfeng and said with a completely certain tone, "You really are my daddy, aren't you?" Ling Yunfeng and Hu Keihan were both stunned by her. He gently bent down to look at the little girl. Hu Keihan sighed, then smiled. She crouched down to her child's level, held out her hand, and nodded in response. "That's right, you win!" A small hand high-fived a large one. Hu Keihan's daughter skipped around Ling Yunfeng with a joyful face saying, "Yay, I finally found my daddy." Suddenly, Hu Keihan's daughter zipped over to her and called out, "Mommy?" causing Hu Keihan to jump slightly and reply with a, The little girl then whispered in Keihan's ear, "If we're talking handsome, Dad is just average. He's a bit of a blockhead, but he is pretty powerful. Mommy, why did you choose him to be my dad?" Yunfeng looked at the 2 of them with a confused expression and asked, "Hey, what are you 2 talking about?" Keihan looked at her daughter, smiled, and said, "Let's just say it was the right time, the right place, and the right people. Everything just came together at the right moment, I guess." Hearing Keihan's words, her daughter's face went blank, as if she only half understood. Just then, Yunfeng walked over to them and said loudly, "Hey, don't act like I'm not here." "What's with you 2? Keihan replied, "You really have no appreciation for the fair sex at all, do you? This heavenly silkworm dress is one of a kind. The blast of air you released earlier shredded it. Come with me to the inner palace to change first." After speaking, Keihan touched the torn part of her dress with 2 fingers. Yunfeng was stunned and let out a, "Huh!" Keihan walked over, linked her arm with his, and said, "Let's go." Then the 2 of them turned and left. As Yunfeng wondered where they were going, their daughter saw them and giggled, running after them. "Wait for me, Mom and Dad." In the inner palace, Ling Yunfeng, "Don't you look at my mom." Hu Keihan's daughter was lying on the bed. Suddenly, Yunfeng froze, staring at the scene before her. Au revoir. Kihan began to change her clothes. She threw all her belongings aside. Yunfeng just stood there watching Kihan change. She was concealed by a thin screen. All of a sudden, Yunfeng turned away with an embarrassed expression. Seeing him like that, Hukahan's daughter, who was lying on the bed, asked, "Why aren't you looking? Daddy, isn't mommy pretty?" Yunfeng, with a scowl, retorted, "You're too young to be thinking things like that. This is called respect." An image appeared of many men staring at Kihan as a voiceover said, "Those brutes outside, which one of them doesn't stare at mom with wide eyes? That just proves mom has charm." Hearing that, Yunfeng asked, "What does your mother usually teach you?" Hukehan's daughter replied, "To use all my charm to conquer my opponents. Use softness to overcome hardness, play hard to get, and use both the carrot and the stick." A voice suddenly came through. "What do you think? This kid is smart, isn't she?" Then Kahan stepped out in a black dress. Hearing her voice, Yunfeng glanced over, then turned to look at her. Yunfeng coughed, ahem, and said, "Who on earth teaches their child like you do?" Kahan laughed and replied, "This little one is a fast learner. The tiger lion marshals and the great ape generals have all been tamed by her. They all listen to her." As she spoke, Kahan recalled an image of her daughter riding on the back of a monkey. Next to her was a tiger holding an axe. Yunfeng interjected, "Nonsense, hurry up and tell me what's really going on." Ever since this kid was old enough to understand, she's always wanted to know who her father was, but I never told her. A hand was shown patting Hukahan's daughter's head as she listened. Yunfeng asked, "Is it because this lord is really that embarrassing?" Kahan replied, "So I played a game with her and let her find you herself." Suddenly, Hukahan's daughter chimed in, "Yep. I went through all 6 foreign affairs archives of the Great Ming Nation and listed everyone who was a possibility from over 10 years ago." The little girl began to recall the past, and a chart of characters appeared with Yunfeng among them. The little girl continued, "After that, I tested them one by one. There were only a few people left, including you, Dad. I never expected you to come find me yourself." Next was an image of the little girl sucking on a lollipop. "Then I saw a yellow object fly by, so I just went with the flow, getting Dad to come rescue me, while also tricking the truth out of Mom." In her hand, Hukahan's daughter was holding a doll. It was shaped just like Yunfeng. At that moment, Yunfeng spoke up, "I get it now. So this is what you call learning through play, isn't it?" An image of a queen appeared in Kihan's mind, and she said, "She is the next queen of the great Ming nation. Surrounded by great powers, she must be able to navigate any situation from the front, back, left, and right. This is a necessary skill, and it is the way of a ruler, so that in the future she can protect herself and protect the millions of citizens of the Yao clan." Yunfeng silently watched the mother and daughter. Suddenly, he spoke up. "Then let's not have her be this princess. Let her be a happy child." Kihan and her daughter looked forward. Kihan sighed, and she said, "The world is not yet at peace. The royal family. We must bear this responsibility." Her hand clenched into a fist. Yunfeng replied, "The peace I want isn't just the peace of one nation, but a peace that everyone who yearns for it can enjoy. I want our daughter to live a carefree life." Hukehan's daughter, with a happy expression, said, "Really, I hate being some kind of saintess. I have to learn so much etiquette, so much about intelligence gathering, and about the relationships between all the surrounding countries. I can't even smack my lips when the food is right in my mouth." Suddenly, Kihan sat up on the bed and said, 12 years ago, when you said those words, I thought you were a fool who was just joking. But now I truly hope that day becomes a reality." After speaking, Kihan lay back down on the bed. Yunfeng stared at the scene before him. Suddenly, his face filled with surprise. He pointed at Kihan and said, "Wait a minute. After all this, you still haven't told me what on earth you did to me. Why can't I remember anything?" Hearing that, Hukahan's daughter asked in surprise, "Mommy, did you use that move on Daddy?" Kihan smiled and replied, "As expected of my precious treasure, so smart, hehe." Yunfeng, looking a bit surprised, asked, "What move?" Kihan answered, "Our great Ming nation was founded hundreds of years ago. It doesn't just rely on schemes. We must also have strong future generations. For our target individuals, we value affection and true strength over mere power and influence. They're all incredibly talented, invincible men with connections everywhere. They're either married in political alliances or have tons of admirers. How could they keep things in order at home without some tricks? How could they always get what they want? Hukoshin added, continuing, Mom said that nine-tailed foxes are born with alluring looks and bodies, but our most powerful weapon is our enchanting soul, a natural gift to bewitch all living things. It can only be used once in a lifetime, and whoever is hit by it can be manipulated at will. The little girl then asked, Mom, over 10 years ago, Dad was strong, but there was still a big gap between him and the great-grandmasters. So why did you choose Dad? Hearing this, Yunfin spoke up, Yeah, why are you looking at us like that? Kashin chuckled and replied, I guess I used my one and only chance on someone whose honesty and courage completely captivated me. Hey. Hearing her words, Yunfeng suddenly got flustered. He sighed and sat back down, then pointed at the two of them and exclaimed, You women are way too dangerous. The mother and daughter replied in unison, Oh, we are, Kishin spoke up. Us besides me and Yi Can. Who else are you talking about? Go on, tell us. Her daughter Hu Kashin chimed in cheerfully. Yeah, I want to hear your story too, Mom. All Yunfeng could say was, The three of them were now in a room chatting. Mother and daughter lay on the bed listening happily as Yunfeng spoke. An image appears showing the affection levels of two girls. Tian Fan Shui is at 100%, while Yi Can is only at 50%. Hukoshin's daughter suddenly stands up and says, If neither of them is willing to marry you, Dad, then why don't you and Mom just get married first? Kaishin glanced at Yunfeng, who looked back at her. Kaishin suddenly spoke up. That wouldn't work. Her daughter looked a little sad. Why not? Yunfeng answered, The marriage of the leader of Country Z isn't just her own affair. For the ruler of a nation to marry me would be the same as the Da Ming nation surrendering to Shenzhou. The opposing factions within the Da Ming nation would absolutely never allow it. It would risk sparking a civil war. Keishin added, Exactly, and it's even more impossible for the Holy Sovereign to marry into the Da Ming nation. Shenzhou has just found stability, and the Holy Sovereign is its anchor. Our hands are tied. Hearing this, their daughter buried her face in her pillow. With a sad expression, she mumbled, So even after finding my dad, I still have to be a poor, pitiful girl without a father. Suddenly, she stood up and shouted, I hate you both. A girl was trying to run into an empty room. Ling Yunfeng quickly reached out, yelling, Wait! He surprisingly managed to stop her. Hu Kexin suddenly smiled, walked over, and put an arm around Ling Yunfeng's shoulders. He turned back surprised. She just chuckled and shook her head. Ling Yunfeng frowned slightly, turning his head back and muttering, Hu Kexin said, This is the price of being born into a royal family. It's the same for her, and it's the same for me. And it was the same for my mother. She smiled and said, What makes me lucky is that I was able to choose this child's father on my own terms. Ling Yunfeng looked a bit uncomfortable and turned his face away. Without looking at Hu Kexin, Ling Yunfeng said, A child is the one thing a parent can't let down. He frowned. I'll figure something out. Hu Kexin smiled, her cheeks turning pink, and said, Before you leave, and spend a little more time with her. She's actually really happy, knowing that you're her father. Ling Yunfeng turned back to look at her, a little surprised. How do you know? Hu Kexin shyly turned away and said, When we foxes get happy, our tails start wagging all on their own. They're more honest. And then our mouths are. Ling Yunfeng asked, Seeing your tail wagging like that, doesn't that mean you're pretty happy too? Hu Kexin said shyly, A moment ago, I was a little. At a massive royal palace, beams of light shone out. Hu Kexin's daughter was sitting on the roof, lost in thought. The little girl's eyes were welling up with tears as if she was deeply hurt. Ling Yunfeng suddenly landed beside her. Hu Kexin's daughter pouted and turned her head away. Ling Yunfeng quietly sat down, glancing at her with a small smile. The little girl's tail was wagging as she slowly scooted away from him. Then she moved even farther away. Ling Yunfeng smiled softly as he watched Hu Kexin's daughter, who looked a bit annoyed. He saw her tail wagging up and down, and he smiled. He remembered what Hu Kexin had said, When we foxes get happy, our tails start wagging all on their own. Ling Yunfeng spoke up, Hey, I'm sorry. Hukashin's daughter said, "What do you have to be sorry for? Adults always have a lot of things they can't say. It's normal for a kid like me not to understand." Ling Yunfeng frowned slightly, thinking, if that vixen hadn't told me that her wagging tail means she's actually happy, kids really are hard to figure out. He then reached out and touched her head, startling her. The little girl shouted, "Why are you patting my head? We're not even close. It's not like you love me or anything." Ling Yunfeng looked at her and asked, "Since this is the first time we've really met, I'd like to give you a gift. What would you like?" The little girl's face lit up with a smile as she looked at him. "Really? I can ask for anything." Ling Yunfeng smiled at her and said, Hukashin's daughter pointed happily at the sky. "I want a star." The sky was filled with countless stars, and there were even shooting stars. Ling Yunfeng smiled cheerfully and agreed. "Okay." He then stood up smiling at her. "All right, I'll go get a star for you now. Come with me." A golden aura began to glow around the little girl, enveloping her, and she began to float up into the air. "I'm flying," she exclaimed happily. I'm flying." The little girl shouted with delight. "Higher, go higher." Ling Yunfeng agreed. "You got it." Then the two of them flew up into the sky together. Beneath their feet were countless streams of golden light. Both of them were smiling happily, looking up in the same direction at the countless stars in the sky. And then a beautiful blue color appeared in the sky. Both of them were heading towards the enormous moon. Hokahan's daughter watched everything happening around her and suddenly exclaimed. The little girl said cheerfully, "It's my first time seeing the stars and the moon this close." Lang Venfeng smiled and said, "Watch closely now. I'm going to go pluck a star." She looked at him and said, "Okay, Daddy." Then streams of golden light emanated from Lang Venfeng's body. He gritted his teeth, reached his hand forward and said, "Mouth that swallows the sun and moon. Hands that can pluck the stars, shifting the cosmos." A blue vortex-like object appeared, and in its center, a beam of golden light shone down. Lang Venfeng's face tensed. A golden light appeared in his hand. Lang Venfeng shouted, "Star come!" In the sky, a star began to glow brightly. Hoka-hun's daughter laughed in amazement and exclaimed, "Wow! Suddenly, a spherical orb, black, orange, and yellow like fire, appeared plummeting straight down. A comet was falling straight to Earth, and then the sky turned a blazing orange. The people below also gaped at the sky in shock. They shouted in surprise, "We're doomed!" "We're doomed! Is a comet really falling?" Ho-Ka-hun opened her door and looked up at the sky. She said with a smile, "The Holy Sovereign is still the Holy Sovereign, always loves to cause a scene." The child of Ho-Ka-han and Lang Venfeng was floating in midair, looking at a sky filled with countless shades of orange, yellow, and red. The little girl, terrified, covered her face with her hands and said fearfully, "It's about to fall. Help me." But in contrast, Lang Venfeng just smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Then he shot forward. A spherical object which appeared to be a comet came into view. Lang Venfeng caught the comet with one hand, and countless cracks appeared on its surface. He then used his power on the comet. Countless golden lights tried to rush towards Earth, but they were blocked by countless orange rings. That light gradually shrank until only a single orange beam remained. A moment later, all that was left were small golden particles floating in the air. Ho-Ka-han's child slowly lowered her hands and looked up. In front of Lang Venfeng's hand, a round, glowing pink object appeared, looking like a twinkling star. The little girl looked slightly surprised. Seeing Lang Venfeng now standing right in front of her, he smiled, holding the glowing orb, and said with a smile, "Take it." Ho-Ka-han's child smiled and took the round orb from Lang Venfeng's hand. The little girl asked happily, Is this a star? It's so beautiful." Lang Venfeng smiled affectionately and said, "As long as you like it." Ho-Ka-han's child put on an annoyed expression, turned her head away, and said, Don't think you can win me over with just one star. I'm very hard to please, you know." Lang Venfeng suddenly burst out laughing. "Ha ha, oh my." The little girl, angry, whipped her head back to look at him and asked loudly, "What are you laughing at, Dad?" He said, "Your mother told me that when you're happy, your tail wags." Only now did the little girl notice her tail wagging back and forth continuously. Ho-Ka-han's child angrily punched Lang Venfeng's chest, complaining, That's not true. I hate you, Dad. I'm not happy at all. You didn't visit for so long, and Mom and I kept getting bullied. Lang Vanfong stroked the little girl's head and said, I'm sorry. He smiled and said, From now on, if anyone dares to cause trouble for you and your mom, you look at this star and call for me. Even if I'm 10,000 miles away, I'll come immediately. Hoka Han's child asked with an innocent face, Really? You're not just saying that, are you? Lang Vanfong smiled, picked the little girl up, and said, It's true. Your dad is very powerful, you know. I do what I say. Hoka Han's child smiled and said, Okay, Dad. I believe you, Dad. Lang Vanfong was holding the little girl as countless gusts of wind blew past them. The little girl covered her mouth and sneezed. He smiled and said to the girl, The star has been plucked. Let's go home. The little girl smiled happily and replied, Okay, okay. Then the two of them left. Lang Vanfong said, Dad doesn't know your name yet. Hoka Han's child said, My name is Tuyen Tuyen, the Tuyen with the grass radical on top. Lang Vanfong said happily, Tuyen Tuyen. What a beautiful name. Dad will remember it. At a small courtyard light shone from within. Hoka Han was happily opening the door to look outside when suddenly her eyes widened, surprised as if she had seen something. Lang Vanfong and Hoka Han's child were also happily walking home. The two looked at each other and smiled, seeming to have become very close. Hoka Han also smiled happily as she watched the two of them. As they were talking, Lang Vanfong looked at the mother and daughter and reminded them, It's getting late. You two should rest early. I still have things to do back in the country, so I'll be leaving first. The little girl waved and said, Dad, come visit me, and Mom often. Okay. Lang Vanfong smiled and said, Deal. I promise. The little girl made a pinky promise gesture and said, Once we pinky swear, you can't go back on your word for 1,000 years. Hoka Han's child said, No. You and I have to pinky swear with Mom, too, for it to count. Lang Vanfong looked a bit troubled and said, Well. Suddenly, Hoka Han held out her hand in front of Lang Vanfong, which surprised him a little. Hoka Han smiled and spoke up, Come on. The little girl also smiled and said, Hurry up, Dad. Lang Vanfong also smiled and slowly raised his hand. Then the three of them linked pinkies. Lang Vanfong smiled and asked, We don't need to say the words right. Ho. Kahan smiled, covering her mouth with her hand, and said, Of course we have to. Otherwise, it doesn't count as a promise. Their daughter smiled, looking at the two of them, and said, Come on, hurry, Dad. Lang Vanfong said with an embarrassed face, Pinky swear. Hoka Han smiled and continued, For 100 years. Then both of them said in unison, No take-backs. After that, Lang Vanfong smiled, flew up and turned back to wave goodbye to the mother and daughter. Hoka Han's child was also happy, waving goodbye to him. The mother and daughter also smiled as they looked towards Lang Vanfong. The moon tonight was very big and round. Lang Vanfong was smiling happily as he flew through the air. He had a joyful expression and laughed. Ha, oh my ha. Lang Vanfong was still smiling happily. When suddenly his eyes shot wide open, surprised, as if he had sensed something. Lang Vanfong, shocked, clutched his head and shouted, Oh no, this is bad. What's wrong with me? Why am I acting so crazy? He squeezed his own face with a horrified look and said, Ah, damn it. Have I been mentally manipulated? Lang Vanfong stood in midair and said loudly, Deep breaths. Deep breaths. Then he inhaled golden rays of light through his nose as streams of water flowed forward. And then the streams of water formed currents, all moving in one direction. Countless streams of orange and yellow energy surrounded Lang Vanfong. And then he inhaled a white substance into his mouth. Countless orange rings and yellow lightning bolts shot forward. This was the power of devouring heaven and earth. Lang Vanfong thought, To think, having such an adorable daughter, I find that I quite like it. I'm fond of it. This thought triggered a new level of magic on Earth. In the middle of it all was a speck of golden light. Lang Vanfong was still floating in midair. He thought with a frustrated look, Kids showing up so suddenly. I'm not used to this at all. And with 3 women, oh my God. I wasn't prepared for this in the slightest. What should I do? What should I do? Then Ling Yunfeng slapped his forehead and said, I've got it. I have to go find Wen Yufeng and talk this over. He pictured the man. Ling Yunfeng thought, he's known as the peerless strategist, a man whose schemes are said to be higher than the heavens. Then Ling Yunfeng flew off. Becoming a streak of golden light, he shouted, "Time to go," and shot off. Amidst the rolling high and low mountains, at a house floating in midair, before a room with a sign that read, "Variable Bamboo Abode." Ling Yunfeng stood before the door of that house. He then lifted a foot, then lowered it again. He wondered to himself, how should I even bring this up with this guy? Suddenly the door swung wide open. Yufeng asked, "Don't you usually just push the door open and walk right in?" "What's with you this time?" Ling Yunfeng chuckled, looking away as he slowly stepped into the house. Ling Yunfeng's gaze was suddenly drawn to Yufeng, who was cheerfully cooking something. Yufeng looked very happy as he cooked. He smiled and said, "Hurry over and try the food I'm making." Ling Yunfeng slowly approached Yufeng, then picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks. He said, "Using the Samla chessboard to cook hot pot. In this whole world, only you would do something like that." Yufeng sighed contentedly, leaning on the table. He said, "I've already calculated everything for the unification of the divine continent. Coming back now is just about enjoying life. To me, this board is nothing more than a grill for meat and a warmer for wine. Just enjoying myself." Ling Yunfeng had a pensive look on his face as if deep in thought. He thought, throughout history, strategists have roamed the world defying fate and changing destiny for their ideals, all skilled in plotting. But this guy, his mastery of strategy has reached the absolute pinnacle. Ling Yunfeng recalled an image of Yufeng practicing his great deduction art, calculating the game of heavens, with two figures standing on a large 8 trigrams diagram. He thought humanity schemes with covert plots, divinity schemes with overt strategies. But before the divine calculation, which can foresee every future possibility, all plots, both hidden and open, are powerless to resist. Ling Yunfeng thought of someone. He thought, but after that single calculation, he used up a lifetime's worth of his power, falling from the heavenly calculation realm back to the human calculation realm. The two of them were standing before a great mountain range. Ling Yunfeng said, "The divine continent is newly settled. There's still so much for us to do." Yufeng replied, "My heavenly calculation ends at this very moment. I'll have to rely on you, the Holy Sovereign, to maintain order." One of them said, "I've found a small wooden house. Feel free to come find me for a chat any time, whether you have something on your mind or not." After that, Yufeng seemed to have left, leaving only Ling Yunfeng behind, standing pensively staring into the distance. Back at Yufeng's house, Yufeng was smiling as he poured wine. He said, "So to what do I owe the pleasure of the Holy Sovereign gracing my humble home today? What brings you here?" Ling Yunfeng looked uncomfortable and said, well..." The two sat facing each other at the table. Yufeng smiled, tossed a cup over, and asked, "Could it be that you have a friend who's run into some trouble recently?" Startled, Ling Yunfeng caught the cup and looked at Yufeng. He then laughed and slammed his hand on the table, saying, Yes, that's exactly it." Yufeng picked up a piece of meat and asked, "He's fallen in love and now has a kid." Ling Yunfeng slammed the table cheerfully. "That's right. That's exactly right." Then his expression suddenly froze. Ling Yunfeng laughed and pointed at Yufeng, asking, "How did you know you've returned to the heavenly calculation realm, haven't you?" Yufeng ate a piece of meat and said, "Not at all. Now continue with your friend's story." Ling Yunfeng let out a sigh and said, He started to speak, but stopped himself. He then laughed and scratched his head, saying, "That friend of mine, he's always been busy with work. He's never been involved with women, and now he suddenly has children with several of them. It's the most impossible situation. He has absolutely no idea what to do." Ling Yunfeng grabbed the wine cup from the table and downed it in one go. He slammed the cup back down, crossed his arms angrily, and said, "He came to me for advice. And you know, I'm a single guy. I've never even had a relationship, so what experience could I possibly have?" Yufeng, chewing his food, said, "This is more dramatic than a TV series. Magical realism. Go on, go on." Ling Yunfeng, angry with flushed cheeks, said, "What do you mean, go on? There is no more. I can't help him at all." He continued, "But the fact that he came to me means he trusts me. I have to do something, which is why I came to you." He said, "So give me some ideas." Then Yufeng put down his chopsticks. He stretched and said, Well, it seems our holy sovereign is as passionate as ever. It's not some world-ending catastrophe where lives are at stake, yet you're getting so worked up over someone else's business. Ling Yunfeng's face showed a flash of anger. He grabbed Yufeng by the collar and said, "For a brother, I'd go through hell and high water. If you were in trouble, I'd give it my all. Just the same." Yufeng laughed and said, Right. You've always been this passionate. I'll give you 10 out of 10 for that spirit." Yufeng raised his hands, laughing. Let go. My frail body can't take this." Ling Yunfeng returned to his seat and said, "Good as long as you know. Easy. Now hurry up and give me some ideas. Let me go back so you can enjoy the food. I think. Long Venfeng was speechless hearing him. Then Ngu Feng buried his face on the table, muffling his laughter. Inside Ngu Feng's house, a loud laugh echoed. Ha 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 ha. It was Ngu Feng. He laughed until tears streamed down his face, saying, I can't hold in my laughter anymore." Lang Venfeng angrily raised his fist and said, "What kind of joke are you playing? Do you have any idea how punchable you look right now?" Ngu Feng coughed once, then laughed and asked, "You know that 15 years ago I used the one and only great celestial divination of my life, right?" Lang Venfeng froze and asked, "Why are you suddenly bringing this up?" Ngu Feng said, "I've told you guys before. The great celestial divination is a divine prediction art that calculates every single possibility. Everyone's schemes are accounted for within the divination." Lang Venfeng just grunted in response. Ngu Feng said, "Actually, only the one who experiences it can know its secret. What appears in your mind isn't some divination chart with symbols and texts like the 9 palaces, 4 plates, 16 phantoms, heavenly stems, or earthly branches. It's a series of real scenes starting from the very beginning, showing every possible future for everyone. Suddenly, a future where my face is covered in blood appears possibilities of failure, near failure, success, all kinds of outcomes." Lang Venfeng, looking confused, crossed his arms and asked, "All kinds?" Ngu Feng replied, "That's right. All kinds, including one where I unite the world, and one where you 5 years ago turned into a skeleton to save me. There's also an ending where you're taken by the 1,000 hands, uniting the demonic path, then using the power of your blade to slaughter the living beings of the divine continent. All for one person." Lang Venfeng, surprised, asked, "It's that miraculous." "So what about now?" Ngu Feng, with a calm expression, said nothing more. He said, "Your fateful encounters, your story with Tianfan Shuaye, Gan Gan and Hu Xuan Xuan." Ngu Feng smiled and said, "Right after the divination began, I chose a certain outcome. One with a starting point in the future." Lang Venfeng, furious, yelled with his mouth wide open, "Are you that incredible?" Lang Venfeng angrily pointed at Ngu Feng's face and asked, "So you knew everything?" Ngu Feng smiled and said, "No, but I might know it even more clearly than you do." Hearing this, Lang Venfeng was so shocked, his face turned purple. He angrily grabbed Ngu Feng by the collar and said, "Then why didn't you tell me sooner? You left me in this awkward position." Ngu Feng laughed. Easy. This frail body of mine can't take a punch from you." Lang Venfeng sighed and said, "Why do I get the feeling that you're the most formidable person in this world? Nothing can escape your grasp." Ngu Feng held up 2 fingers and said, "It's not what you think. The truly formidable one is you. I only made a choice. Everything else. That was your life, your realizations, and your unwavering ideals that led to this result." Lang Venfeng said, "Then why didn't you choose the one where you unite the world? With your talent, maybe this world would have become a better place." Ngu Feng poured some wine and said, "Because in that outcome." Ngu Feng offered the wine cup to Lang Venfeng and said, "No matter how I calculated it, there was no beautiful moment like today where we can heat up some wine, eat hot pot, and talk about life." Lang Venfeng took the cup. Then the 2 of them clinked their cups and drank. They were still cooking something. Lang Venfeng sighed and said, "If you knew everything, then what should I do next? You must know. Hurry up and tell me." Ngu Feng smiled and shook his head. "If I could calculate everything from past to future, my head would have exploded into dust long ago. My divination power ends there." Lang Venfeng, surprised, said, "Even if you can't calculate it, with your intelligence, you could still give me some brilliant advice, right?" Ngu Feng scratched his head and said, "About that, I'm in the same boat as you. I'm still single. I've never even been in love, let alone had kids." Lang Venfeng turned away and sighed. Gu Fong stared intently at him. Then he walked over and put an arm around Lang Vunfeng's shoulder. Gu Fong asked, "Back then, whenever we faced a dangerous battle, what did we do?" Lang Vunfeng said, "Obviously, we faced the challenges head-on, attacked relentlessly, and overcame the difficulties." Gu Fong said, "Exactly. So what if you treat your current situation like one of those dangerous battles?" Lang Vunfeng, surprised, asked, "A battle?" He frowned and said, "But this is different." Gu Fong replied, "It's no different at all. Has our sacred sect ever been afraid of anything? Just play it by ear and charge forward." Lang Vunfeng picked up his wine cup. He slowly brought it to his lips. Looking at his reflection in the cup, he asked, "Play it by ear, huh?" Fong laughed and put his arm around Lang Yunfeng's shoulder, saying with a smile, "Seriously, you make people so envious. I mean Tianfan, Shuaye, Kangan, Hu, Xuan. All of them are independent, peerless beauties." Yufeng said, "And they all have children with you. Doesn't that make life start to get really interesting?" Amidst the rolling mountain ranges, Lang Yunfeng flew up, waving goodbye to Yufeng. Yufeng also smiled and waved, watching him. He said with a laugh, "You'd better prepare yourself mentally. Only then can you calmly face the many surprises to come. Good luck, my good brother." After that, as Lang Yunfeng flew through the air, he thought, "Whatever comes, I'll face it with peace. That's right. This venerable one, have walked through storms of blood and gore. Why would I be afraid of something like this?" Lang Yunfeng was still flying through the air, seemingly meditating in mid-flight. Lang Yunfeng said, "As expected of Miao Tianwen and Yufeng, I've calmed down now." He asked himself, "So it's just like before. If I'm facing this like a battle, what should I do next?" Lang Yunfeng thought, "What should I do? What should I do?" Then his eyes suddenly shot open as he thought, "Yang dispersing powder." Lang Yunfeng thought, "That's right, the Yang dispersing powder. That's the source of all this trouble." He thought, "First, I must destroy this harmful thing. Preventing this tragedy from happening again is the top priority." Lang Yunfeng thought, "After that, I'll discuss with Tianfan and Shuaye how to solve the difficulty of having a child." He thought, "Next, I'll discuss with Ye Kangan about our daughter's education and future." Lang Yunfeng thought, "I'll make time to visit Hu Xuan. Then he snapped his fingers. Lang Yunfeng smiled and said, "Perfect." Ha ha ha! As expected of this venerable one. In Saint Sovereign City, he was sitting on a chair when a voice called out, "Senior brother." A person walked over and asked, "Why did you summon me here?" Lang Yunfeng closed his eyes and said, "Because of a secret." A purple-haired person asked, "A secret?" Lang Yunfeng's junior brother seemed extremely excited about the mysterious task he was given. He urged him on. "Quick, tell me. I love secrets the most. The Di Ting Pavilion is itching for some action." Lang Yunfeng calmly ordered, "Go and activate the Dai Ting to find the source of the world's #1 aphrodisiac, the Yang dispersing powder." Hearing this, the junior brother was very surprised. He stammered, "Yang dispersing powder." Suddenly, the scene became silent. Lang Yunfeng and his junior brother looked at each other quietly. Lang Yunfeng's junior brother suddenly broke into a mischievous grin. He covered his mouth with his hand and whispered to Lang Yunfeng, "Senior brother, since when did you become interested in this kind of thing? You don't mean to—" Before he could finish his sentence, Lang Yunfeng flicked him hard on the forehead. He was immediately knocked backward. Lang Yunfeng angrily threatened, "You dare to joke with your senior brother? Are you itching for a beating?" While his junior brother was squatting on the ground, covering his head with his hands, he repeatedly cried out, "Ow, ow, ow." After a moment, the junior brother stood up with a swollen lump on his head, 2 streams of tears rolling down his cheeks. He whispered, "I'm sorry, senior brother." Lang Yunfeng sternly demanded, "Trace the source of the Yang dispersing powder for me. This harmful thing must be sealed." His junior brother looked worried. Rubbing his head, he said, "Senior brother, the Di Ting Pavilion has always had a grasp on the source of the Yang dispersing powder, but—" He suddenly stopped. Lang Yunfeng curiously asked, "But what?" His junior brother smiled awkwardly and then replied, "I'm afraid you'll be put in a difficult position." Lang Yunfeng's expression turned serious. He explained, "This is a world-disrupting object. The world was just finding its peace. This thing must not exist otherwise. Who knows how many more people it will harm." The junior brother said nothing, quietly approaching Lang Yunfeng. He whispered in his ear, "This thing comes from the Yay family." Hearing this, Lang Yunfeng looked confused. He stammered, The Yay family, which Yay family?" Seeing Lang Yunfeng's bewildered expression, his junior brother pointed to the sky and replied, "What other Yi family could it be? Your old acquaintance, your savior who showed you the kindness of taking you in, the one known as the world's #1 merchant saint. The Yay family of the world currently managed by Ye Ting-yu." Lang Yunfeng's eyes widened as if he had remembered something. An image of a woman flashed in his mind. With long hair and a business suit, he whispered, "Ye Ting-yu." Lang Yunfeng stood up completely still, not believing what he had just heard. He hurriedly shouted, "Impossible! With her personality, how could she create something like this?" Lang Yunfeng's disciple remained certain of his words. He replied, "The intelligence from the Diting Pavilion is absolutely correct. It has been confirmed." He looked up at Lang Yunfeng and asked, "So, senior brother, how do you wish to handle this?" By now, he had sat back down on the chair, trying to calm himself. Lang Yunfeng frowned, sitting in silence to focus his thoughts. Beads of sweat had formed on his face. After trying to think for a while, Lang Yunfeng still couldn't find an answer. He lowered his head into his hands tiredly and said, "You may leave. I will make the arrangements." His disciple smiled and flew into the air, leaving Lang Yunfeng alone on the chair, troubled and deep in thought. He thought to himself, Ye Ting-yu, the head of the world's #1 merchant guild, is also an old acquaintance. It seems I'll have to make a trip to Jinling myself. For both public and private reasons, given my relationship with her, handling this quietly is the best course of action. With that thought, Lang Yunfeng used his powers to leave the chair and fly into the air. A moment later, Lang Yunfeng increased his speed, his body enveloped in a stream of light. He flew swiftly across the vast sky. He traveled a long distance from Saint Sovereign City to the Shenzhou continent to Jinling City in no time at all. Lang Yunfeng easily reached the 9 Cauldrons 4 Seas commercial center of Jinling City. This place had many skyscrapers and modern facilities. In the sky above this place, there were also many types of vehicles bustling back and forth. 7 figures with a majestic aura appeared in the sky, each riding on a sword. They moved through the air, pulling large containers of cargo behind them. A skyscraper soared into the clouds, its transparent glass exterior reflecting the sky. This is the Yi family headquarters building. The building is surrounded by lush greenery. From high above, Lang Yunfeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, silently gazing down at the Ye family headquarters. He silently and intently observed the building. After a moment, a golden light suddenly emanated from Lang Yunfeng's eyes. He was using the all-seeing heavenly eye. He could now easily assess the situation before him. The entire detailed structure of all the buildings and nearby streets appeared in his vision. After a thorough observation, Lang Yunfeng noticed lights appearing inside the Yi family headquarters building, and there was also a grand formation surrounding the area. He began his analysis. The building has 6 floors, a semicircular barrier, and is divided into 5 sections. Each floor emits an immense light, growing larger from the bottom up. Below, there is a grand immortal talisman formation, 6 immortals, and inside the building are 5 super-level masters. Judging by the light they're emitting, they're likely on the level of the top 20 masters in the world. Top-ranked masters. Lang Yunfeng was also quite stunned by what the Ye family had done. Maintaining these barriers requires immense resources, but even thousands of gold pieces is nothing compared to 20 great masters. Each one is priceless. As expected of the world's #1 merchant guild, the Yi family. He placed a hand on his chin, thinking tensely, "This Ye Ting-yu, she's impervious to both hard and soft approaches. Completely stubborn. This trip is for my own personal reasons. If I came here officially in my capacity as the Holy Sovereign, interfering with their underground industries, which have extensive connections, wouldn't be appropriate. It would surely invite ridicule." The image of him arriving as the Holy Sovereign and being received with great ceremony was quickly dismissed from his mind. Thinking of Ye Ting-yu, he then remembered that he owed her a great favor. I can't just use brute force on her like I did with that Rakshasa envoy back in the Great Ming Nation. At this thought, Lang Yunfeng sighed wearily. He finally made a decision. It would be better to sneak in and handle things discreetly. She can't possibly refuse me this bit of face. On the street, the sun was blazing. Looking out from the bushes, it seemed rather quiet, with only a few cars and almost no pedestrians. Ling Yunfeng cleverly hid in a small alley by the road. He stood behind a stone wall, secretly observing his surroundings. He peeked his head out from behind the wall to watch. Then he thought to himself, "First, I'll observe the entrance." At the base of the Yay family headquarters, people were bustling about, chatting lively as they walked. In front of the building's entrance, there were 3 tall guards standing watch at the door. Employees who wanted to enter also had to line up to show their ID cards to the guards for inspection. Then it was a female employee's turn. The guard asked her for her card, and she immediately took one out and handed it to him. Ling Yunfeng hid behind the wall. He intently observed the building's entrance. He focused his gaze on the card the female employee handed to the guard. It was a white employee ID card that included personal information, a photo, and a gene chart. The guard held the card up in front of him. He used a golden light from his eyes to scan the female employee. The card also emitted a blue light that enveloped the female employee's body. After a thorough check, he said, "You may pass." After observing the guard's actions for a while, Ling Yunfeng had figured out how this technology worked. He thought, "So this is the latest identity verification technology, huh? It seals a person's biological information onto the card, then uses a heavenly eye to conduct the verification. Even the most advanced disguise techniques can only change one's appearance or even bone structure, but they absolutely cannot copy the target's genetic information. It's a nearly perfect identification system." Ling Yunfeng thought smugly, but in this world, the number of people who can infiltrate this place can be counted on one hand, and I, the sovereign, am one of those exceptions. Back in the day, I did my fair share of sneaking and spying. I'm starting to miss it. Thinking this, he chuckled softly, clenching his fist with determination. Suddenly, Zhou Minhui appeared. Wearing her ID card around her neck, she was leisurely walking to work. As soon as he saw her approaching, Yunfeng's attention was drawn to the ID card hanging from her neck. Zhou Minhui continued to walk slowly. She was completely unaware of Ling Yunfeng's plan. Smiling brightly, she passed by the small alley where Ling Yunfeng was already waiting. Suddenly, a blow to the back of her neck struck Zhou Minhui before she could even understand what was happening. Her eyes filled with panic, and then she passed out. In an instant, Ling Yunfeng had pulled Zhou Minhui off the street. Carrying the employee in his arms, Ling Yunfeng quickly hid behind the wall. He looked down gently at the unconscious Zhou Minhui lying still in his arms. He then carefully laid her down in a corner of the wall and said, "My apologies. I'll just need to borrow your identity for a little while." Ling Yunfeng carefully took the ID card from her. He pressed a finger to Zhou Minhui's forehead to cast a spell. She remained still, unaware of what was happening. Suddenly, Ling Yunfeng's eyes shone brightly as a golden light enveloped his body. He was using his magic to perform a supreme transformation technique, the Myriad Being's Form. The Myriad Being's Form is known to copy the entire genetic information of a target, a supreme secret art only available to those in the supreme Yi Jade Pure realm. Only they can perform it. The light on Ling Yunfeng's body flared so intensely that a nearby black cat was startled. Ling Yunfeng had quickly transformed into Zhou Minhui's appearance. He bent down and gingerly touched her body to double-check, but it seemed he wasn't used to this body yet, so it was still a bit awkward. Suddenly, Ling Yunfeng felt a discomfort. He looked down at his stomach in surprise, touching it with both hands, and realized this body had a slight hormonal imbalance and a weak, cold stomach. Then Ling Yunfeng raised 2 fingers to cast a spell. He brought his 2 glowing fingers close to Zhou Minhui's stomach to heal her, thinking to himself, "I'll cure this minor illness for you completely as a form of repayment." After finishing the first step, Ling Yunfeng pulled his hand back and said, "All right, done." Then he turned and walked away. He once again cast a silent spell on Chao Manhui. A wordless light spread throughout the area as Lam Van Fong shouted, "Hidden body technique, Vajra barrier soul prolonging secret art." After everything was done, Lam Van Fong created an orb that enveloped Chao Manhui. That orb would keep her safe. Only then could he leave with complete peace of mind. He chuckled softly and thought, this way her safety won't be an issue anymore. Lang Van Fong immediately headed towards the Yi family's headquarters. as he arrived at the building's entrance. Lang Van Fong did as the others did, lining up neatly to wait for the guard to check his ID. When it was his turn, just like any other employee, he held out his card and stepped forward. The guard held out his hand and sternly requested, "Please present your identification card." He smiled cheerfully and handed over the ID card. The guard took the card with a cold expression. He then held the card up to his face and used his heavenly eye technique, his almond-shaped pupils scanning the gene chart on the card to verify the employee. A blue light emanated from the card. It shone on Lang Van Fong. He stood perfectly still for the guard's inspection. The light beam scanning him began to meticulously analyze his genes from head to toe. The guard remained extremely focused, not letting his guard down one bit. Suddenly, Lang Van Fong gave the guard a gentle smile. The guard returned the identity card to Lang Van Fong, who gently reached out to take it. He said, "Thank you," gently, and immediately walked inside. Lang Van Fong glanced at the guard and smiled faintly. He celebrated inwardly. Passed the first hurdle with ease. Inside the building was a vast, modernly designed space bustling with people. Lang Van Fong looked around bewildered, scanning his surroundings. Cautiously, his eyes suddenly landed on the figure of Bat Ka Bat Gyoy Sak. He was sitting intently in meditation at the foot of the elevator. Bat Ka Bat Gyoy Sak was sitting cross-legged, meditating seriously. His two eyes were closed, oblivious to everything around him. Lang Van Fong was so startled he almost spat. He hastily turned his face away. He clamped his mouth shut so no one would see his stiff expression. He was stunned, exclaiming in his mind, "Heavens, isn't this Bat Ka Bat Gyoy Sak?" Suddenly memories of him flooded Lang Van Fong's mind. Cultivated the indestructible Vajra Arhat body technique, went berserk and can't control his own libido. Hated by the world. He's clearly a simple-minded foolish monk, yet he acquired a set of demonic arts unique in the world. He also cultivated the Vajra Wisdom King's unshakable mountain passive skill. Immune to all techniques, indestructible by any force. Even I could only subdue him, not destroy him. In the end, we fought until we became good brothers. So why haven't I seen him around lately? And now he's here guarding the main door. What on earth did Diep Thin Vu do to him? Thinking of this, Lam Van Fong's expression suddenly changed. Lam Van Fong pretended to raise a hand to his mouth and cough a few times, then tiptoed forward. Seeing that Bat Ka Bat Gyoy Sak didn't seem to be moving, and he thought smugly, "This guy's a simpleton. I can probably get past him easily." Lang Van Fong puffed out his chest, placed his hands on his hips, full of pride, and leisurely walked towards the elevator. He paid no more attention to Bat Ka Bat Gyoy Sak's presence. Lang Van Fong stood silently behind two men waiting for the elevator. Suddenly, on the elevator's control panel, the number 1 lit up and a chime sounded signaling that the car had arrived. The two men in front boarded the elevator one by one. Lam Van Fong was about to step on when he was suddenly blocked. He looked down, bewildered. Bat Ka Bat Gyoy Sak had decisively stuck out a hand, blocking Lam Van Fong's leg and preventing him from moving. He stared wide-eyed at him in alarm, his face filled with anxiety, afraid that his identity would be exposed. Bat Ka Bat Gyoy Sak kept his eyes closed, leaving his hand right where it was. He was adamant about not letting him pass. Lam Van Fong glanced at him and thought, "Wait, what's going on?" Suddenly, Bat Ka Bat Gyoy Sak shot up, got right in his face, and stared at him intently. His expression was gruff and scrutinizing. Lam Van Fong was now sweating bullets. He wondered in a panic, "Don't tell me I've been exposed. What gave it away?" Suddenly, Bat Ka Bat Gyoy Sak's face darkened. Without a hint of emotion, he asked, "Hey, you didn't show up for our date yesterday. I waited for you at the hotel all night. What were you doing?" He still hadn't realized the person in front of him wasn't Chow Man Hee. A moment later, he started sobbing like a small child and complained, I prepared a special date for you." Lam Van Fong was so scared by Bat Ka Bat Gyoy Sak that he broke out in a cold sweat. He forced a smile and thought, so they have that kind of relationship. This is too much of a coincidence. Thinking of Chow Man Hue's hot body, he realized this body is exactly Bat Ka's type. Bat Gyoy Sak, plus that cute side of his, it actually makes him popular with the ladies. Before he could process it, Bat Ka Bat Gyoy Sak suddenly grabbed Lam Van Fong's wrist tightly. It startled him. The guy tried to pull Lam Van Fong even closer, leaving him flustered and unsure how to react. Suddenly, Bat Joysak's face flushed red. He puckered his lips, signaling he wanted a kiss, then asked coquettishly, "How are you going to make it up to my poor, betrayed heart?" At the sight of his face, Lam Van Fong trembled with disgust, his face turning pale. He quickly used his hand to push Bat Joysak's head away, shouting, "Heavens, let go of me, even after hearing that." Bat Joy. Sak deliberately moved his face even closer. He replied stubbornly, "If you don't tell me why, I won't let go. I won't let go, even if you scream your lungs out." Lam Van Fong gritted his teeth, trying to push Bat Joysak away. He thought, "Good thing I know how to deal with this guy. Otherwise, this would be a real pain." He raised his hand high, preparing for a powerful slap. Without a moment's hesitation, with one incredibly decisive strike, Lam Van Fong sent Bat Joysak staggering back. He shot him a cold glare, a plan already formed in his mind, slap him hard, then dump the problem back on him. Bat Joysak was left with a stinging, swollen cheek. One side of his face was throbbing, and he was still too dazed to think straight. Immediately, Lam Van Fong pointed a finger right at Bat Joysak's head and berated him loudly. "What reason, you're asking me? Can't you think for yourself?" He just stared blankly, unable to utter a single word in his defense. One of Bat Joysak's cheeks was red and swollen. He looked dazedly at Chow Manhua. With a thud, he suddenly dropped to his knees on the ground, kowtowing as he sincerely apologized to Chow Manhua. "I'm sorry, my love. I was wrong. I'll rethink everything." But Chow Manhua just stood with her arms crossed and eyes closed, completely ignoring Bat Joysak. She arrogantly tossed her hair back and said coldly, "If you can't figure it out, don't come looking for me. I have work to do." With that, she turned and walked away without looking back. She left Bat Joysak kneeling on the ground behind her, sobbing miserably. The elevator doors in front of her opened with a ding. Chow Manhua walked straight in as Bat Joysak reached out a hand. He wanted to call out to Chow Manhua, but before he could make a sound, the elevator doors slid shut. Bat Joysak stared blankly after Chow Manhua's silhouette until the doors were completely closed. Chow Manhua stood silently in the elevator. A moment later, she let out a sigh of relief and gently placed a hand on her chest. That was close. The elevator display showed floor 11 and continued to ascend. It wasn't until it reached the 20th floor that the elevator stopped. The doors opened with a ding, and Chow Manhua stepped out, scanning the large lobby. As she walked, Chow Manhua carefully recalled the security measure. The elevator switches every 20 floors to prevent anyone from sneaking straight to the top floor. Very thorough. Just like the Dieppe family. Who would be guarding this floor? Chow Man-hye suddenly noticed an old white-haired man sitting on a wooden chair up ahead. The old man with white hair and a matching beard wore traditional blue Chinese-style clothing. His eyes were closed as he leisurely stroked the goatee on his chin. Suddenly, the old man's eyes snapped open and looked in her direction. A look of shock was clear in his eyes. Chow Man-hye eyed the old man warily. Crap, it's the divine calculator Ngo Ung Sin. This guy has a photographic memory, a true natural-born genius. He was the #1 strategist of the Dongfuang family, second only to Van Nu Fong's heavenly calculation technique. After the Dongfuang family fell, this guy vanished. I can't believe he's been hiding here. Ngo Ung Sin gently stroked his beard, assessing the girl before him. Her thought complete, Chow Man-hye lifted her foot, intending to leave. Who would have thought, as soon as Ngo Ung Sin saw Chow Man-hye, he raised his hand and beckoned for her to come closer. Startled, Chow Man-hye paused mid-step and looked at him. Then flustered, she pointed to herself, confirming whether Ngo Ung Sin was calling her. Ngo Ung Sin nodded from across the way. Chow Man-hye didn't know what to say. A hint of unease crossed her face, but she still strode over to Ngo Ung Sin's spot, stopping a few steps away from him. She stopped and waited. Ngo Ung Sin remained seated, glancing nonchalantly at Chow Man-hye. "Who are you?" he asked. Chow Man-hye flinched slightly, her expression freezing as she failed to answer. While she was still unsure how to respond, she suddenly remembered the name next to the photo in the file. Chow Man-hye, she answered quickly. Ngo Ung Sin closed his eyes and asked as if he'd already seen through her. "I asked for your real identity." In front of him, Chow Man-hye suddenly covered her mouth with a laugh and waved her hand dismissively. "Mr. Ngo, what are you joking about? I'm just here for work. But Ngo Ung Sin paid her no mind. His eyes still closed, he slowly exposed her lie. On this floor, from the board chairman and CEO down to the cleaning ladies and janitors, there are a total of 2,316 people. I remember each person's name, gender position, and their fixed daily tasks very clearly. Chow Man-hui is a new office worker in the administrative department. On the 5th floor, she has been employed for 187 days, and her duties today have nothing to do with the business operations on the 20th floor or above. The more Chow Man-hui heard, the stiffer her expression became. She stammered out in explanation. It's my supervisor gave me a last-minute notice this morning. Ngo Ung Sin stroked the white goatee on his chin, opened his eyes, and looked directly at Chow Man-hui. What is your supervisor's name? Caught off guard. Chow Man-hui was flustered. Her eyes darted around as beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Oh, well. Chow Man-hui didn't know how to answer. She awkwardly scratched her head and gave Ngo Ung Sin a forced laugh. The sweat on her forehead trickled down more and more as she looked away, desperately trying to think of what to do. What to do? There's nothing you can do. The person who can successfully lie to this old man's face hasn't been born yet. Suddenly, a clever glint flashed in Chow Man-hui's eyes. I've got it. Chow Man-hui clasped her hands in front of her chest and began chanting an incantation. Path of the Void, Transmutation Manifestation, by my will. Her eyes glowed and a golden light grew brighter with her chant. It grew brighter and brighter. Startled Ngo Ung Sin turned to look at Chow Man-hui. In the shifting light, Chow Man-hui's body slowly turned transparent. Countless tiny specks of light scattered around Chow Man-hui. In the bustling lobby with people coming and going, no one seemed to notice the strange situation unfolding right here. When the golden light faded, Ngo Ung Sin looked around in astonishment. Everyone around them had suddenly frozen, stuck in whatever they were doing a moment ago. In the vast lobby, everyone stood strangely still, not moving an inch. It was as if time had stopped. Only the two of them could move normally. Chow Man-hui silently assessed the situation around them. This spell can be used at will. Witnessing the flow of time being manipulated around the unique skill, the strategy saint Ngo Ung Sin stared in astonishment at Chow Man-hui. It seemed Ngo Ung Sin had figured out the true identity of the Chow Man-hui before him. Strategy saint, you really are something, aren't you? The Chow Man-hui before him suddenly crossed her arms and sighed reluctantly, admitting, that's right. It's me. Ngo Ung Sin quickly stood up and bowed respectfully, clasping his hands and lowering his head to Chow Man-hui. Holy sage, for you to dress like this and arrive so stealthily, not using the main entrance, and without any great commotion. You must be seeking the Yi family head for an important private matter, correct? Chow Man-hui closed her eyes. Talking to smart people like you is just so convenient. Can you offer me some of that convenience? Ngo Ung Sin immediately put on a smiling, almost fawning expression. Of course, this humble one is currently working for the Yi family seeking a place of refuge. A private matter between the holy sage and the Yi family head. A private matter can only serve to further strengthen this relationship. It is only natural for this humble one to go with the flow and do you this favor. Chow Man-hui looked at Ngo Ung Sin with some admiration, praising him. You old fox. No wonder you thrive wherever you go. Truly worthy of being called the strategy saint. Isn't it a waste of your talents to be here? Ngo Ung Sin once again clasped his hands and bowed. The world has just been stabilized. It has no need for a schemer who causes division like me. It needs talent to rebuild its great enterprises. Besides, I've offended too many people. Just finding a safe place to stay is already very difficult. I hope the holy sage understands. Chow Man-hui urged impatiently. I understand. So can I go up now? Ngo Ung Sin hesitated slightly, pointing upwards to signal to Chow Man-hui. My post is no problem, but there are 3 others up there. The other 2 shouldn't be an issue. I'll pass on instructions on how to handle them, but there's one person, an acquaintance of yours, holy sage. You'll have to rely on yourself for that one. Chow Man-hui listened intently, then held out her hand to Ngo Ung Sin and said, Thank you for your help this time. I will repay you in the future. Ngo Ung Sin smiled and shook Chow Man-hui's hand. Not at all. I hope the holy sage will look after me. Chow Man-hui also smiled. Of course. The two looked at each other knowingly and simultaneously broke into a cunning laugh. The building Cho Manhwa was in was a skyscraper over 100 stories tall, a luxurious and magnificent structure. Inside the building, the elevator display showed it had reached the 80th floor. The elevator doors slowly opened. Cho Manhwa stepped out of the elevator, her eyes searching her surroundings. In front of her was a man with long hair, his back turned to her. A blue sword levitated in the air beside him. Cho Manhwa looked closely at the man's back and slowly approached. A hint of surprise appeared in Cho Manhwa's eyes. Her eyebrows raised slightly. This silhouette, it's so familiar. She had a bad feeling. The person in front of her spoke without turning around. Holy Sage Invincible under the heavens, since you have come, why be so sneaky? The man then turned around, his young masculine face confronting Cho Manhwa. Cho Manhwa broke into a sweat. Heavens! The #1 swordsman, the sword fanatic Vu Van Fong. Cho Manhwa's lips parted slightly, then she awkwardly raised a hand to scratch her head, forcing a strained smile. Sir, you've got the wrong person. I'm just an employee of the corporation here to report on my work. Vu Van Fong looked at the girl before him and shook his head slightly, his gaze firm as he said, appearances can change, the internal can be altered, but the spirit will not. The Holy Sage is the goal I have pursued my entire life. Your aura, your every move. There is no way this humble one could be mistaken. Cho Manhwa's hand, which was scratching her head, froze. Cho Manhwa walked closer, carefully looking around. There's no one else here, right? Vu Van Fong replied without emotion. Besides me, there is no one else. The Holy Sage can rest assured. Cho Manhwa looked straight at Vu Van Fong. A golden light emanated from her, enveloping her body. The light grew brighter, and Cho Manhwa's body transformed along with it, finally revealing her true appearance, Lang Van Fong standing amidst the brilliant golden radiance. You sword fanatic, immersed in the ultimate realm of the way of the sword. Why are you here? What conditions did the people in this sect offer you? Vu Van Fong said seriously. An opportunity to righteously request a duel with the Imperial Sage. Lang Van Fong was bewildered. What? To practice swords with me? You can do that any time. Why did you have to choose here? Vu Van Fong patiently explained to the clueless Lang Van Fong. The divine continent has just been stabilized. Opportunities for the Holy Sage to have a proper duel are very few. Someone told me to come here and wait for you, and the opportunity would present itself. Lang Van Fong scratched his head immediately, understanding the situation. This was that guy, Van Ngu Fong's idea again, wasn't it? Vu Van Fong controlled his sword, making it move. I am already invincible among men. The Holy Sage, however, has opened up a higher realm that has never been seen before. It would not be an exaggeration to call it the Divine Bone Realm. Vu Van Fong said this without a change in his expression, a line that would make anyone swoon. Oh my God, you could say his skin is as thick as those overbearing male leads in Chinese stories. Hearing this, Lang Van Fong was at a loss for words and could only gently remind him, if an ordinary person heard you say that, it would be very awkward. Vu Van Fong grasped his sword. I ask the Holy Sage to receive one strike of my sword. Lang Van Fong just smiled. He accepted the challenge, casually placing his hands behind his back and calmly saying to Vu Van Fong, Come on. Vu Van Fong was a little wary of Lang Van Fong's attitude towards him, while Lang Van Fong smiled as if he was greatly looking forward to it. Vu Van Fong channeled his power. Streams of blue energy as fine as silk ribbons flew and coiled around his body. Vu Van Fong raised his hand and grasped the hilt of his sword. Supreme Sword Path. Then he slowly drew the sword from its sheath. Sword return. As swift as a lightning flash, Vu Van Fong rushed forward with his sword. The tip of Vu Van Fong's sword was closing in on Lang Van Fong, who was lost in admiration for Vu Van Fong's swordsmanship. Worthy of being the #1 in the way of the sword. This is the pinnacle of swordsmanship. It's just a simple, unadorned draw and thrust towards the opponent, yet everything is completed in a single fluid motion. Time froze in that instant. In that moment, it was Lang Van Fong's doing. Lang Van Fong felt a bit arrogant. If it were an ordinary person, they would have died before they could even react. But against me, who can freely control the flow of time around me, it's still no threat. Lang Vanfong smiled meaningfully, his two fingers hooked together, turning golden and glowing faintly. Actually, Lang Vanfong wanted to use this opportunity as a lesson for Vu Vanfong. I also hope that in the future you can overcome the obstacle of facing an opponent at the same level, though I don't know how long it will take. Consider this my way of helping you achieve enlightenment. With that thought, Lang Vanfong used those two fingers. He clamped down on the tip of the sword blade, using one finger to imbue it with the supreme Tao rhythm. Lang Vanfong just tapped the tip of the sword lightly with his finger. I have no idea what Lang Vanfong is doing. Lang Vanfong then dispelled the control over the flow of time. Instantly, Vu Vanfong shot past Lang Vanfong like a flash of lightning. Vu Vanfong landed perfectly. The slash was over. However, Vu Vanfong's sword blade shattered with ease. Seeing the fragments of his own blade break apart and flutter to the ground, Vu Vanfong's heart skipped a beat. Lang Vanfong glanced back slightly at Vu Vanfong. Vu Vanfong stood there stunned. Lang Vanfong calmly asked, "Well?" Vu Vanfong bowed, placing a hand on his chest to show his sincerity. "Thank you, Holy Venerable, for granting me this opportunity." Lang Vanfong then pointed upwards and asked, "Can I go up now?" Vu Vanfong replied, "The Yay family head has been waiting for a long time." Hearing this, Lang Vanfong was a bit stunned. He whipped his head around and asked urgently what she already knows. Vu Vanfong slowly replied, "That is correct." A second later, Lang Vanfong clutched his head and lamented to the heavens. "Then what on earth have I been so busy with for the past half day?" Vu Vanfong reminded him, "Holy Venerable, your Tao heart is in disarray." At the Yay family's company, on the top floor in the Yay family's CEO office, a person sat with their back to the desk. The chair completely obscured their body, revealing only the very top of their head. Lang Vanfong walked in and offered a greeting. It sounded like a question, but it was more like he was teasing the other person. "Long time no see. What a grand reception." Lang Vanfong continued speaking in that same irritating tone. "Even within this room, there are so many hidden formations set up." Lang Vanfong probed the eldest daughter of the Yi family, once known for her masterful calculations, is now the manager of the world's #1 merchant guild. Suddenly, the space within the room became incredibly suffocating, breaking the oppressive silence. The mysterious person spoke up, denying it. "Holy Venerable, you have the wrong person." Then this mysterious person turned around. They wore a white mask with a few patterns completely hiding their face. It's no exaggeration to say that figure was drool-worthy. Lang Vanfong froze on the spot, probably feeling incredibly awkward. Oh my God, he got the wrong person. This mysterious person tapped the desk a few times. 3 frames appeared, showing a model of a table and chairs. From those frames, the furniture grew and then materialized into a complete real set, even including a tea set. The mysterious person stood up and politely invited Lang Vanfong. "Holy Venerable, please have a seat." Lang Vanfong sat down. The moment he did, he questioned the mysterious person. "Who are you? Where is Ye Thinvu?" The mysterious person replied, "She is my mother." Lang Vanfong was stunned. "You are the new, rarely seen manager of the Ye family, Ye Thinvu's son." Thinvu's son asked Lang Vanfong directly, "Holy Venerable, is there something you need my Yi family to secretly cooperate with for your incognito visit this time?" I can't believe Thinvu's son figured it out. Lang Vanfong asked in surprise, "Oh, how did you know the purpose of my trip?" Thinvu's son left the desk and walked over to the glass window. He looked outside. Then he answered Lang Vanfong's question. "The few barriers outside are just decoys. In all 4 directions, 100 meters out, there are celestial spies. I knew the moment you arrived, Holy Venerable." Lang Vanfong became wary and asked, "Oh, and what if I came to hold you accountable?" Thinvu's son cleverly retorted, "If the Holy Venerable wished to hold me accountable, the outer barriers would not have been able to stop you. Therefore, I have been secretly probing you since you started coming upstairs. The inescapable boundary, the formless realm, Old Sir Wu. Their purpose was all to probe you, Holy Venerable," Thinvu's son added. "If you had come with malicious intent, I would have been 10,000 miles away by now. You would not have met me." Lang Vanfong was slightly at a loss for words. Like mother, like son indeed. Meticulous and very cunning. Thin Vu's son sat down in the chair opposite Lang Van Fong and poured tea for his guest. Thin Vu's son didn't bother with trivial formalities. This is the highest praise for a merchant. Holy Venerable, if you have business here, please speak directly. Lang Van Fong lifted his teacup and began to speak sarcastically. This junior doesn't even spare women, not to mention Ye Thin Vu. I've long heard that the new head of the Yay family, though young, is meticulous in his thoughts, and his methods are no less ruthless than his mother's Ye Thin Vu. But Thin Vu's son had the demeanor of someone who handles great matters with dignity. He replied with a sentence that was like a splash of cold water to Lang Van Fong's face. You praise me too much, Holy Venerable. It is all thanks to my mother's teachings. Lang Van Fong, probably feeling humiliated, gave a slightly forced laugh. Back then, your mother and I had a decent relationship. She once saved my life. That was before you were born. I never expected that after so many years. Her son would be this grown-up. Thin Vu's son immediately signaled for Lang Van Fong to stop, not allowing him to save any face. Holy Venerable, if you are here to reminisce about the past, you can make an appointment. My schedule is calculated by the minute. Lang Van Fong was stunned and stammered, Hey, a minute? Thin Vu's son tapped his hand on the table. The tabletop transformed into a map. The map showed the Then Tin Duen Du Lang Tin and Tu Dung regions. Specks of light flew up from it into the air, forming titles that arranged themselves in order. 1. A comprehensive contract for the acquisition of the Tu Kong family's bank shares. 2. Negotiation for the mining rights of spirit ore. Project to relocate the magic weapon trading city in Section A. The documents for the acquisition of 45% of Jingzhou's shipping shares. My God, there were so many scrolls they were stacked from the floor to the ceiling. Watching Thin Vu's son use this technique, Lang Van Fong couldn't help but marvel at the Ma Yi Divine Arts Lesser Qian Kun technique, the highest secret art of the 9 provinces used for commercial intelligence. In this world, the number of people with the resources and manpower to set up this formation could be counted on one hand. Lang Van Fong looked Thin Vu's son over once more. And, he thought, so young, yet already so busy. I remember when I was his age, I was just a kid, struggling to survive in the martial world. This boy's future is limitless. Deep Thin Vu really raised a fine son. Thin Vu's son closed the formation and all the documents vanished. Not wanting to beat around the bush with Lang Van Fong, he got straight to the point. The marketplace is a battlefield. As long as I can increase efficiency, money is just a number to me. It can always be earned back. So, Holy Venerable, please speak your mind. Lang Van Fong took a sip of tea, but his eyes remained fixed on Thin Vu's son. Thin Vu's son didn't say much more either. Lang Van Fong also got straight to the point, boldly making his demand. I expect your deep family to immediately cease the production and distribution of the world's #1 aphrodisiac Liang powder. Thin Vu's son immediately crossed his arms into an X to signal his blunt refusal, replying to Lang Van Fong, impossible. Lang Van Fong angrily slammed the table. Good lad, such a decisive refusal. Do you even have any respect for me? My business is doing well, and you just demand I stop without any warning. What kind of logic is that? Who will compensate for the losses? Out of respect for his elder, Thin Vu's son quickly expressed that he wouldn't dare to be presumptuous, using placating words to soothe the atmosphere. If the Holy Venerable wishes to ban it, you need only issue a holy decree. Who in the divine continent would dare disobey? Why must you come here secretly like this, wasting both our time? No one under 18 allowed. He spoke arrogantly to Thin Vu's son. This thing brings great harm to the martial world. Its existence will only create more tragedies. That is why I have come here with this request. And you can't even agree to that. Thin Vu's son patiently explained and asked Lang Van Fong, I am the new head of the Depp family. If I were to grant any random request from anyone who comes along, demanding I shut down a deep family enterprise, wouldn't we go bankrupt very quickly? Besides, the circulation of Liang powder itself is extremely limited. I don't understand why the Holy Venerable is so insistent on stopping it. Lang Van Fong remained stubborn, reasoning that this Liang powder corrupts the mind. Things that harm the innocent should not exist in this world. Thin Vu's son questioned, even without Liang powder, as for aphrodisiacs that harm people in this world. There are as many as you could want. Holy Venerable, can you investigate them all? Can you ban them all? As expected, Long Van Fong couldn't refute a single word. He just clutched his head, perhaps not expecting Thin Vu's son to be such a tough nut to crack. Thin Vu's son continued his reasoning. The Dieppe family's limited circulation of Liang powder has a very important purpose behind it, with wide-reaching implications. How can it be stopped just because of a single sentence from the Holy Venerable? You say stop, so we stop. Lang Van Fong was rendered speechless by the sharp and tight reasoning. He just stared and threw out a single word, insolent. Lang Van Fong was furious. Power flared up from his entire body, intending to threaten the junior into doing his bidding, regardless of anyone else's thoughts. And now I have a saying, not every senior is worthy of respect. A clean strike landed right in the middle of the mask. The mask then broke in two and fell off. Of course, the falling mask revealed the true face of Thin Vu's son. Lang Van Fong was also extremely surprised by his appearance. Then he pointed and said, You look a little familiar. The young man immediately lowered his gaze, raising a hand to cover his face. Then another mask was put on. The young man stood up decisively. He began to speak. Since the Holy Venerable has already spoken, never mind this insignificant Liang powder. Even if you wanted my Dieppe family to disband on the spot with just a single word from you, Holy Venerable, how would my Dieppe family dare to say even half a word of refusal? How would anyone in this world dare to say half a word of refusal? Then he continued without giving Van Fong time to reply. I just don't know if it's truly as the Holy Venerable said when you unified the divine continent, that this world belongs to the people of the world. Or if, in fact, this world still belongs to the Holy Venerable alone. Hearing this, Van Fong frowned in anger. The two looked at each other in silence. He let out a sigh. Van Fong crossed his arms and spoke, Good lad, using my own words to shut me up. If I were to tyrannically force you to comply, now word would get out that I've broken faith with the world. You would no longer be easy to rule. The young man replied, Exactly. Holy Venerable, if there is nothing else, please see yourself out. Hearing that he smiled, then his voice turned serious. Youths will be youths, although I don't know why you refuse to grant me this favor if you think that I am so easily dealt with. Then you are gravely underestimating me. Let me show you that I didn't unify the divine continent based on this skill alone. The young man listened silently until Van Fong finished. Then he asked, What do you want, model? Hearing this, he leaned back in his chair with a satisfied smile, then said, The realm has just been stabilized. To rule a country is to bring peace to its people, and to bring peace to the people you must have wealth. The Yay family is the #1 merchant guild in the world. I have come to seek your guidance for a few days. Since the realm is newly settled, surely the head of the Yi family will not refuse me, will he? Van Fong's eyes sharpened as he thought to himself, Little brat, if I stick by your side every day, every time you sell a batch of Jiangsan, I'll ruin it for you. Let's see how long you can last. Then Thin Vu's son placed both hands on the table and replied, Your Holiness is busy with 100 tasks a day. The world is in ruins waiting to be rebuilt. Even if you split one person into several, it wouldn't be enough. How could you possibly have the time to stay here with me? The scene before his eyes left him utterly stunned. Opposite him, another Van Fong had appeared, standing up and asking, How many people did you say? The young man was speechless. He couldn't form the words. Then a Van Fong appeared from behind him and said, What did you think I would do? In this world of heroes, I overwhelm the masses. Then from the right and then the left, another Van Fong continued, If I can't get what I want by asking nicely, then I'll just have to try a different method. In an instant, 5 identical Van Fongs had surrounded the young man. A hand was placed on his shoulder, forcing him to sit back down and continue the conversation. The young man clenched his fists on the table, his body trembling with what seemed to be immense anger. The Van Fong, sitting opposite him, spoke, This mirror image technique is a bit draining on my spirit. I can't maintain it for a long time, but keeping it up for 7 to 8 months is still no problem. At this point, he said, Son, do you understand our Holy One's power now? The young man remained silent, sweating, and didn't answer. Just then, a golden circle appeared, drawing the attention of the several Van Fongs. From the circle, a chair gradually emerged, along with a pair of legs. It was Ye Thin Vu making a sudden appearance. She sat with her legs crossed on the chair, looking down. She then glanced towards Van Fong, giving him quite a shock. At that moment, the Van Fong behind him slowly vanished. The remaining ones also slowly disappeared. Just then, Ye Thin-Vu landed gracefully on the ground. The two men immediately stood up. The young man stepped forward and bowed to his mother. She walked over, patted her son's shoulder, and said, "Step back. Leave this to me." The young man replied, "Yes, ma'am." Long Van Fong turned his head and glanced at Ye Thin-Vu's son as he left. Ye Thin-Vu tucked her bangs behind her ear. She smiled gently at him. "It's been a long time, hasn't it, Holy One?" Immediately after, her tone turned cold as she continued, "You just arrived, and you're already putting my son in his place." Long Van Fong was a bit flustered. He scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "Hello. It's been a long time, Thin-Vu." He sighed internally. "After all these years, this woman still makes my heart itch." Ye Thin-Vu stared at him without blinking. Then she suddenly asked him a question. "Holy One, why are you so fixated on Jiang-san?" Long Van Fong stammered in his reply, "It's just because I have a friend who was harmed by Jiang-san, and many other heroes of the martial world have been harmed as well." He added, "If it weren't for your Yi family's standing in the righteous path of the martial world, I would have definitely made him shut down his business. So that's how it is." Ye Thin-Vu looked at him and asked, "Holy One, do you know the real name of this impotence medicine?" This question left Lang Van Fong stunned for a few seconds. She raised a hand to adjust her glasses, then explained its origin to him. Jiang-san's real name is a type of divine medicine. Child-bestowing guanyin. He was surprised. Child-bestowing guanyin, Lang Van Fong recalled from his memory. Ye Jian once spoke about our son. He was truly shocked. "My God, it's real." Ye Thin-Vu told him about the effects of Jiang-san. This was originally a divine medicine to treat infertility in women. It has helped countless people who couldn't have children realize their dream of having a new generation. After she finished, she paused and turned her head to look at him, startling him. Lang Van Fong was quite confused by her strange gaze. Ye Thin-Vu lowered her head. She admitted a truth he never knew, including me. The information she had just revealed was truly beyond his imagination. Ye Thin-Vu lightly touched her abdomen. She continued, "That's right. I was 28 years old and my period still hadn't come. Famous doctors from all over diagnosed me with a barren body of pure yin. I was destined to be lonely and childless for the rest of my life. And finally, I found my way to Medicine King Valley and obtained this prescription." Hearing this familiar name, Lang Van Fong was stunned and blurted out, "Medicine King Valley helps the world and saves people. How could their successor, Lien Tam, create something so harmful?" Ye Thin-Vu realized he seemed to know her and turned her head to ask him, "Oh, so the Holy One is also acquainted with Lien Tam. She's very shy around strangers. She's completely dedicated to researching the immortal path and medical arts." Lang Van Fong scratched his head, avoiding the question. That was 6 years ago. After speaking, he let out a weary sigh. Suddenly, he felt the topic of their conversation was a bit off. Hey, I'm the one asking you questions now. Don't change the subject." Ye Thin-Vu pursed her lips, her eyebrows furrowing slightly as she looked at him coldly. She turned her back to him, crossed her arms, and snorted, seeing her slender back and long, slim legs. Lang Van Fong's expression turned sorrowful. Ye Thin-Vu explained its benefits. The miraculous medicinal properties of child-bestowing guanyin. When a woman consumes it, it nourishes her yin, harmonizes her body, and allows her constitution to regenerate. It's like being reborn from a desperate situation. Within 3 days, the dark knot in the womb can be dispelled. However, she added, but because the medicinal properties are too strong, the whole body burns and the fires of passion are born. Those with other intentions use it to harm people. She glanced at him and asked softly, "Is this really the fault of the medicine and the physician herself?" Lang Van Fong frowned. He couldn't understand her. "If you knew all this, why would you still put it up for auction?" After he finished speaking, Ye Thin-Vu sighed. She reluctantly gave her answer. This was all to protect Lien Tam. "I also wanted to protect the miracle drug that could save thousands of women." Ye Thin-Vu turned around. She also told him, "Not long after I left, the Deep family evil people appeared in the underworld. They intended to abuse this medicine, using it as an aphrodisiac to harm people, and it only got worse from there." She recalled, "I tried my best to stop them, but I couldn't. They even had infertile people begging for the medicine, so I came up with a plan. Deep Thin Vu changed the packaging and branding, and the Diep family stopped selling the Guanyin's child-granting medicine. It was replaced with the name 2 Moons Spring Breeze. At the same time, we implemented isolated treatment for patients to completely stop this medicine from leaking out. After that, we used the name Impotence Powder at the night market and continued to sell it in small quantities. She continued, over time, the underworld only knew of the world's #1 aphrodisiac, the Impotence Powder, and forgot about Guanyin's child-granting and this 2 Moons Spring Breeze. While this one continued to benefit patients, Lang Van Fong remarked with a sigh, changing the name but not the medicine. That's exactly what a merchant like you would do. Deep Thin Vu crossed her arms. Not backing down, she replied. This was the best method I could think of, unless you have a better idea. Although he couldn't think of a better way, Lang Van Fong still tried to argue back. But this impotence powder you released has also caused a lot of trouble. Seeing this, Deep Thin Vu raised an eyebrow and decided to set him straight. Before impotence powder, the underworld already had things like Strange Smile Aphrodisiac and Burning Desire Powder causing chaos. Meanwhile, Guanyin's child-granting saved thousands of families who were desperate for a child. The impotence powder causes chaos on a small scale in exchange for saving tens of thousands of infertile families. If it were you, Holy Master, what would you choose? Tired of hearing those justifications, Lang Van Fong held up his hand in surrender. Stop. I can't win an argument against you. You win. Right after that, he turned to plead with her. But that friend of mine was seriously harmed by this impotence powder. Since you've already found a way to control the use of 2 Moons Spring Breeze, can you please stop selling this stuff? Consider it a favor I owe you. Whatever you ask, I'll definitely do it. Without a second thought, Deep Thin Vu said immediately, 5 favors. Faced with that absurd number, Lang Van Fong immediately objected. Whoa, what? Hey, do you think this is a market? You're haggling. 5 is too many. 2 at most. Deep Thin Vu lowered the price 4, but Lang Van Fong still didn't accept. He said decisively, no way. Still too many. 3 is the most I can do. Seeing that she had achieved her goal, Deep Thin Vu immediately agreed. Lang Van Fong stared at her blankly for a moment, then finally had to shake hands to seal the deal with her. But in his heart, he was still very reluctant. Why do I feel like something's not right? Why did you agree so easily? With a confident expression, Deep Thin Vu smiled and explained, because Lian Tam has already developed a new medicine with no more side effects, so we were already planning to discontinue this one anyway. Hearing this, Lang Van Fong was stunned, bewildered, dumbfounded, and utterly floored. It was only then that everything became clear. He exclaimed, Gods, I get it now. You two, mother and son, teamed up to trap me, didn't you? He recalled the past events. From the very beginning, your son set a trap provoking me just to figure out what I was up to. He continued, and then you show up to negotiate terms with me. From start to finish, I've been caught in your trap. Hearing those words, Deep Thin Vu smirked triumphantly. She began to mockingly praise him. Ever since the cold, heartless man secretly vanished from my side and evaporated from this world, you've really improved a lot. You can even see the ways of a merchant now. Every word was like a fatal dagger stabbing into Lang Van Fong, cold and heartless and silently, without a sound. But Lang Van Fong still tried to argue back. Hey, what do you mean secretly? I just didn't want to cause trouble for you people. Hearing that excuse, Deep Thin Vu turned her head away, ignoring him. She replied, even a stray dog you raise for a year that the maids feed and give water to knows to make a sound before it leaves. Only someone cold and heartless would suddenly disappear without a trace. Lang Van Fong could only scratch his head and say, Hey, weren't we just having a proper conversation a moment ago? Why are you suddenly bringing this up? I had no choice. Besides, for the kindness you showed me, I was grateful. If not for me, would your Diep family even exist today? Deep Thin Vu replied, Let's just say we're even then. So next, it's your turn, Holy Master, to repay my favor. Indignant at this situation, Lang Van Fong said, annoyed, This fast? You must have had this all planned out from the start, didn't you? This vicious woman. Hearing that Diep Thin Vu rushed forward, grabbed him by the collar, and yelled, "Don't you dare think I'm that kind of scheming person. This matter is extremely urgent, and it just so happens to meet the conditions, so I can't afford to delay." Not flinching at her words at all, Lang Van Fong retorted, "Stop trying to scare me. What could possibly exist that Diep Thin Vu, the #1 merchant in the world, can't do?" Hearing that, she suddenly froze, staring at him. The hand gripping his collar abruptly let go. She took a step back, lowered her head, and seemed to be suppressing her emotions with all her might. Diep Thin Vu said with a tremor in her voice, "Even I have times when I'm helpless." Realizing something had just happened, Lang Van Fong looked towards her. He stepped closer to ask, "Hey, you, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly acting like this? How can we possibly argue any further?" He let out a sigh, as if releasing the discomfort he'd been feeling, and also to regain his composure. Then Lang Van Fong said honestly, "You don't have to use a merchant's tactics to disguise yourself, even if this isn't a transaction. We've known each other for so long. If you're in any trouble, I'd be willing to do my best to help you." Those heartfelt words. Diep Thin Vu's nose began to sting. Mustering all her courage, she looked up at him and pleaded, "Save our son and our daughter. I'm out of options." Lang Van Fong froze solid. Her every word was like a boulder crashing down on his head. What son? What daughter? And ours. Lang Van Fong collapsed, utterly floored by the news. What kind of news did Lang Van Fong just hear? It was as shocking as a lightning strike to the head. He felt like he'd been completely split in two, his mouth hanging open, frozen in place. Van Fong began to question his own existence, asking himself, "Who am I? Where am I? Where did I come from, and where am I going?" Then, as if remembering and realizing something terrible, he thought to himself, "That's right. No wonder I thought that kid looked so familiar." An image of a red-haired boy appeared in Lang Van Fong's memory. Thinking back, he realized the boy looked exactly like himself as a child. He was completely terrified, thinking to himself, "He's a spitting image of me, back when I was young and devastatingly handsome." Standing in front of Diep Thin Vu, he hesitated, not knowing what to say next. Suddenly, he grabbed Thin Vu's hand. Van Fong denied it agitatedly. "But when did we ever have children? Before I left without a word, I always treated you with the utmost respect. I never crossed any lines with you." Diep Thin Vu angrily pulled her hand away and turned her face, leaving him a bit flustered. But then Thin Vu said something that shocked him to the core. She confessed softly, "Who wanted you to treat me with respect? It's so frustrating." At this point, Van Fong was completely bewildered. He asked, What do you mean by that?" Diep Thin Vu suddenly turned back, their faces now close. Her expression became serious as she said, "It was all fate. The child-granting guanyin powder mixed with wine. Its effect on women is just as I said before, but if a man drinks it," Van Fong asked worriedly, "If a man drinks it, what happens?" Thin Vu recalled wistfully, 18 years ago, I had just prepared the medicinal wine and was about to drink it, but I was suddenly interrupted by you." Flashback to 18 years ago when Diep Thin Vu was alone in her room. In her hands, she was cherishing a packet of medicine called child-granting guanyin. Suddenly, a knock on the door startled her. She quickly poured the packet into a wine decanter to enjoy later. She cleverly tucked the remaining empty packet into her chest. She called towards the door, "What is it?" Lang Van Fong entered in tattered clothes. Looking rather like a beggar, he calmly delivered the message. "There's a problem with the cloud boat at the port. The master told you to go and negotiate." Diep Thin Vu walked up to the man with the torn sleeve. Her face darkened. Ignoring his ragged appearance, he still looked stylish with one hand in his pocket, though his face held a hint of sadness. Thin Vu ignored all of it and said coldly, "I know." She turned her head as if just remembering the decanter of wine she had left there. After a moment's hesitation, worried about her wine, she maintained her cold expression and instructed, "Keep watch for me. I don't want anyone else entering the room." Lightly touching Lang Van Fong, she said very seriously, "And another thing. A drunkard like you needs to control himself. Don't you dare sneak a drink of the wine on the table." Lang Van Fong spoke as if he understood completely. "You don't have to keep reminding me." He nodded in agreement. After that surreal memory Thin Vu had just recounted, Van Fong still couldn't grasp the reality of the situation and continued to ask, "I remember the first part. But what happened after that?" Diep Thin Vu said resentfully, "After that, when I came back, I found you collapsed on the table. and half of the wine had been drunk by you. Hearing this, Lang Van Fong broke out in a cold sweat, stammering, And then what? At that, Deep Thin Vu continued angrily, and then, naturally, I had no choice but to reluctantly drink the small amount of wine that was left. By now, Van Fong's face was a mask of utter bewilderment. He could only listen as she continued. So. She hesitated, her cheeks blushing red. So, the next day, I woke up in bed and saw you lying next to me sleeping soundly, naked. The memory flooded back, an image of the two of them sleeping together on a large bed without a scrap of clothing. She turned to look at the sleeping Van Fong. The pillow covered half of his face, but he looked quite handsome. Deep Thin Vu's cheeks were flushed. She seemed quite moved and perhaps a little regretful. Her small finger reached out towards Van Fong. She poked Lang Van Fong's cheek once for no particular reason. Perhaps it was to confirm if this was all real. Deep Thin Vu's words from long ago quickly surfaced in Lang Van Fong's mind. Sooner or later, you'll leave me, you blockhead. Hearing that Lang Van Fong was a bit stunned and asked again, Then what did you do? Deep Thin Vu, slightly angry, sharply turned her eyes away. I put you back at the table pretending like nothing happened to avoid making things awkward for everyone. Lang Van Fong, a bit surprised by her actions, asked, Why do you think I, Lang Van Fong, am the kind of man who wouldn't take responsibility? Deep Thin Vu immediately explained her reasoning by asking him a question in return. If you had known about this back then, would you have stayed with the Diep family forever, stayed by my side? But it was clear Lang Van Fong was a bit irritated by her unilateral decision. Why would you think I wouldn't do that? Lang Van Feng's question left Deep Thin Vu stunned for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure. She turned away and coldly gave her answer. You would have, she continued slowly, but the moment I found you in that merchant's alley, I knew that your world wasn't meant to be with me. She turned her head back to look Lang Van Feng straight in the eye and said, Back then your will was shattered and you were a hopeless drunk, and I had you guard my door. Finally, Diep Thin Vu concluded, That was the only bad business deal I have ever made. Lang Van Feng was so shocked, he stammered, At that moment, Deep Thin Vu continued, But this time I got 3 favors back from you. Favors from the peerless, supreme lord of the divine continent. In the end, I made a profit after all. After hearing Deep Thin Vu's words, Lang Van Feng was stunned, not understanding her true meaning, but Deep Thin Vu remained silent, saying nothing more. Lang Van Feng seemed to understand her point and also fell silent, just looking at her. The two of them stared at each other, plunging the room into a deathly quiet. In the end, it was Lang Van Feng who broke the atmosphere. He cleared his throat and said, Let's talk about our child then. They are... Lang Van Feng was incredibly proud. As he spoke about their child with Diep Thin Vu, he said, Our son may be a bit cold, but for someone his age to remain that calm. In front of me, I doubt you could find many others like him in this world. He's truly too brilliant. If he doesn't learn to rein it in, he'll make a lot of enemies. A sudden thought struck Lang Van Feng. He immediately asked, Don't tell me someone is trying to hurt him. Are they? Deep Thin Vu immediately shook her head, indicating that wasn't the case. She began to speak slowly. From a merchant's point of view, he is truly exceptional, so much so that he surpasses others his age. His strategy and guts in the world of commerce. Even I would say I'm no match for him. Lang Van Feng admitted a little embarrassed. That's right. He played me for a fool just a moment ago. But I'm still very happy for you, for raising such an outstanding son. He looked up towards the ceiling and sighed. I don't know why, but right now... His voice faltered slightly. I'm a little happy too. Seeing him like this, Diep Thin Vu could only remain silent before letting out a sigh. She hesitated before speaking to Lang Van Feng. Actually, they... She fell silent for a long moment. Finally, Diep Thin Vu made up her mind and told him, Are not our son. Lang Van Feng was so shocked his jaw dropped. What is it? Diep Thin Vu stepped forward, closing the distance between them. She leaned in and whispered into his ear, That is our daughter. Upon hearing this, his face instantly turned grim. An unknown amount of time passed before a loud scream echoed throughout the entire building. Over in another area, Deep Thin Vu's child heard the blood-curdling scream and was a little bewildered. They silently and carefully observed the room. Deep Tin Vu immediately clapped her hand over Lang Vunfeng's mouth. She warned him, "Be quiet. Aren't you supposed to be the composed one?" Lang Vunfeng pulled her hand away and demanded, "Something that shatters my entire worldview has just happened, and you're telling me to be composed." After regaining his composure, he quickly asked, "What in the world is going on?" Deep Tin Vu lowered her head in silence, not offering an immediate answer. She slowly walked towards the tea table. Deep Tin Vu gently sat down in the chair. Seeing this, Lang Vunfeng also walked over and sat down. He was extremely impatient by now and urged her, "Hurry up and tell me." Deep Tin Vu remained silent, as if gathering her courage to speak. After a moment, she slowly began her story. After the two of them were born, the Diep family's business was on the verge of collapse. A scene quickly flashed by as she spoke. "My father, the head of the main family, only had one daughter. At that time, our clan was like ants on a hot pan. Countless people were eyeing us, waiting to strike." She continued her story. "During those years of turmoil, we had rival merchants watching from the outside, and people within the clan who wanted to carve up our assets. If I hadn't stepped in, the Deep family would have fallen apart. So I poured almost all of my time into the family business. After taking over the company, she threw herself into her work, losing count of the time she fell asleep at her desk." Lang Vunfeng listened intently as Deep Tin Vu recounted everything. He couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for her for having shouldered that burden all by herself during that time. And she even made the Deep family the most powerful trading house in the land. The hardship involved is something outsiders could never understand. "My unification of the divine continent was also thanks to your help. You truly live up to your name as the merchant sage Diep Tin Vu." Despite the praise, Diep Tin Vu sadly lowered her head. Deep Tin Vu spoke dejectedly. "Even now, I deeply regret it, throwing my life into the family business like that, and neglecting my children." Deep Tin Vu sighed in despair. He spoke up and asked, "So, that's why the children became like this?" But Deep Tin Vu shook her head. She continued, "They loved me very much. They were so understanding. But when they were 6 years old," Deep Tin Vu fell silent. After a moment, she said with some hesitation, "They were kidnapped." Hearing this, Lang Vunfeng was stunned and exclaimed, "What?" In his anger, his hand on the wooden chair crushed it, making a cracking sound. He spoke with a hint of accusation. "How could you be so careless?" Deep Tin Vu's sharp gaze darted towards the source of the sound. The wooden chair had been crushed by his grip. Deep Tin Vu adjusted her glasses and said coldly, "This chair was the favorite possession of Headmaster Wu Dan, the leader of the Wu Xuan sect 3,000 years ago. It was the last thing he carved before his death, a one-of-a-kind piece. Remember to compensate me." Lang Vunfeng was slightly surprised, letting out a small "oh," but he calmly continued, "You haven't changed a bit since I first met you." Deep Tin Vu immediately replied, "Thank you for the compliment." Lang Vunfeng continued, "You tricked me earlier. Don't even think about trying to trap me again." He quickly performed the minor heaven and earth reversal technique. A small vortex formed in his hand, and the crushed part of the wooden chair returned to its original shape. Lang Vunfeng asked smugly, "How about that good as new?" Seeing this, Deep Tin Vu was a little stunned. She just scoffed coldly and said nothing more. Deep Tin Vu suddenly spoke up. "If back then..." Lang Vunfeng also grew tense at her words. "Back then what?" But Deep Tin Vu just shook her head and said, "It's nothing." She was filled with sadness and self-blame. The kidnapping was very sudden and very strange. To this day, I still haven't found a single clue. She got lost in thought, trying to remember. That day, as was the Deep family custom, I was reviewing the account books for our businesses in various places. Suddenly, a girl ran in frantically from outside. She was panting heavily, shouting, "Young mistress! Young mistress!" Diep Tin Vu didn't even look up, her eyes fixed on the ledger as she spoke to the girl. "You've been by my side for many years. How many times have I told you? No matter what happens, do not panic." The girl noticed a stranger was present. She composed herself, approached, and whispered something in her ear. Immediately, she dropped both the ledger and the brush she was holding to the ground. Deep Tin Vu's expression was a complex mix of confusion, panic, and a hint of numbness. She stood frozen, unable to believe her ears. She turned her head horrified and asked the girl, "How could this be? The guards were all top-tier elites." The girl choked back tears. "It's just so bizarre." The young master and young mistress, they just vanished like that. They only left a ransom note. Deep Tinvu turned back, feeling as if her soul had left her body. She herself could no longer remain calm. She rushed past the girl towards the door and shouted at her, "Follow me." She tried to recall the situation back then. I used all of the family's intelligence resources, but I couldn't find a single lead. Seeing the clutter on the table, Diep Tin slammed her hand down on it. She roared in anger, startling everyone present. Useless, all of them. Back in the present, she sits opposite Lang Vun Fong, her head bowed as she suppresses her grief. He spoke up to be able to take them from under the protection of so many experts. They must be no ordinary foe to be able to hire such masters. It's impossible to even determine their motive, is it? Diep Tin closed her eyes tightly. The world of business is like a battlefield, yet it's different. On a battlefield, two sides slaughter each other. At worst, one dies, one is wounded, or both perish. But in business, if you lose, your entire clan of hundreds can be wiped out overnight. At this, she furrowed her delicate brows. Therefore, I have many enemies. Each one is cunning and cautious, leaving no trace behind. Finding a clue is nearly impossible. I had no idea where to even begin. Anyone could be a suspect, or no one could be. Lang Vun Fong asked curiously, "So, how did you find the children after that?" Diep Tin shook her head. "I tried everything, but I couldn't find them. But then a month later, she suddenly started reminiscing. Back then, she was so anxious she just paced back and forth in her room, unable to do anything else. She was trying to think of something. Just then, that girl appeared again, running towards her and shouting, 'Miss, miss!' Diep Tin expression changed instantly when she heard her yelling. I have urgent news." She was panting heavily from running, forcing out each word. "The young master and young miss. They're back. They're at the front gate." Diep Tin shouted, "Then why haven't you brought them in to see me?" The girl replied, "The young master won't let anyone near them." Hearing this, Diep Tin just as before, lost her composure and bolted out. Leaving the girl behind, struggling to catch her breath, she ran down to the courtyard, taking the long flight of 3 steps at once, ignoring the high heels she was wearing. Outside the main gate, there was a small silhouette. The tiny figure of 2 children, one carrying the other. As she got closer, the silhouette became clearer. A little boy in tattered clothes was carrying a little girl on his back. The girl's condition was no better than his. When Diep Tin saw the children, she broke into a joyful smile and tried to run even faster to them. But when the children were finally standing in front of her, her expression suddenly changed. Her mouth fell open in horror. Diep Tin eyes widened, filled with terror. Truk Tu Hai Tum's son was covered in scratches along with Lin Sin. Lin Tum's daughter was sleeping on his back with her eyes closed. Neither of them were wearing shoes, and their clothes were torn beyond description. The state these 2 children were in was something they should never have had to endure. No one knew what they had been through to be able to return after being missing for a whole month. Diep Tin covered her mouth to stifle a sob. Tears streamed down her face as she cried silently. Truk Tu, with a dazed look in his eyes, only now seemed to notice someone had been standing in front of him all this time. He looked up, but his face was completely devoid of expression. It was cold. As Diep Tin looked at the 2 children, tears once again streamed down her face. Suddenly, Truk Tu squeezed his eyes shut and swayed as if he was about to collapse. Diep Tin was taken by surprise, but she managed to quickly open her arms and catch both Lin Sin and Truk Tu. Before the children lost consciousness, they both fainted and fell into Diep Tin arms. She held the children, her tears flowing freely. Back in the present, Lang Vun Fong, in disbelief, asked her again, "So, what happened after that? What happened to them?" Diep Tin slowly stood up, not answering him right away. She walked over to the window and looked down below. Only then did she speak. "After that kidnapping, the 2 of them changed completely. My son, except for me and his sister, became cold and ruthless towards everyone without a shred of mercy." Diep Tin shed a tear and continued speaking through choked sobs. "And my daughter is even." Lang Vun Fong just sat there, silently waiting for her answer. Diep Tin wiped her tears from behind the thin, round glasses she was wearing. She spoke again about her daughter. "If her brother is home, she'll lock herself in her room. That girl." Lin Sin withdraws into that one single space. 3 meals a day, bathing, changing clothes. She never comes out. Only her brother and I are allowed inside. Deep Thin Vu pointed towards a tightly shut door. Her hand suddenly trembled as if she was terrified. Her voice also shook with worry as she spoke. Whenever her brother goes out for work, she becomes like that. She puts on a mask and becomes the young master of the Depp family, as if she is her brother, helping me and him handle all internal affairs. Long Vun Fong also looked in the direction Deep Thin Vu was pointing, his brow furrowed. He seemed displeased. After a moment, he spoke up again, asking, "Then why, with things being so difficult, and did you still not come find me?" Deep Thin Vu let out a long sigh. She reluctantly explained to him, "I've always kept an eye on your situation. Even though the children have never asked about their father, I know that you hold an irreplaceable place in their hearts. It's just I could never find the right time." Her words made Lang Vun Feng's heart ache. That trace of pain was clear on his face. She looked at him, her words carrying a hint of blame. "But back then, you were fighting wars everywhere, your name renowned throughout the world. You had so many enemies. If I told you to acknowledge each other, wouldn't that have just put the children in even more danger? That's why I didn't look for you." After saying that, Deep Thin Vu no longer looked at Lang Vun Feng. At the same time, he also stood up from his chair. He walked over to her side, clasping his hands behind his back. "Ever since I've known you to be a very strong-willed person." Deep Thin Vu cut him off, not understanding what he was trying to imply. "What are you trying to say?" This time he looked straight into her eyes and said, "Sometimes relying on others like me, for instance, isn't a blow to one's pride. I too had to rely on the help of my sworn brothers to get where I am today. You may be strong on the outside, but you're still a woman after all." Lang Vun Feng's words made her cheeks flush red. She turned her head to hide her embarrassment. Deep Thin Vu asked, "So, do you have a way to help?" Lang Vun Feng suggested, "A sickness of the mind needs a spiritual healer. Let me try to listen to her heart's voice." Immediately after, he closed his eyes, and a faint light began to glow on his forehead. It was telepathy. Deep Thin Vu could do nothing but stand by and wait for the result from him. He was using his telepathic ability to reach out to his daughter. His power erupted, causing a strong wind to sweep through the room. Deep Thin Vu's hair and the hem of his robes flew in the gale. His mind traveled beyond the room where they stood. Then it continued on, entering another room that was neatly arranged. He saw someone sitting on a large sofa placed in that room. The person had their head bowed. There were strange patterns on their face. Based on the hairstyle, he could tell it was a young man. Long Vun Feng used his own power to enter the boy's mind, even though this was an unauthorized intrusion. He saw and swiftly passed through each neural pathway heading towards the center of consciousness. Another space welcomed him, a place where there were only fragmented rays of light. They gradually merged into a single unified entity, creating a simulated space and another space filled with tiny lights like stars, he thought to himself. With the first level of mind reading, I can sense what he's thinking. As he wished, a pitch-black void appeared before him, nothing but dense darkness. But now he could see something in front of him. A pair of hands resting on knees, but they were quite faint, and now he could see them clearly. It appeared crystal clear. Right in front of him was the boy. He was still in the same position, completely unchanged. It seemed he couldn't see him, even though he was standing right behind him. Thin Vu's son thought anxiously, Mom and the saintly master have been in there talking for so long. What's the result? He let out a long, quiet sigh, thinking about this saintly master Ling Yunfeng. He's truly no ordinary person. An imposing aura, a natural authority, and magical arts more incredible than anything I've ever seen. He nearly shattered my mind. His hands trembled, clutching his pants so tightly they wrinkled. He told himself, "No, I'm not strong enough yet." Thin Vu's son's face grew somber. He was still shaking, blaming himself. When Big Brother isn't here, I'm the only one who can protect my little sister. I have to become more reliable. What on earth should I do? What am I supposed to do? Suddenly, Ling Yunfeng's spiritual projection appeared behind him. Ling Yunfeng looked at him, frowning slightly and thinking, as I thought, there's a problem. Suddenly, Thin Vu's son felt something nearby. He turned to look left and right, then called out, "Who's there?" At that moment, Ling Yunfeng was floating above. He slowly spoke Mid-Autumn Festival. The surroundings immediately became pitch black. Meanwhile, Ling Yunfeng's physical body was still in Thin Vu's room, his face motionless. His eyes were shut tight. A moment later, Ling Yunfeng's consciousness returned. He snapped awake, his eyes wide open. The moment she saw him open his eyes, Diep Thin Vu rushed over and asked urgently, "How did it go?" Ling Yunfeng let out a breath. His brow furrowed slightly as he said in a low voice, "He's a completely independent person. He sees himself as the older brother protecting his little sister, trying to make himself more mature and stronger." Hearing this, Diep Thin Vu sadly lowered her head. She spoke slowly. "Before we also found someone with mind reading to understand his true thoughts. We used that to prescribe medicine, but... Thin Vu looked up straight at Ling Yunfeng. "Just as you said, he's not just pretending to be a brother to escape. He truly sees himself as the brother who protects his sister." At this, her eyes filled with sadness again as she asked in a small voice, "Even you don't have a way to help?" Spells flashed through Ling Yunfeng's mind. He calmly replied, "Humans have 6 or 7 senses: ears, eyes, nose, tongue, body, and mind. The first level of mind reading can only understand intent." He thought for a moment, then continued, "It's good enough for stealing intelligence. But to handle this kind of situation, it's not enough." Suddenly, Ling Yunfeng's expression changed. He made a decision. "Then I'll go down another level." Diep Thin Vu asked in surprise. "Go down another level," Ling Yunfeng said in a serious tone. Going down another level is the point where the mind's will stirs, where a myriad of thoughts are born. Buddhism calls this the manas vijnana, the seventh consciousness. Confucianism and Taoism call it the inception of intent. Ling Yunfeng turned and continued to explain. With mind reading, quite a few can reach the level of understanding intent, but not many can reach the inception of intent. After speaking, he immediately began to meditate in mid-air. Ling Yunfeng pressed his palms together. Tiny flickering lights appeared around him. He chanted in his mind reading second level inception of thought. As soon as he finished, a ray of light flashed from the center of his forehead. That ray of light shot straight forward. It continued right through the wall of the room, moving toward the door of the living room opposite them. And that ray of light was aimed directly at where Thin Vu's son was sitting. It instantly flew into the center of his forehead. Thin Vu's son suddenly shuddered. He looked around, not understanding what had just happened. In the dim darkness, a brilliant light appeared. Ling Yunfeng stood alone, observing the bubbles filled with the thoughts of Thin Vu's son. He was searching for that important soul fragment. And he told himself, at the inception of intent, 400 thoughts can be born in the snap of a finger. I can observe the cause of their inception. Ling Yunfeng floated amidst the thoughts in the mind of Thin Vu's son. He suddenly saw a bubble that was a little different. Inside, Thin Vu's son was sitting alone, lost in thought. A stream of negative thoughts was in his mind. "I'm so weak. I want to be strong. I want to be strong." Ling Yunfeng remained silent and turned to look at the other bubbles. Another bubble appeared. It showed an image of Thin Vu's son, clutching his head and shouting, "Brother, why haven't you come back? If it were him, he definitely wouldn't be like this. I have to be like him to protect my sister." Yet another bubble appeared. This time it was an image of him rubbing his chin, thinking, "Can I win over the saintly master? No. Besides Mom and me, no one will truly be good to my sister. I can't be weak." Ling Yunfeng looked pensively at those floating soul fragments. Among the hundreds of those soul thoughts, every single one carried the sound of self-blame. Ling Yunfeng sighed softly. Sigh. It's all thoughts of protecting his sister. Suddenly, Ling Yunfeng clutched his left chest, his brow furrowing slightly as he thought, "Damn it! This kid is actually making me like him. What on earth did he go through?" He stood silently amidst the bubbles. Suddenly, he saw a pink bubble very different from the others. He slowly moved closer to it to see the scene inside a very young girl. Her feet were shackled. She sat in a corner with her face buried in her knees. Ling Yunfeng was utterly shocked. When he saw this, his eyes wide. The little girl inside was wearing tattered clothes. Her dark eyes were still stained with a few tears. She trembled as she spoke. "Brother, save me. Brother, save me. I'm so scared. I'm so scared." Ling Yunfeng couldn't help but reach out his hand, intending to touch that bubble. But before he could even touch it, the surrounding bubbles began to swell up one by one, growing larger and larger, about to engulf Ling Yunfeng, completely causing him to panic. The bubbles are quickly moving closer together, as if to protect that purple orb. The voice of her son echoed in the air. I have to protect my sister. I have to protect my sister. What do I do? What do I do? Those bubbles gradually receded from Lang Van Fong's sight. Back in Deep Thin Vu's room, she was still watching Lang Van Fong intently, his eyes shut in deep concentration. Suddenly, Lang Van Fong's eyes shot open. He stared blankly at Deep Thin Vu. She jumped, startled that he was awake. She stammered worriedly, Did you find anything? Lang Van Fong's expression turned grave. He offered his theory. It's likely that the child's psyche, in its intense desire for a protector, created this current personality. One that could protect itself at any moment. He clenched his trembling fists, furious. Damn it! What in the world did they go through? Hearing Lang Van Fong's words, Deep Thin Vu's eyes welled up with tears. She lowered her head and replied sadly, I've been investigating for years, but there are no clues. My son and daughter. They just won't open up and tell us what happened. Lang Van Fong seemed to be at a loss as well. He sighed softly and replied, Just like this, it's still no good. We can only guess at the cause. By now, a tear was rolling down Thin Vu's cheek. She confided in a low voice, I know my daughter is suffering so much. But I don't dare show my anxiety in front of her. I tell myself I have to be strong. I have to make her feel safe. As she spoke, her crying turned into sobs, and she began to blame herself. I regret it so much. Why was I so careless back then? I wish they had come for me. Why did they have to hurt my children? Lang Van Fong watched her with a pained expression as she cried heartbrokenly, her body trembling as she tried to hold back the endless stream of tears. He frowned and lowered his head. His face darkened. Lang Van Fong patted her shoulder comfortingly. Deep Thin Vu looked up at him and asked fearfully, Is there still no way? Lang Van Fong's face suddenly hardened. He said sternly, Her telepathy has another level, one that can know everything. Hearing this, Deep Thin Vu's eyes widened in surprise. She asked doubtfully, Then why don't you use it? Lang Van Fong let out a sharp breath, his gaze distant. He answered calmly, Because that is the alaya vijnana, what the Buddha spoke of. The fundamental mind consciousness. He hesitated before continuing. It is the fundamental mind consciousness. Lang Van Fong clasped his hands behind his back, his expression serious. Compared to the 7th level, where intent arises, this place hides everything, boundless and infinite. To enter this realm and remain stable, one needs a tranquil mind. To enter the state beyond thought and non-thought, it requires someone with immense mental fortitude. He bowed his head and continued softly, Although I can enter this state, my mind is filled with endless conflict and domineering thoughts. If I force my way in, I'm afraid I'll harm her primal spirit. Deep Thin Vu looked at him and asked, Then what do we do? Hearing her question, he quickly replied, There is one other person in this world who can enter that state. She thought of a woman with long white hair, a string of green beads floating above her hand. Beach High Tam of the Pure Thought Mountain Gate. Lang Van Fong, hearing her, looked surprised. What? You know her? Suddenly Thin Vu sighed and answered him slowly. Beach High Tam of the Buddhist Holy Land, the Pure Thought Mountain Gate. Who doesn't know of her? I've been searching for her for many years. But her movements are secretive. Like a divine dragon, you only see the head, but never the tail. I've never been able to find a trace of her. Hearing this, Van Fong glanced away, looking extremely shifty. He raised a hand to scratch his cheek. Well, actually, I have a way to find her. When she heard him, she urgently said in a loud voice, What did you say? Why didn't you say so sooner? He broke into a nervous sweat, not daring to look at her, thinking to himself, This is so awkward. It's making me remember a past I don't dare to recall. Van Fong, flustered, scratched his face again and replied, No, it's nothing. Why would I need to go find her? She lunged forward and roughly grabbed his hand. Thin Vu started pulling him along, shouting, Then what are you standing there for? Take me to her. The Deep family just finished building the 10,000-mile divine travel system. We can go anywhere in the divine continent. As he was being dragged away, he yelled, Hey, wait a minute. Hold on. She turned her head, annoyed. What now? It was only when she looked back that she realized with a start that she was holding Van Fong's hand. Thin Vu shyly pulled her hand away. Van Fong just gave a wry smile and said nothing. Thin Vu tucked her hair behind her ear and said, "Don't you want to heal my daughter as soon as possible?" He sighed. "Of course I do. Wait here while I contact her." She turned in surprise. "Contact her? How?" He put a hand to his face, looked up at the sky, and stammered, She and I have an unspeakable way of communicating. Anyway, just wait." Thin Vu frowned troubled. "An unspeakable way of communicating. You too." Hearing this, he put a hand to his forehead, speechless. Van Fong turned away and clasped his hands together, which annoyed Thin Vu immensely. He closed his eyes, thinking, mind, world, fate, spirit, destiny. Van Fong closed his eyes and used telepathy to call out to her. Bitch Hai Tam, are you there?" As soon as he called, a voice replied, Well, if it isn't the Holy Sage. You finally have time to look for me, do you?" Hearing her, Van Fong replied awkwardly, It's me. I have a favor to ask." The voice on the other end quickly replied, "Oh, I'm at the Medicine King Valley. Come on over, Holy Sage." After finishing his conversation with Hai Tam, he turned back and said, "She's at the Medicine King Valley. Let's go." After hearing him, she replied, "I'm not going anymore. I invite our Holy Sage of the 9 provinces to please go ahead." "What do you mean, go ahead? Weren't you the one who said you wanted to come along just a moment ago?" His eyes widened in surprise as he asked again. She crossed her arms annoyed and turned away. Thin Vu said, "If it's the Holy Sage's unspeakable acquaintance, it wouldn't be very convenient for me to go." Her reply left him frozen. He just said, and trailed off. Thin Vu coldly strode past him, went straight to her desk, and started typing something. With a few quick taps, a large blue portal leading somewhere opened up. She pointed at the portal and said, "Holy Sage, please hurry up and go." He walked to the portal, then turned back and said, "All right, I'll be back soon." Before he could finish, he walked into the portal and gradually disappeared. Here in Medicine King Valley, the warm sun shines everywhere. Van Fong steps out from the portal. As soon as he stepped out, his eyes widened at what he saw. Ahead of him was a huge crowd of people. He stood behind the crowd watching for a moment and thought, it's been a while since I've been to Medicine King Valley. Why is it so lively? Suddenly, a loud shout came from the front of the crowd. "Get out of the way! Can't you see our master wants to see the doctor?" The shout came from a tall, large man standing in front of a palanquin. Seated on it was an elderly-looking man dressed in yellow robes and a large hat. His expression was not pleasant at all. This must be the master, who was just mentioned. A brown-haired man in the crowd pointed at the bald man and said, "Hey, you! How can you cut in line? There's a queue here." The bald man sneered, cleaning his ear as he spoke. "You peasants dare to talk about lining up with my master." Hearing this, the crowd erupted in anger, shouting, "We've been waiting in line for a long time to get treatment." Everyone follows the rules, but after hearing them, he didn't move aside. Instead, he arrogantly pointed at the crowd and said mockingly, "Those rules are for lowly peasants like you. Do you have any idea who my master is? Even if I beat you to death, I wouldn't have to take any responsibility." After speaking, he flexed his biceps and slabs of rock began to encase his entire arm. "Get lost!" He roared, his arm now covered in stone. He charged at the crowd, causing everyone to recoil in fear. They instinctively raised their hands to shield themselves from his deadly punch. Van Fong, who had been standing there and witnessed the whole scene, spoke. "Universe within my grasp." Around him, everything turned blue and time stopped. At that very moment, the punch, just inches from a man's face, froze, unable to move. He walked step by step towards the thug who was frozen in place along with everyone else. Van Fong raised his fist in front of the man, his gaze icy cold. He lightly tapped the man's arm with 2 fingers. Suddenly, a golden light emanated from Van Fong's feet. The wind began to stir from where he stood, sending out countless orange-gold ripples. The ripples spread all the way to the old master's palanquin. Van Fong then walked straight into the house in front of him, pushing aside the curtain to enter. Outside, everything was still frozen motionless. Then suddenly, everything returned to normal. The man who had been cowering with his hands up and mouth agape in fear suddenly looked bewildered, his terrified expression gone. The thug also looked down at his own arm. It was no longer covered in rock. Instead, it was bent into a grotesque, unnatural shape. Seeing his arm like this, he screamed, "My arm! What happened to my arm?" The old master on the palanquin, having seen what just happened, shouted, "Insolence! Who dares to cause trouble?" Suddenly the palanquin began to shake violently, causing him to dart his eyes around. He had no idea what was happening. The bearers carrying the palanquin were turning in another direction, their backs to him, and leaving. A strange golden light was emanating from all of them. The master sitting on top angrily yelled, "Hey, what are you doing?" But the bearers below all turned their heads in unison. It seemed they were hypnotized. The old master on top continued to shout furiously, "I'm going to fire all of you, everyone there," watched in utter confusion as the palanquin moved further and further away. Meanwhile, in the house, Van Fong had just entered. The curtain fluttered in the wind. Inside, a girl was sitting by a bed. A blue light emanated from her, while the girl on the bed was also enveloped in that same strange light. Levitating in midair, Lin Tam was sitting and chanting a spell to heal another girl. The wound on the patient's stomach was cleaned and held in place by acupuncture needles. The injured girl's entire body was levitating. Lin Tam, with her eyes closed, focused on chanting the spell, a blue aura glowing around her. Suddenly, from the wound, a scalpel embedded in a white, egg-sized mass of flesh flew out, leaving a few trails of blood. The mass of flesh landed in a surgical tray. After depositing the flesh into the tray, the scalpel returned, hovering in front of Lin Tam. She stood up, sighed, and wiped the sweat from her forehead. She walked closer to the injured girl who was now lying on the bed. As Lin Tam was wiping her brow, a voice spoke from behind her. "Long time no see. When did this place get so lively?" Lin Tam turned to see who it was. Her face lit up with joy. She asked, "How did you get here so fast?" Lang Van Fong replied softly, "I came to find Beach Hai Tam. I have something to discuss with her." He asked, "Where is she?" Lin Tam, smiling as she wiped the sweat from her forehead, said, "Hai Tam is in the valley. She said you can just go find her." Lang Van Fong asked in surprise, "Aren't the rules of Medicine King Valley supposed to keep most visitors away?" He said, "You barely see anyone all year, right?" Then he continued, "So why is it like this now?" Lin Tam stood up and explained cheerfully, "Because I'm a great doctor, if I can save more people every day, then the rules can be broken." She said, "Ever since I met you, I've come to understand that principle." Lang Van Fong patted Lin Tam's head. He said, "You've worked hard." Then he asked, "So why are there two lines outside?" Lin Tam sighed, her face blushing slightly. She explained, "People normally come for treatment, but some use it as an excuse to confess their feelings to me. No matter how I refuse, it's useless." As she spoke, she recalled scenes of young men bringing her flowers to confess. Lin Tam continued, "So to improve treatment efficiency, I told them that if they want to confess, they're not allowed to cut the line. They have to form a separate line, and I'll only get to them when I have free time." Lang Van Fong was surprised. He said, "Wow, these guys are really persistent." Lin Tam pouted, saying angrily, "These guys, every one of them smells like an animal. They're not sincere at all. They just look at my face. I don't understand what they see in me to say they like me." Lang Van Fong said coldly, "I'll take care of it for you." Then he told her to continue seeing her patients. Hearing Lang Van Fong say that, Lin Tam joyfully hugged his arm and said, Okay, you've really saved me a huge hassle." Lang Van Fong affectionately tapped Lin Tam on the forehead and said, "Oh, you. Ever since you met me, you've had no rules." Hearing him say that, Lin Tam stuck out her tongue playfully. Then Lang Van Fong waved goodbye to Lin Tam and said, "Go on, keep seeing your patients." In the courtyard, a large crowd was still gathered. They were lined up neatly in 2 rows, waiting for their turn. A young man holding a vibrant bouquet of flowers gently sniffed its fragrance. In front of and behind the young man with the bouquet were other young men. Everyone was holding a bouquet of flowers and adjusting their appearance. Suddenly, the line of men holding flowers felt something strange happening to their bodies. The men with the flowers started to panic, clamoring, "What's going on? Why are our legs moving on their own?" The line of men with flowers automatically turned around and faced the opposite direction. Everyone panicked and shouted, "Is this the work of some spiritual force?" Then the line of men with flowers started running away from the treatment room. Someone tried to yell back, "Lien Tam no!" The group ran non-stop into the distance, leaving behind only a cloud of dust and an echoing voice. "I'll be back." At the entrance to the Medicine King Valley, a thick fog blanketed the scenery. He could only see birds flying high above and the faint outlines of trees in the distance. Lang Vanfong stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He stood amidst the fog thinking, the Medicine King Valley is one of the 5 great mystical realms of the divine continent. Without a guide from inside, anyone who enters rashly will surely get lost in there. He thought, and there's only one way out, death. Its mysteries remain unsolved to this day. Lang Vanfong cautiously took step after step forward. His figure grew fainter and fainter in the fog. The scenery of the Medicine King Valley was always shrouded in a thick fog, making it impossible to see the surroundings clearly. Lang Vanfong remained calm as he walked through the mist. He didn't say a word, just silently moved forward. Lang Vanfong reached a small river. The fog had cleared a bit here, and the shapes of mountains could be seen ahead. Right next to the river was a peach tree in full, vibrant bloom. Beneath the peach tree, a long-haired girl was sitting on a stone bench, quietly gazing at the river. Without turning around, the girl spoke softly. Holy Lord, you've arrived. Lang Vanfong awkwardly scratched his face. He remained silent, not yet replying. He thought to himself, in this entire world, she's the one person I dare not face. He slowly walked over to the stone table where the girl was sitting. He silently and somberly sat down on the stone bench opposite her. Facing the girl, a drop of sweat trickled down his anxious face. He quietly observed the girl before him. Beach High Tam was serene. She said nothing, simply lost in the scenery before her. Just then, Lang Vanfong awkwardly broke the silence. He hesitated. I didn't... Before Lang Vanfong could finish, Beach High Tam gently picked up a seed from the plate. Beach High Tam held the seed up in front of Lang Vanfong. He was surprised, not knowing what she intended to do. Beach High Tam gently dropped the seed to the ground. The seed lay on the soil, then it began to sprout, and very quickly a young shoot emerged. The shoot also quickly split into its first 2 leaves, stretching upright. The seedling began to grow rapidly. The 2 young leaves gradually grew larger, and the plant grew taller. Then very quickly the plant matured, blossomed, and bore fruit. A very large watermelon formed. Once ripe, the watermelon automatically moved to the center of the stone table. Beach High Tam said softly, It's been a long time. Why are you still so formal with me, Holy Lord? As she spoke, she flicked her finger, and the watermelon was sliced into pieces. Then she continued, How scary could I be? And to make the Holy Lord feel like he can't even face me. The watermelon was quickly and neatly cut into beautiful slices. Lang Vanfong was embarrassed. He thought anxiously, with her one-thought life manifested technique, I really can't hide anything from her. Beach High Tam lowered her gaze and said, Holy Lord, you no longer owe me anything. Everything was my own decision. Hearing Beach High Tam say this, Lang Vanfong scratched his head, avoiding her gaze. He said awkwardly, If it's one-thought life manifested, why can't I sense what you're thinking? Beach High Tam said softly, It's not like that. As she spoke, she picked up a slice of watermelon and offered it to him. Beach High Tam said, It's just that my heart has no second thoughts. When a thought is born, it is spoken, so the Holy Lord and I only speak what we truly think. There's no other meaning to it. Lang Vanfong slowly reached out and took the slice of watermelon from Beach High Tam's hand. Beach High Tam continued, Just like right now. You and I are reunited, and my heart is filled with joy. The Holy Lord can surely feel that as well. Lang Vanfong looked at the watermelon slice in his hand and smiled gently. Lang Vanfong took a bite of the watermelon, chewing slowly. After the first bite, Lang Vanfong looked at the slice in his hand and asked in surprise, What is this? It's so delicious, so sweet, Beach High Tam said. This is something the 2 little rascals in the valley found in a hidden, wondrous place. It seems to be a relic from 500 years ago, from before the age of cultivation. She continued, It's called a moving bone watermelon. Lang Vanfong looked around and asked, Little rascals, what kids? Since when were there children in this valley? Beach High Tam gently pointed forward. Lang Vanfong, while eating the watermelon, followed the direction of her finger. He glanced behind him. Suddenly from behind Lang Vanfong, a voice said, Father, why are you here? As soon as he heard that voice, he immediately spat out the watermelon in his mouth, his eyes wide with shock, breaking into a cold sweat. However, at that moment, the watermelon seeds he spat out were flying straight towards Beach High Tam. Very quickly, Lang Vanfong shouted a spell, Universe Halt. he said, full of anxiety. After Lang Vunfeng's incantation, the 3 watermelon seeds stopped right in front of Bitch Haitum, but she just calmly smiled as if nothing had happened. In a dreamlike space with flower petals drifting down in the wind, Bitch Haitum and Lang Vunfeng sat facing each other. Both fell into a deep silence as Lang Vunfeng slowly collected himself. He turned his head to look behind him. As he looked, filled with anxiety, Lang Vunfeng's eyes widened in alarm, sweat pouring down his face like rain. Behind Lang Vunfeng stood a little girl with long hair. The little girl laughed as she ran happily towards him. Terrified and anxious, Lang Vunfeng whipped his head back around, quickly looking down, his eyes evasive as sweat started to drench his face. Vunfeng shook his head frantically. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. Sweat was pouring off him as he tried to calm himself. Calm down. Calm down. This is too sudden. I wasn't prepared at all. But I, this venerable one, have faced shocks like this constantly. So I should be used to it by now. Must stay calm. Stay calm. Can't cry. I can't cry. Saying this, he took a deep breath to compose himself. Then Vunfeng cautiously looked up at Haitum. He saw her gentle smile, which flustered him a little. He immediately used a dispelling spell on her. After being hit by Vunfeng's dispelling spell, Haitum looked around in a daze, unaware of what had just occurred. Then she started acting normally, as if nothing had happened at all. She picked up a slice of watermelon to eat, but suddenly Haitum froze. She let go of the watermelon slice and saw it hovering in the air. It seemed Haitum had realized Vunfeng used the dispelling spell on her. She smiled and said, "So, this is the Holy Venerable One's exclusive ultimate technique, the Universe I Command." Truly an unprecedented masterful skill. Vunfeng looked at her and gave a strained smile. Then he pointed at the child behind him and asked, "What on earth is going on?" Haitum calmly replied, "That child's name is Lin Sin. She's our daughter." Sweat poured from Vunfeng like a waterfall. He laughed foolishly and said, "I could even accept a more fantastical explanation right now. No, but I want to know what this is all about." Haitum knew that he had been constantly meeting his children these past few days, so she felt he should be adapting to this situation. A little by now, right. Haitum created a lotus flower. She tilted her head slightly and looked at him. "One lotus gives life. The lotus flower bears a lotus seed. Have I never told you?" "Us. Oh, say this." Vunfeng flustered, said, "You know better than I do." Only she knew what he was thinking, but he had no idea what was on her mind. Suddenly, everything became still. Haitum pondered for a moment, then began to recount everything. The story began 7 years ago. The divine continent was still in turmoil. The various factions were full of schemes, and there was no longer any trust to be found. Allies one day, traitors the next. Beside Vunfeng, his like-minded brothers, his good comrades, fell one after another in battle until not a single one survived. He was left all alone, stranded in that cruel world. The road ahead was like an eternal night. Vunfeng was also at the end of his strength. He broke down sobbing in agony. Everyone he held dear was no longer in this world. Vunfeng gritted his teeth, the hatred in his heart piling up more and more. And so he staggered onward alone. A black aura gradually appeared around him. Suddenly it flared up. Vunfeng had been corrupted by darkness. His eyes glowed fiery red, and a resentful aura radiated ceaselessly from his body. Vunfeng let out a ferocious roar, then uttered a single word, "Kill." The sky turned crimson. A powerful demonic energy erupted from Vunfeng's body and shot toward the heavens. He vowed to slaughter all those who brought chaos to the world. Slaughter the faithless traitors. Slaughter those who would divide the country. Slaughter everyone with evil in their hearts. Vunfeng had now become a demon with only one thought in his mind, to kill them all. On that day, because of his fall into demonic corruption from despair, Vunfeng became the true slaughter god of the 9 provinces. But how many people harbor evil in their hearts? He could never kill them all, never wipe them out from the south to the north, from the east to the west. He could not eliminate them all. The more Vunfeng killed, the more he despaired. And the more he despaired, the deeper his demonic corruption became. Until one day, as Vunfeng was standing at the edge of a mountain, staring into the void, he suddenly sensed an incredibly powerful magical source. A girl appeared, standing on a lotus platform. The two looked at each other in silence. Suddenly, Vunfeng spoke. "Bik Haitum of the Pure Thought Mountain Sect, "What are you doing here?" Haitum gently replied, "I've come to guide you." The resentful aura around Van Fong suddenly wavered. He said with annoyance, "You people with your pure thought meditation seeking enlightenment in the mortal world. What do the affairs of this world have to do with you? I don't need you to guide me." Haitum slowly walked closer to Van Fong. With each step she took, a radiant lotus flower appeared. Haitum came to a stop in front of him and said coldly, "Now the entire divine continent has become a place where everyone wants to destroy you. All the hatred in the world is contained within you. Is this the divine continent you wanted to unify?" Van Fong ignored what she said. He felt she wasn't someone he should kill and then told her to get lost. Haitum calmly asked, "If I'm not someone you should kill, then whether I leave or stay, what difference does it make?" Van Fong immediately pointed his sword at Haitum. She calmly turned to look at the blade at her throat. Van Fong said coldly, "If you don't go, I will kill you." But Haitum paid no mind to his words and stepped even closer. Seeing her still advancing, Van Fong yelled in a panic, "Why won't you get lost? Do you want to die and waste a lifetime of virtuous cultivation?" Haitum stopped. She replied coldly, "Did you think that just because you fell into darkness for the world's sake, I would be willing to abandon my faith for yours?" At this, Van Fong's demonic energy began to churn chaotically. He told her she was talking nonsense, that his reason for killing wasn't for the sake of the world. "It's for revenge." Haitum smiled. She opened her arms and walked toward him. "Then kill me." Seeing this, Van Fong backed away in fear. Haitum immediately pulled him into an embrace and gave him a kiss. Van Fong didn't understand what was happening. Then Haitum used the Universal Salvation Heart Sutra technique. Lotus giving life. Instantly a lotus flower appeared. It shone brilliantly, illuminating the entire divine continent. Van Fong struggled to break free, but couldn't. Suddenly, Van Fong's eyes flew wide open. The demonic energy in his eyes flared, surging out uncontrollably before shattering into pieces. Finally, Van Fong regained his humanity. He remembered everything he had done. Overwhelmed by the pain of his corruption, he cried out, tears streaming down his face. Then Van Fong passed out. Haitum watched him in silence, an indescribable feeling stirring within her. Back in the present, after hearing Haitum explain the whole story, Van Fong nodded. Then he stammered, Does that mean just one kiss? And we had a child." Haitum then remembered there was something she had never told him. She began to explain, "That day, you had lost all your demonic energy and your life force was gone. If you weren't treated, you would have surely died. So I brought you here to the Medicine King Valley. I sought help from Lien Tam." Van Fong now understood why he had woken up in Lien Tam's medicinal cauldron. After a moment, he shyly asked Haitum, "After you brought me to Lien Tam, what did you do to me?" Haitum replied, "After the One Lotus rebirth, the two of us became one in body and soul. Under Lien Tam's protection, I then used my sect's highest secret art on you. The One Lotus rebirth. Although the process was incredibly dangerous, the result was that your body and soul were remade, and by chance you reached this invincible state." Van Fong suddenly fell silent. He furrowed his brow deep in thought for a long time. After a moment, Van Fong gathered all his courage and asked Haitum, "Why did you never bring Lien Sin to find me, even though she already knew I was her father?" Haitum paused for a moment, then replied, "It's not that I didn't want to, but I couldn't." Van Fong hesitated, asking, "Were you worried about her safety?" Haitum immediately shook her head, a trace of sorrow flashing in her eyes. She looked into the distance and said, "She only has 1 more year to live." Van Fong was stunned to hear Haitum say that Lien Sin only had 1 more year to live. His mind was in utter chaos. Haitum said sorrowfully, "My plan was to wait another 6 months. If her condition didn't improve, then I would take her to see the world. And I would have looked for you then." Van Fong couldn't hold back any longer. He slammed his hand on the table in anger and demanded, "What in the world is going on?" Haitum sighed. She explained wearily, "Lien Sin has a strange congenital disease. Once she's injured, the bleeding won't stop. That's why I brought her to the Medicine King Valley to seek treatment from Lien Tam. The medical texts call this disease the glazed body terminal illness. There is currently no cure. When she gets her first period, she will bleed to death." Van Fong clenched his fists. He turned to look at Lien Sin. Seeing the happy, smiling face of his daughter meeting her father for the first time, he couldn't help but feel his heart ache. Van Fong hesitated and asked Hai Tam, "Not even Lien?" "Tam has a way to cure her." Hai Tam shook her head. "She and I have searched endlessly for a way to save her, but there's nothing. The pain must be heart-wrenching, yet this child. She never cries out in pain, not even once." Then, tears streamed down her beautiful face. "I know. She's afraid of making me worry." Seeing this, Van Fong couldn't stop his own tears from flowing. He understood Hai Tam's feeling of helplessness, of being unable to do anything for her sick child. Van Fong immediately composed himself. He looked down, wiping his tears, trying to act strong. This is the most annoying part of the One Lotus rebirth. It's clearly you who's crying. But it makes a man like me feel it too. Hai Tam gave a faint smile. She asked him, "Is that so?" Van Fong could understand how she felt at this moment. He clenched his fists. Suddenly he shot to his feet and declared loudly, "The divine doctors of the western regions, the northern plains, the southern wastes, and the eastern sea. I'll find every single one of them. If any refuse to come, I'll drag them here myself." Then he turned back to look at Lien Sin and said, "Right now." Before Van Fong could finish, Hai Tam told him, "Right now, you should go and hug her." Van Fong immediately released his time-stopping technique. Time began to move again. Lien Sin happily ran towards Van Fong. "Daddy, are you here to see me? I missed you so much, Daddy." He immediately knelt down, opening his arms, waiting for his daughter to run into his embrace. Van Fong gave Lien Sin a loving smile. He used his power to dissolve his golden body protection aura, so that he wouldn't hurt her. He kept telling himself, "Don't use any force. Be gentle. Be gentle." Then a golden aura appeared around him and slowly faded away. Van Fong held Lien Sin tightly in his arms. The little girl was overjoyed, for she had finally met the father she had always admired. Van Fong gently stroked Lien Sin's hair. He couldn't help but feel emotional. "I'm sorry, my child. Daddy made you wait for so long." Seeing this scene, Hai Tam cried tears of joy. She felt a sense of comfort. The warm scene of a family reunion that Hai Tam had always hoped her daughter would experience had now become a reality. After talking for a while, Van Fong and his daughter began to play together. Lien Sin said she wanted to try playing horsey. It was something she had wanted to do for a very long time. Van Fong immediately agreed. Lien Sin then wanted Van Fong to fly her up into the sky, and he didn't refuse either. "No problem. Just hold on tight to my head. Okay." From below, Hai Tam watched the two of them playing happily. It had been a long time since she had seen her daughter so happy. Suddenly, Lien Sin asked Van Fong if he could pick a star for her, just like for Tuyen Tuyen. Van Fong was very surprised. He gently asked how she knew about that. Lien Sin just giggled and said it was because she saw it. Van Fong didn't understand. He turned and asked Hai Tam what was going on. Hai Tam smiled and said, "The heavens work in mysterious ways. When they take something away, they also give something back. This child, ever since she was old enough to understand, has never left the house. But she can know of all the happenings in the world." Van Fong was very surprised by this. "Isn't this the all-knowing sight?" Hai Tam immediately corrected him. "No, not all-knowing. There's a big difference. You could call it all-seeing. She said the little girl can't leave the house, but she can see the whole world. That's why the little one adores Van Fong. You could say she's always by his side these days." Lang Van Fong then put Lien Sin on his shoulders. He smiled, looked up at the little girl, and asked, "What is it?" Lien Sin, with an innocent face, raised her hand high and said, I think you're very handsome, Dad. That immovable wisdom king is so cool. You sent all the bad guys who bullied Sister Tuyen Tuyen flying." Hearing the little girl say that Lang Van Fong was overjoyed, his heart bloomed and his face showed delight at being praised. And yet Van Fong thought to himself, "Am I losing my composure again? Why do I get like this when a kid praises me?" Little Lien Sin touched Van Fong's hair and asked, "Dad, can you use that immovable wisdom king to catch a bird for me?" Without hesitation, Van Fong replied, "No problem." The two were playing very happily when Beach Hai Tam, Lien Sin's mother, came over and said to Van Fong, "You play with her first. I'm going to the Yi family's place to see if there's any progress. I'll let you know." Hearing this, Lang Van Fong agreed and replied, "All right, I'll leave it to you then." When Lin Sin heard her mother mention the Yay family, her eyes lit up. She gently reminded her mother, "Mommy, you have to make sure you heal the big sister from the Yi family, okay?" Bitch Hai Tam, doting on her little daughter, gently placed a hand on the child's leg, smiled, and said, "Okay, you go play with your daddy." The scene was filled with the peaceful, warm, and gentle atmosphere of a family of 3. It was a picture of pure happiness. Then, with a serious expression, Lang Van Fong began to use his magic, creating a vortex with small jade-green lightning sparks. Slowly, a deep, brilliantly shining, and seemingly endless vortex appeared before the 3 of them. It seemed to be an instant teleportation portal. Beach Hai Tam slowly stepped into the vortex. In front of Van Fong and his daughter, little Lian Sin quickly raised her hand to wave goodbye to her mother. After Beach Hai Tam left, Lang Van Fong picked up Lian Sin, lifted her up, and said cheerfully, "All right, let's go catch some birds." Hearing that, Lian Sin's eyes crinkled into a smile as she said, "Okay, Daddy, be gentle when you catch it. Okay. Don't hurt the bird." Long Van Fong, with the gentle look of a father in his eyes, slowly replied, "I won't." The sky was clear blue with wispy clouds surrounding the distant mountains. A flock of small birds flew swiftly, enjoying the cool air. At that moment, Lian Tam was strolling through the forest. Very happily, step by step, Lian Tam walked through the shady forest. Suddenly, she felt something unusual was happening. Lian Tam's eyes seemed to fill with shock. It was as if some giant object was above Lian Tam's head, casting a huge and surprisingly strange shadow over her. Lian Tam looked up and saw that it was Lang Van Fong, holding Lin Sin. He was controlling a giant wisdom king, his whole body radiating a brilliant golden spiritual energy. Lang Van Fong cheerfully pointed forward and shouted, "Wisdom King, point!" The giant arm of the Wisdom King moved in sync with Van Fong, extending straight ahead. The giant hand, under Van Fong's control, slowly and gently approached the small flying bird. And, just as gently, it touched and caught the bird, using magic to keep it from harm. Seeing this, Lian Sin cheered happily. "So cool!" When Lian Tam realized it was Lang Van Fong and Lian Sin, she shouted out, causing Van Fong and Lian Sin to look back. "Brother Fong, you haven't left yet. In that case, stay for dinner." Receiving such an invitation, Van Fong had no intention of refusing and quickly said, "All right." "It's been a while since I've tasted your cooking, Lian Tam." Then Lang Van Fong, holding Lian Sin, slowly descended to the ground, landing in front of Lian Tam. Lian Sin was still using her hands to maintain the circle from before. Ina enveloped the bird. Lian Sin's feet gently touched the ground, her eyes shining brightly. The beautiful Lian Sin, standing in the sunlight, said to Lian Tam, "Auntie Lian Tam, you're back. Quick, look at the bird Daddy caught." Lian Tam happily trotted closer and replied, "Let Auntie see, let Auntie see." Lang Van Fong held out his hand with the little bird perched on it. Lian Sin beamed, her eyes crinkling with joy. Lian Tam, sitting beside her, was no less delighted, her sparkling eyes admiring the bird. "It's so cute." Seeing this made him happy too. Watching Lian Tam and Lian Sin's excitement over the bird, Van Fong said, "Lian Tam, how old are you? Why are you acting like a child too?" Teased like this, Lian Tam seemed taken aback, then turned away in a pout and said, "I'm a mother now, you know. I'm not a kid anymore." Lian Sin, standing nearby, chimed in agreement. "That's right. Auntie Lian Tam is also a super good mother. She's very good to Brother Truck." Lang Van Fong heard that Lian Tam had a child and was completely surprised. He immediately asked, You became a mother. When? You had a child and didn't even tell me. I would have given you a red envelope." Hearing the mention of a red envelope, Lian Tam's face went blank with confusion, so she asked Van Fong, "What's a red envelope?" Van Fong began to explain with a serious face. It's a custom from the outside world to congratulate friends when they have a child." Van Fong continued, "These are things you wouldn't understand, Lian Tam. It's a custom we have." Hearing this, Lin Shin seemed very happy to know that. A small smile appeared on her face when suddenly a noise from behind Lian Sheng and Lian Shin startled them both. Yun Feng seemed to realize something as well. The 3 of them looked suspiciously toward the source of the sound. Before them, plumes of smoke were billowing from Lian Shin's house in the distance. Lian Sheng, with an innocent look in her eyes, saw it and said, "Brother Ju, it's Brother Ju seeing this, Lian Shin." She immediately dashed toward the smoking house, shouting, "Juzi!" A shadow appeared out of nowhere behind the two of them as Li and Xin continued to run in that direction. Suddenly she stopped, surprised for some reason. That shadow suddenly blocked her path. It was Yunfeng, who had appeared unexpectedly holding Juzi in his arms. The boy's face was smudged with a bit of soot, and his eyes were shut tight in his embrace. Lian Xin screamed, "Juzi!" and ran over to them. With a panicked expression, she asked, "Juzi, sweetie, what's wrong with you? Hurry, wake up." Lian Sheng also looked worried. "Brother Ju, what's wrong?" Seeing them both panicking, Yunfeng said, "Don't worry, he just fainted from the shock. He's not hurt." She asked doubtfully, "Really?" Seeing her question him, he replied, "And here I thought you were a doctor. Worry really does cloud one's judgment." Hearing this, Lian Xin looked surprised. She pointed at her own face in bewilderment. "Right, that's right. I'm a doctor." She then took Juzi's hand to check his pulse. All three of them fell silent. On one side, Lian Xin was checking his pulse, while Lian Sheng and Yunfeng stood by waiting to see what was happening. After checking his pulse, she sat down on the ground and let out a sigh of relief. Then she said with frustration, "Honestly, I told him not to mess with those strange contraptions anymore, but he just wouldn't listen. But Brother Ju is amazing. The things he makes are so magical, you can't find them anywhere else." Lian Sheng quickly chimed in, "What good is being amazing? Can it cure illnesses? Can it save people? Why don't you follow my example and study medicine properly?" She sat there and sighed. "How are you supposed to inherit the Medicine King Valley like this?" Yunfeng's expression showed a hint of surprise as the child in his arms, Juzi, woke up. The first thing the boy said was, Dad's here." Hearing this, he happily replied, "That's right, I'm here." Suddenly, he looked at Juzi in utter confusion, his eyes wide. Yunfeng jumped up, casually tossing the boy high into the air and yelling. Below, Lian Xin and Lian Sheng watched as Juzi was thrown way up high. The little girl, Lian Sheng, raised her hands, her small mouth agape in awe. "So high!" Lian Xin, her face stunned, cried out, "Feng! Brother Feng! What are you doing?" Only then did Yunfeng look down at his own hands, his face frozen. Juzi, tossed into the air, was beaming. "Ha ha ha, this is so fun, so fun." Lian Xin, worried and scared, urged him, "Brother Feng, quick, catch him." He, however, had a calm expression. Don't rush." Instantly, Yunfeng clasped his hands together. His eyes shone brightly as a golden light appeared around him. He raised his hands toward the sky and shouted, "Pangu's celestial spire." Immediately, a long beam of light shot straight up into the sky, nearly reaching Juzi as he began to fall. Juzi fell freely onto it. It's so soft." The boy was safe. He sat up, grabbed the edge, and looked down below. Juzi exclaimed, "Whoa, so this is the sky and the earth. The Medicine King Valley is so small, so small." Down below, Yunfeng and Lian Xin looked up. She continued to urge him anxiously, "Brother Feng, hurry up and get him down." He saw how worried and uneasy she was, and replied in a daze, Okay. From above, Juzi's voice echoed down, calling for him, Dad. Finally, the boy shouted, "I want to slide down. Can you make a slide?" Seeing this, Ling Yunfeng shouted in alarm, All right. He used his hands to cast a spell, creating a slide that spiraled around the long beam of light, stretching up toward the heavens. The slide he made wound its way slowly up to the very top. Reaching the top where Juzi was standing, the boy saw it and joyfully raised both hands. He laughed heartily and jumped onto the glowing golden slide. "Magnificent! This world is truly magnificent!" Juzi shouted with delight as he slid down. After just a few loops, the boy was already nearing the ground, forcing Ling Yunfeng to quickly open his arms, ready to catch the mischievous, curious kid. As he neared the bottom and saw Yunfeng with his arms outstretched, Juzi said, "Dad, catch me." Then the boy fell peacefully straight into his arms. Still wanting another go on that giant slide, Juzi laughed excitedly. Ha, that was so fun. Dad, can we do it again? I want to see the view from the sky again. Beside them, little Lian Sheng also chimed in. I want to play too. Seeing this, Ling Yunfeng didn't know how to refuse. He began to say, trembling with fear, "Universe, re." But before he could finish, a strange sensation enveloped all four of them. Suddenly, Ling Yunfeng grabbed Li Anshin's hand and helplessly pulled her away. In her astonishment, Li Anshin looked back at the children surprised. What? What kind of magic is this? It's so magical. It seemed Ling Yunfeng's spell had split the space in two. On one side were Juzi and Li Yansheng, and on the other were him and Li Yanshin. The little boy Juzi was floating up delighted, floating in his own space. As they walked, Li Yanshin asked, "Brother Feng, you never used this when you were in the valley." He replied, "This is, something I created while I was fighting out in the world." Suddenly, Ling Yunfeng remembered something. He turned to Li Yanshin annoyed and asked, "Hey, is this really the time to be talking about this? What on earth is going on here?" She, still not realizing what was happening, replied cheerfully, "What's wrong? Your son. He just called me Dad." Ling Yunfeng pointed at Juzi and said loudly. Hearing this, Li Yanshin smiled shyly and answered, "That's right. You are his dad." Before she could finish, Ling Yunfeng raised his hand to stop her, saying anxiously, Wait, just give me a second." This left Li Yanshin wide-eyed and bewildered, not understanding at all. Ling Yunfeng turned away, clutching his head in horror. He tried to calm himself down. "My Dao heart, stay calm, stay calm. Shouldn't I be used to this by now?" Whether I remember or not. Either way, I've definitely been used as a tool again. Breathe. Take a deep breath. At this point, there's no reason to be so surprised anymore. I just need to figure out why. Van Fong looked up at the sky and forced a smile. He seemed to have calmed down, then turned back to face Lian Tam. Long Van Fong had accepted the reality. He asked, "Well then, so, what on earth is going on? Well, why do we have a child?" "You mean Truk too?" "Well, when Sister Bish Hai Tam came here looking for my help to save you, I happened to be researching a solution for the side effects of the gift of Guanyin. So I took the opportunity to borrow you for a bit," Lin Tam recounted cheerfully. Lang Van Fong, shocked and unable to believe his ears, asked in confusion, "Why did you have to use me?" Lin Tam replied, "In ancient times, Shenong tested hundreds of herbs on himself. Today you have me, Lien Tam, testing medicine with my own body." Hearing this, Lang Van Fong grew even more horrified, his face turning pale as he asked fearfully, Did you even get my permission? How could you do that to me?" Lien Tam immediately avoided his gaze, turning to the side and saying, "I did ask you back then. If you didn't agree, you were supposed to say something. You didn't, so I took that as your consent." Returning to that time, while Van Fong lay unconscious on the medical bed, Lien Tam stood beside him, looking as if she was about to do something. She clasped her hands, pleading, "Fong, to save all the women in the world who can't have children. I, Lin Tam, am determined to test this medicine on myself. But I need a man to cooperate. But I've never left this valley, and you're the only man I've ever met, Fong. I just need to borrow you for a little while. Just a little while." At this, she suddenly became shy, but then her eyes lit up again. She said brightly, "If you don't agree, just say so." Lang Van Fong lay half naked on the bed, resting with Lin Tam standing watch beside him. Lin Tam was quite embarrassed to be facing Lang Van Fong at a time like this. Meanwhile, Lang Van Fong still hadn't moved at all, but seeing his silence, Lin Tam clapped her hands joyfully. "Fong, that means you agree." After she finished her story, Van Fong was completely frozen, at a loss for words. He trembled all over, pointing a finger at Lien Tam, so horrified he could only stammer, "Hey, you, me, this." But she just cheerfully ran over and hugged him tightly. "It's a good thing I had you, Fong. I was finally able to solve the side effects of the gift of Guanyin. I heard from Sister Yay that the treatment's effects are excellent." After hearing this, Van Fong could only cover his face and let out a hollow laugh. "I suddenly feel that being able to help you achieve such a great undertaking, I have nothing left to say." He then pinched Lien Tam's cheek, making her wince a little, and chided her. "From now on, you can't just do things on your own like this anymore, you hear me?" Lien Tam rubbed her sore cheek, but she wasn't the least bit angry. "I know." She pouted slightly, but she was also very happy. Later, when Sister Hai Tam brought Liensin back to the valley, it got a lot more lively. Hearing this, Van Fong patted her head comfortingly. "It's not just that. Ever since your master passed away, you've always been all alone in this valley. It's rare for it to be this bustling. But Lien Tam was still sad. But I feel so useless. Not only could I not cure Lien Sin, but Truk 2 won't listen to me either. He's always doing strange things and refuses to inherit the medical arts of the Medicine King Valley. She hugged Van Fong's arm, pleading coquettishly, "Fong, you're Truk 2's father. You have to help me think of a way." He just looked at Lien Tam without a word, then let out a long, troubled sigh. Van Fong's eyes gazed into the distance. "My mother always wanted me to study military strategy, but I preferred playing with swords and staffs, always getting into trouble." He continued, "Later I set out on the path of a warrior during those chaotic times. Risking my life fighting and killing alongside my brothers in arms, we finally carved out the peace this divine continent now knows." Lien Tam didn't understand his point. "Fong, what are you trying to say?" Van Fong gently stroked her head. "Even though this is the first time for both of us as parents, our child isn't a tool to fulfill the wishes of adults. Passion is the greatest teacher, even though I don't know what he's doing if he enjoys it that much. I think we should support him wholeheartedly." Lien Tam asked worriedly, "But what about the legacy of the Medicine King Valley?" He continued, "Since you've already broken the rules of the Medicine King Valley by opening a public clinic, have you ever thought about opening a medical school to teach your skills in healing and saving lives to even more people?" Lien Tam blushed, slightly surprised. "That," Van Fong continued to persuade her, "the realm has just found peace and everything is waiting to be rebuilt. The people suffering from the illnesses of war need more skilled doctors. The imperial capital is currently building an imperial medical academy. Would you be willing to become its dean?" She fell into deep thought. I've never really thought about that before. Can I really do it?" Van Fong placed both hands on her shoulders reassuringly. "I feel that in this entire divine continent, only you are suited for the role." Lien Tam was still a bit troubled, but then she hugged Van Fong tightly once more. I'll listen to you, Fong." He got a little flustered. "Hey, how old are you? Aren't you embarrassed?" Lien Tam asked in return, "Isn't this how all parents are with each other?" But Van Fong was at a loss. Well, I'm pretty sure not all of them are like this." Lien Tam smiled. "All right then, you go play with the children. I'm going to go make something delicious for you all, hey." With that, she went inside, leaving Van Fong outside with the two children. One of them, a boy named Truk 2, was being stared at intently by Van Fong. Suddenly, the boy was sealed by Van Fong, and the little girl had gotten close without him even noticing. He cried out in shock, "Chian Kun Ta Ding release." The two children asked excitedly, Can we, father?" But he could only say yes. There was just enough for the two of them. With that, Van Fong put the boy down and said to the two kids, "All right then, let's begin." Both Truk 2 and Lien Sin shouted in unison, "Okay!" Right after Van Fong gave the command, "Cloud form." The moment he finished speaking, a cloud enveloped the children's feet, which they found incredibly exciting. Van Fong waved his hand. "Wind rise." Immediately strong gusts of wind appeared. Truk 2 and Lien Sin were lifted high up by the cloud. Truk 2 found it hard to believe. "Is this a dream?" Lying on the grass, Van Fong gently answered, "No." He continued, "This technique was originally used to hide soldiers in the clouds for surprise attacks." But then Van Fong became serious. "Now I've suddenly realized it has many other uses. Watch me, you two." He clasped his hands and began to cast a spell. Combination art force growth and myriad manifestations. Van Fong's eyes glowed brightly as he shouted, "Cloud Imagination World." The cloud that Lien Sin and Truk 2 were on immediately expanded, arranging itself into many layers. Some parts even formed into pillars. Of various sizes, the two children couldn't hide their curiosity as they watched the clouds take shape and move. With Van Fong's magic, a small cloud transformed into a massive cloud castle. Both Truk 2's and Lien Sin's eyes sparkled. With a loud flourish, he patted the two excited kids on the head. "Go on, go play. Everything here is soft, so don't be afraid of getting hurt, okay?" Truk 2 dashed forward quickly. "This is awesome, so awesome." Lien Sin couldn't keep up. "Wait for me, Truk 2." Lien Sin happily played on a slide, and Truk 2 was just as joyful. The two kids jumped around on the clouds, enjoying this strange new playground. The kids were thrilled and laughed loudly, "Ha ha 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 ha." The clouds were close to where Lien Tam was standing. The loud noise made Lien Tam, who was focused on cooking, look over. Watching Truk Tu and Lien Sin play Van Fong thought, "This is the kind of scene you only see in the peaceful world that my brothers and I risked our lives to achieve." While the two kids were still playing over there, ha 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 ha, he was still lost in his thoughts. They are the future of the world. The hatred, chaos, and darkness of this world will begin to end with me. In the distance, red flowers added to the beauty of the clear blue sky. Lien Tam had finished cooking and was setting the table for everyone. Delicious, colorful, and hot dishes were waiting to be eaten. Lien Tam called the other three over. "Fong, Truk Tu, Lien Sin, come and eat." A voice echoed down from the clouds. "Coming." A very long slide formed from the large cloud down to the ground. The three of them joyfully enjoyed the delightful softness. All three were smiling brightly. Then the four of them sat down to eat together, laughing endlessly. From a distance, the scene looked incredibly peaceful. Suddenly, Truk Tu asked, "Mom, is Dad the most powerful person in the world?" Lien Tam replied, "Your dad is super powerful, you know. But Mom doesn't know much about the outside world, so I'm not really sure." Lien Sin added, "Mom once said that when it comes to fighting and battles, Dad is the best, but in other areas, not so much. Especially when it comes to interacting with girls, he's definitely one of the worst." Hearing Lien Sin say one of the worst felt like an arrow to Van Fong's heart. His face fell. Lien Tam covered her mouth and giggled. That's right. When your dad woke up, he didn't even dare to talk to your aunt or Hai Tam. His face was bright red. He was so silly. Van Fong covered his face in embarrassment. "Hey, can we not bring up embarrassing stories from the past?" Truk Tu pulled on Van Fong's hand and asked, "Dad, can you help us with something?" Van Fong replied, "Tell me what it is." Lien Sin quickly got to the point. "Truk Tu and I found a secret place." Truk Tu added more details. "It has a lot of seeds and books in it. They're filled with ancient writing, and there's a wall that glows." Lien Sin confirmed Truk Tu's words were true. Yeah, and the wall can talk too. All the amazing things Truk Tu can do, he learned from there. Van Fong pondered. During the war, in a few hidden places, we would find ruins from 500 years ago. They were basically just some large pillars and some ancient texts. To this day, no one understands them. I never expected to find something like that in Medicine King Valley, too. However, Van Fong felt something was strange. But from your description, this place seems different. Truk Tu pulled on Lang Van Fong's hand, pleading relentlessly. "Dad, can you save our good friend?" This made Van Fong wonder. "What friend?" Truk Tu explained. "It's that friend. The one who taught us the ancient language and writing. But they're trapped in a god's room and can't get out." Mom and Aunt Tam couldn't do anything either. With sparkling eyes, Lien Sin standing beside him also begged. "Dad, you're the most powerful person in the world. You must have a way, right?" Seeing the hope in the kids' eyes, Lang Van Fong had no choice but to agree to their request. "All right, let's go take a look." The two children cheered with joy. Yay! Then they took Van Fong's hands together. "Let's go, Dad." The scene of the father and his two children was so warm and happy. A moment later, somewhere at the foot of the mountain, Lang Van Fong used his hands to feel the geological structure of the area. In front of him, the two innocent kids were playing and running around. Knowing the way, they quickly ran through a barrier, their figures slowly disappearing, leaving only ripples on the cliff face. Lost in observing his surroundings, Lang Van Fong only now noticed the anomaly. He looked toward the spot where Truk Tu and Lien Sin had vanished. Channeling his power, the skill All-Seeing Eye of Illusion Breaking activated. An orange light glowed in his eyes. The scenery changed and a cave entrance suddenly appeared. He was surprised by the sight before him. A mountain cave. I can't believe there's such a magical place inside. If I couldn't see through all the illusions in the world now, this place would have been impossible to find. How did you kids discover it? A series of questions popped into Van Fong's mind. After waiting for a while and not seeing you come in, Zuzi got impatient, poked his head out and called, "Dad, hurry up and come in." He replied, "All right." With his hands behind his back, Ling Yunfeng stepped forward. His figure gradually faded behind the dark spatial transfer barrier as if he were strolling through the cosmos. Then what greeted Ling Yunfeng's eyes was a futuristic science fiction-style corridor. Soft lights from the ceiling illuminated every corner. Yunfeng simply walked along the hallway. There wasn't a single soul here, only the sound of his footsteps echoed on the floor. It was polished like a mirror. He looked at the metal shelves on the right, filled with countless cultivation tubes maintaining the activity of hundreds of species embryos. Right in front of him was one with a label, African elephant. The entire right wall was a repository for animal embryos. After a quick glance, he curiously turned to the opposite side and saw that it contained seeds. Each species of plant was preserved separately in a diamond-shaped crystal. Past the corridor was a staircase leading down. Ling Yunfeng walked on, admiring the vast room, filled with advanced technologies he had never seen before. At the end of the path, the two kids were waving their hands frantically. "Over here!" Dad, standing next to them, was a blonde girl in a tech suit predominantly orange. Just as he was wondering who she was, Juzi excitedly boasted to him, "Dad, you thought she was a living person too, didn't you?" With that, the little boy tapped the girl's leg, and only the clang-clang of metal could be heard. Juzi explained, "This big sister always stands here without moving." Auntie Hai Tam said this might be a human puppet, the likes of which she's never seen, before a relic left behind by a civilization from before our time. Without a word, Yunfeng activated his omniscient gaze skill. Two beams of light from his eyes scanned the android. Thanks to his ability, an energy core slowly appeared in the center of her chest, and a strange patterned cube materialized on her forehead. He pondered, "So, this is the human puppetry technique of a previous civilization. The structure is completely different from now. There's no soul attachment, nor is there a spirit furnace to control the puppet." Ling Yunfeng analyzed, compared, and came to a conclusion. With his hands behind his back, Ling Yunfeng took a stroll around the facility. It was equipped with many modern devices. Suddenly, he saw the bodies of two middle-aged people lying inside a machine with a glass screen. The man had a wound on his chest. Blood had flowed out, staining a corner of his white shirt red. The woman was holding a small photograph in her hand. The wound on the man's chest was large and looked quite severe. Bright red blood had poured from it. Then Ling Yunfeng approached the machine containing the woman's body. He stood there silently looking at this woman who, despite having passed away, was still tightly clutching a small photo. She had a slash wound across her torso. In that small photo was her and the man from before, along with their green-haired daughter, happily gathered together. Everyone wore a blissful smile. Ling Yunfeng placed his hand on the glass, thinking to himself, "The people in here have been dead for a very long time. Yet their bodies haven't decomposed. This chamber's function is even more powerful than a mystic ice coffin." Suddenly, a large screen nearby emitted a beep, making Lian Sheng, Zuzi, and Ling Yunfeng jump and turn to look. The image that appeared was of a girl with green hair, her eyes closed. The girl gently opened her eyes. The girl looked around with a dazed expression for a moment. Then she cheerfully asked, "Zhuzi Liansheng, you're here." The two children joyfully ran up to the screen and climbed on it. "Sister Linlan! Sister Linlan!" Linlan looked down at the two children with a fond gaze. Zhuzi excitedly said, "We found our dad to come help you." The moment he saw the girl before him, Ling Yunfeng recognized her from the photo. Linlan chuckled softly. She replied gently, "Really? Thank you." Then she glanced over at Ling Yunfeng. She watched him intently. At that moment, Ling Yunfeng was also looking at her, his mind filled with thoughts. Linlan praised, "Your dad is very handsome." Hearing that both Lian Sheng and Zhuzi raised their hands high, the two children shouted in unison, "Yeah, Dad is super strong." Ling Yunfeng raised a hand to scratch his head. He curiously asked her, "What kind of ceiling formation are you trapped in there by? Why can't I sense a fluctuation of magical energy?" Linlan immediately answered, "This is just an image of me. I'm trapped in a safe house on the floor below." Ling Yunfeng wondered, "A virtual image, is it ninjutsu or an out-of-body avatar?" Suddenly, Linlan burst out laughing. She replied, "I didn't expect the world 500 years later to have changed so much compared to our era. You don't understand what I'm saying." "And I don't understand what you're saying either." Juzi pointed at the screen and happily explained, "Dad, this isn't any kind of magic. This is called a display device. In the world from 500 years ago, people like her could communicate over thousands of miles using this thing." Ling Yunfeng looked extremely surprised. He asked again, "This thing can transmit sound over 1,000 miles. In this world, the number of people who can achieve that level can be counted on one hand. Lian Sheng excitedly recounted, Sister Lin Lan taught us a lot of amazing knowledge. There's calculus, fairy tales, and also electronics. All the things Brother Juzi invented were taught by Sister Lin Lan. Ling Yunfeng stepped forward and asked Lin Lan, is this a technology left behind by the civilization from the end of the Age of Magic? Suddenly, the screen filled with static. Lin Lan was now enduring extreme pain. Crackling sounds came from the screen. Lin Lan could no longer stand steady. She slowly sank to her knees. Juzi asked in alarm, Sister, what's wrong? Lin Lan furrowed her brow, suppressing the pain. She struggled to answer, It seems I won't be able to play with you two anymore. The energy of this facility is about to run out, and my body is about to give out too, model. Truc Tu and Lin Xin were extremely worried, tears welling up in the two small children's eyes. As Lum Lam slowly collapsed, the two children tried to call out, No, big sister. Then they turned to Lang Venfeng. Dad, please help her quickly. He remained perfectly calm, patting Truc Tu and Lin Xin on the head and reassuring them, Don't worry, Dad will figure something out. After that, Lang Venfeng looked up and asked me, How can I help you? Moved to tears, Lum Lam replied softly, You don't have to. I'm not going to make it. In the final moments of my life, having Truc Tu and Lin Xin by my side, I'm already satisfied. But Truc Tu frantically urged Lang Venfeng, Dad, hurry. Hurry and save her. Mom's medical skills are divine. She can definitely save her. He looked at Lum Lam again and asked, Why are you trapped in there? She looked down, her expression full of sorrow and self-pity. Lum Lam was silent for a moment, lost in thought. The screen continued to flicker with static, making a soft hissing sound. She began her story. 500 years ago, our world erupted in a war that destroyed all of humanity. My parents brought me here to escape. We thought we could avoid the disaster, but the enemy found us. My parents hid me in the safest room here. Back then, Lum Lam pounded on the door, screaming, Mom, Dad, let me out. I want to be with you. Her father placed his hand on the glass and gently told her, My daughter, this place is very safe. You must live on for us. After that, the two of them picked up their guns and left. To Lum Lam's despair, the door slammed shut, and at that moment, she could no longer see anything happening outside. She sobbed in absolute agony. The screen gradually became heavy with static as I finished telling Lung Venfeng everything. Lum Lam continued her story, sobbing quietly. It was like a very, very long dream. I don't know how much time passed, but when I woke up, my parents were gone. There was no one left to let me out. A somber silence fell over the room as everyone stood quietly looking at each other. Lum Lam said, My biggest regret is that I couldn't be with my parents in the end. With that, she lowered her head sorrowfully. She sobbed quietly. After hearing everything, a moved Lin Xin burst into tears, crying, Big sister, please don't. Truc Tu tried to urge his father, Dad, you're so powerful. Hurry and think of a way to help her. Lang Venfeng said nothing. He just stood there silently, thinking calmly. Lum Lam also stood in silence, two streams of tears flowing quietly down her face in her grief. Lang Venfeng gently patted Lin Xin and Truc Tu's heads and answered, All right. Dad also wants to see the technology from 500 years ago. Lead the way. Hearing that the two children were overjoyed, they quickly ran ahead, then turned back to call out, Dad, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Lang Venfeng clasped his hands behind his back and slowly followed the two children. Lum Lam stood silently watching the three of them. After seeing Lang Venfeng and the two kids leave, she smirked triumphantly, a savage smile spreading across her face. Lin Xin and Truc Tu led Lang Venfeng to a deserted corridor. Both sides of the hallway were lined with all sorts of modern machinery, along with electrical conduits. Arriving at a large room, Truc Tu pointed inside and said, Dad, it looks like there's a strange protective array in here. It looks really scary. Even Mom and Aunt Hai Tum couldn't get in. Lang Venfeng frowned, glancing around. He saw that the ground was littered with many destroyed robots, their limbs torn from their bodies. A strange green liquid was leaking from them, flowing across the floor. Lang Venfeng gently touched Lin Xin and Truc Tu's heads. A layer of golden light enveloped the two children's bodies. Then, to their astonishment, the two children began to float into the air. Long Vun Fong left them there, turned to leave, and didn't forget to instruct them, "You two go outside. Wait for Dad to break the array." Truk Tu held up his hand and cheered with a smile. "Go, Dad." Lian Xin, however, looked at Lang Vun Feng with worried eyes and reminded him, "Dad, you have to be careful." Lang Vun Feng gave the two kids a hand signal and replied, "Got it." He slowly advanced deeper into the corridor. As he walked, Long Vun Feng's eyes darted around his expression, now extremely tense. He stepped forward cautiously. A moment later, one of his feet touched a line on the corridor floor. As expected, a powerful beam of light shot out from a nearby wall. It shot out instantly at extreme speed. Hundreds of laser beams filled the entire room, forming an interlocking grid of squares. Lang Vun Feng was caught by the lasers, surrounded right in the middle. Without a hint of fear, he calmly smiled. Lang Vun Feng shouted, "Diamond Dharma Realm!" At that moment, his body was enveloped by a brilliant golden light. The surrounding laser beams were gradually destroyed. Soon, all the lasers had vanished. Lang Vun Feng slowly walked towards the door of the room. Suddenly, a golden energy device hanging in the corner of the wall activated. It was aimed straight ahead. 4 energy devices were pointed at each other right behind Lang Vun Feng's back. Red electrical beams gradually shot out from the 4 energy devices. They converged, forming a brilliant red orb. Just a moment later, that red orb transformed into a massive energy blast that shot towards Lang Vun Feng. The energy blast flew forward at a dizzying speed, growing more and more powerful. A violent rumbling sound echoed. Lang Vun Feng had created a magical barrier to protect himself as the energy beam rushed towards him. It was blocked. Lang Vun Feng wondered curiously to himself, "Oh, what kind of powerful technique is this? It's about to break my basic body-protecting Dharma realm." Then he said softly, "Dharma Protector's complete realm." In an instant, the barrier surrounding Lang Vun Feng vanished, and in its place was a giant black sphere that blocked the energy beam. The black sphere he created began to absorb that energy. It absorbed more and more, causing the inside of the black sphere to glow bright red. A moment later, all the red energy had completely vanished. Lang Vun Feng reached out and knocked on the door. Knock, knock. He thought to himself that the material of this door was a rare and sturdy kind. If he threw a punch, he feared the person inside would also be affected. With that thought, he decided to act. Thinking this, he squatted down and felt the ground with his hands for a moment. Then he decisively threw a powerful punch at the ground, causing it to crack in an instant. An entire section of the ground was shattered by his blow. Chunks of rock flew high into the air, accompanied by a great deal of smoke and dust, and shouts of "divine power" and "sun" came from within the mountain. This startled Lian Xin and Truk Tu outside. The two kids saw the mountain shaking violently. Truk Tu worriedly urged Lian Xin to quickly see what was going on inside. "Are Dad and Sister Lam Lam okay?" Lian Xin immediately replied, then used her magic to see through the inside of the mountain. After a moment of searching without any results, Lian Xin turned and said, "There's a chaotic mass of light inside. I can't see anything at all." The entire corridor was shrouded in thick smoke and dust. Lang Vun Feng had managed to open the large door. He had destroyed the base of the door and was now trying to lift it. With a strained expression, Lang Vun Feng looked inside to assess the situation. Suddenly, 2 gray tentacles shot out from the room, catching Lang Vun Feng off guard. They wrapped around his body. Lam Lam stepped out, then used the tentacles to pull Lang Vun Feng closer. She no longer had the beautiful and gentle appearance she had on the screen. Lam Lam appeared with 2 large round eyes filled with blood vessels. Her mouth was wide open, spewing out 2 tentacles. She laughed triumphantly and said, "Finally, I'm out." Tremble whirled. Then her expression darkened as she stared at Lang Van Long. He was still standing there calmly without a single bit of resistance. Lam Lam said, "Just got out. And I've already found such a good host. To thank you for releasing me, I shall graciously possess your body." Then Lam Lam leaped high into the air, her eyes turning white. Even more tentacles began to emerge from her mouth, slowly crawling out. Lang Van Long smiled. He watched the tentacles approaching his face. Just as she was feeling arrogant, Lam Lam suddenly froze. Her eyes widened as she stared at Lang Van Long. His magic was gradually forming into a rope that bound Lam Lam's hands tightly, and then her legs. Lam Lam looked down at her restrained body. She couldn't help but panic. She roared in fury, "What is this? Let me go!" Lang Van Long replied softly, "There is indeed something strange here. I knew something was off about you from the start. Did you think you had spun a perfect story? It was full of holes." The statement completely surprised Lam Lam. She immediately asked, "What are you talking about?" Lang Van Fong explained, "First, the mystical barrier here wasn't to prevent outsiders from getting in. On the contrary, it was to keep what's inside from getting out. Second, in that lovely story of yours, the two of you were in the sleeping chamber. The mother's wound in there wasn't fatal. She was fully capable of releasing you herself." By now, Lam Lam was utterly bewildered. She asked, "Then why did you still let me out?" Lang Van Lam explained, "Because I, the Invincible One, fear no schemes or tricks. Besides my children, like the sister Lam Lam you created, I didn't want to disappoint them." Suddenly, Lam Lam broke into a savage smile. She said, "Then I'm afraid they're about to be disappointed." Lang Van Long's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at her. He glanced behind him and saw a blonde woman raising her hand to launch a sneak attack from behind him. A source of red power shot forward rapidly. Lam Lam yelled triumphantly, "This is the most advanced high-energy cannon powered by micronuclear energy dye. I'll take a step back and choose that little boy instead." The monster possessing Lam Lam's body had Van Fong tied up and smiled smugly, waiting for its accomplice to attack. A red beam of light shot straight towards Van Fong's head. Van Fong suddenly turned his head back. His eyes were completely white, his pupils gone. He opened his mouth and in one breath swallowed the entire red light. Then he closed his mouth, took a deep breath, and forcefully spat the red beam back out, firing it back at the accomplice of the monster possessing Lam Lam. The red beam was powerful. It pierced through the blonde accomplice. But it didn't stop there. The red beam continued its trajectory, blasting the blonde accomplice through the solid wall with a splat shooting straight out of the dwarf country of the Eastern Heaven Kingdom. The monster possessing Lam Lam watched petrified. Its eyes were wide with disbelief and cold sweat poured down its face. The monster's face turned deathly pale, drained of all color. Having dealt with one of them, Van Fong turned his head back and coldly stared at the monster possessing Lam Lam's body, which was using its tentacles to bind him. The monster's face, already pale, turned even whiter. It shrank back in fear. Van Fong looked straight into the monster's face and said in a cold voice, "We are complete strangers, yet you want to take my life. It wouldn't be unreasonable for me to destroy you, would it?" As soon as Van Fong finished speaking, the two long rope-like tentacles binding him suddenly released him and retracted back into Lam Lam's mouth. At the same time, Lam Lam's body was bound by Van Fong's ropes of light. The terrified monster possessing Lam Lam's body hurriedly knelt down and begged, "I'm sorry, Great One, I was wrong. Please spare my worthless life." Van Fong waved his hand and the special light ropes binding Lam Lam broke apart. The monster possessing Lam Lam's body immediately controlled the body to kneel and kowtow repeatedly to Van Fong. "Thank you, Great One, for not killing me." Van Fong looked on indifferently as the person knelt and kowtowed before him, their head pressed to the ground. Her body trembled. Lam Lam's face was bowed, tears welling up in her eyes about to fall. And yet the next second, Lam Lam suddenly raised her head with a bizarre expression. Looking at Van Fong, circular sound waves emanated from her pupils. Deep hypnosis. The circular sound waves shot straight towards Van Fong. His face suddenly went blank. Completely stunned, the monster possessing Lin Lan slowly stood up, covering its face and laughing maniacally. A sinister smirk spread across its face. This is the wisdom of thousands of years ago. A classic mind game. Humans really haven't evolved at all. But as soon as it finished speaking, the expression of the possessing monster changed. Lin Lan's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared ahead. The monster possessing her suddenly felt a chill run down its spine, shivering and hugging itself. At that moment, Yun Feng had appeared in the space of Lin Lan's consciousness. He faced the giant octopus-headed monster in the dark void before him. Its blood-red eyes darted towards Yun Feng in disbelief. "You, how did you get in here? Without the most advanced equipment to assist you, how could you possibly enter this subconscious space?" Yun Feng, enveloped in a golden light, looked up with a dark expression at the octopus-headed monster and growled, You picked the wrong person to mess with." As he spoke, a golden aura erupted from his body. The brilliant golden aura expanded outward with Yunfeng at its center, accompanied by his powerful shout, soul-shattering art. The moment he finished shouting, the golden aura immediately shot straight towards the octopus-headed monster. The octopus-headed monster hurriedly raised its hands to block screaming and begging. "No, please, I was wrong. I'm very valuable." But it was too late. The golden aura slammed directly into the octopus-headed monster before it could finish declaring its own value. When the light faded, the octopus-headed monster had vanished along with it. Yunfeng floated within a sphere of light, hands clasped behind his back, silently gazing at the empty void before him. Back in reality, Lin Lan suddenly started drooling. Her stomach churned with a few gurgling sounds, and then she bent over and retched her mouth wide open. She spat out a small octopus-like monster with long, thin tentacles like worms. The small monster landed on the ground with a splat smoke billowing from it. It was clearly cooked through. Freed from the monster's control, Lin Lan regained consciousness. She looked around in a daze, seeing the surrounding area was in ruins. Lin Lan suddenly looked in alarm at the unfamiliar Yunfeng before her. "You are... Where are my parents?" Yunfeng looked at her silently, not answering. Just then, Lin Lan's vision suddenly went black. Lin Lan swayed and collapsed to the ground unconscious. Yunfeng stood with his hands behind his back, pensively watching the fainted girl before him. The next morning, in a highland mountain region, Liansheng and Juzi were flying around playing nearby. Suddenly, they were startled to see Yunfeng walking through the air towards them, carrying Lin Lan. The two children immediately recognized the girl in Yunfeng's arms and called out in unison, "Sister Lin Lan!" The two alarmed children flew closer, looking at the unconscious Lin Lan in Yunfeng's arms. "Sister Lin Lan!" Yunfeng carried Lin Lan straight to the small house in the middle of the plateau, where Lian Xin lived, so she could examine Lin Lan. The two children, Lian Sheng and Juzi, stood anxiously by the bed, waiting. Lin Lan's eyes remained tightly shut, showing no signs of waking. The more the two children watched, the more worried they became. Lian Sheng was so scared he was on the verge of tears. Finally, Lian Xin finished her examination, closed her eyes, and let out a long sigh. Whoosh! Yunfeng hurried to Lian Xin's side to ask about the situation. "What is it?" Lian Xin turned her head and said, "It's nothing. I was just marveling at how truly impressive the technology from 500 years ago was. This child is just very weak. There's nothing seriously wrong. It's just that her consciousness is a bit..." Before Lian Xin could finish, Yunfeng's finger gently touched her lips. She blushed and looked up, not knowing what he wanted. Yunfeng leaned in and whispered something in Lian Xin's ear. Lian Xin was seen smiling and nodding. Then she walked over to the two kids, patted their heads, and said with a bright smile, "Your sister Lan is fine, don't worry. She just needs some quiet right now. Why don't you two go outside and play for a bit?" Hearing that Lin Lan was okay, Lian Sheng and Juzai's faces immediately lit up with joy. They smiled and obediently replied, "Okay." Lian Xin and Yunfeng looked at each other and smiled, watching the two children skip happily out the door. After the children had left, Yunfeng finally spoke. "The bodies of people from 500 years ago were weak, but they had some unexpectedly advanced techniques. When she wakes up, you can ask her about some of the medical arts from her time. See if there's any way to save Lian Sheng." Lian Xin smiled slightly and glanced at Yunfeng. "That's not possible. Brother Feng." Just at that moment, Yunfeng suddenly received a telepathic message from Saint Bi Hai Sin. "You get here now. I've made a discovery." Yunfeng turned and gently stroked Lian Xin's head, then hurriedly said his goodbyes. "I have to go to the Yay family first. I'll have to trouble you with the children." Of course, Lian Xin couldn't stop him. Yunfeng turned his back to leave, but after a few steps he suddenly stopped, turned his head, and said meaningfully to Lian Xin, "About Juzi's hobby. As parents, we must support him." Lian Xin bloomed into a bright smile and replied, I'll listen to you, Brother Feng." Before leaving, Yunfeng didn't forget to add, "Help me say goodbye to the children. I'll visit them often." With that, Yunfeng left the house. Lian Xin saw him to the door, but before Yunfeng had gotten far, he heard the children shouting for him. "Dad!" Lian Sheng and Juzi were running barefoot across the grass. They rushed to catch up. The two kids ran to his side, each grabbing one of his hands tightly, looking like they didn't want to let go. "Dad, where are you going?" For a moment, Yun Feng was at a loss for words. "Dad," the eager, hopeful look in the two children's eyes made it hard for Yun Feng to leave. He let out a sigh, slowly closed his eyes, then opened them again. He pointed to the sky and said to Lian Sheng and Zhu Zi, "Before I go." "And how about Dad shows you two a magic trick?" Long Van Fong knelt on one knee and said, "Before I go, how about I show you kids 3 magic tricks?" Hearing this, Lian Xin and Truk Tu excitedly asked, "What's a magic trick? Is it like picking stars from the sky?" He replied, "You'll see in a moment." Then Lang Van Fong stood up, turned, and looked towards the empty patch of land beside them. He called out, "Watch closely now." He then clasped his hands together. Next, Lang Van Fong raised both hands high and shouted, "Move mountains and part seas, east sea, come to me." As he finished speaking, a spatial portal began to appear in the sky. It was slowly expanding. From the portal, a giant water vortex gradually formed. That pillar of water grew longer and slowly advanced towards the ground. Seeing this, Lian Xin and Truk Tu and cried out in fear, It's going to flood." The two children ran to Lang Van Fong's side, fearfully hugging his legs. He laughed and said, "Don't be afraid, children. Look up." The two kids slowly peeked out to sea. Then their eyes went wide with utter amazement. A miniature ocean had appeared before them. Truk Tu exclaimed with excitement, "Here! What kind of fish is that? It's huge." A sperm whale and countless smaller fish swam around. The two children watched intently as an octopus swam close to them. Truk Tu asked curiously, "What's this? Can you eat it?" The curious boy reached out his hand, intending to touch it. The octopus squirted black ink, splattering the two children. Their clothes and faces were smudged with ink. Lian Xin and Truk Tu looked at each other and giggled. Behind them, Lang Van Fong stood watching the two children looking at the happy scene. He smiled along with them. A while later, Lang Van Fong stood before a spatial portal. Behind him were Lin Tam and the two children. He turned and waved goodbye. Lin Tam and the kids smiled and waved back at him. Elsewhere in a living room, Beach Hai Tam and Diep Thin Vu were sitting on a sofa. In front of them, Diep Thin Vu's son was lying on a wooden table. Beach Hai Tam was holding Thin Vu's hand to comfort her. A spatial portal appeared and Lang Van Fong slowly stepped out. The two women on the sofa looked up at him, staring intently. This made Lang Van Fong a bit awkward. He scratched his head and asked, "So, how is it?" Beach Hai Tam spoke up. "The Holy One is truly blessed to have a child with an outstanding beauty like little sister Thin Vu." Hearing this, Deep Thin Vu, who was sitting beside her, blushed. Lang Van Fong looked away and said, "This. You'll have to ask Lian Tam about that." Deep Thin Vu frowned, looking a little unhappy. She turned to Beach Hai Tam and said, "You let that drunkard of his off easy. To let a beauty like Sister Hai Tam leave her sacred path for the mortal world all for this idiot." Ugh. Lang Van Fong raised a hand to scratch his head, a strained and awkward expression on his face. This is so awkward. How do I change the subject?" Bitch Hai Tam smiled gently, her gaze soft as she looked at Lang Van Fong. Then she turned to Deep Thin Vu. The two looked at each other, and Beach Hai Tam smiled, saying, "Let's check on the child first." As Lang Van Fong stood there flustered, Deep Thin Vu ordered, "Aren't you going to get over here?" "Ah, right." Hearing Deep Thin Vu's request, Lang Van Fong immediately rushed over. The three of them stood beside the table where Deep Thin Vu's son was lying. Lang Van Fong turned to ask Beach Hai Tam, "Did you find anything?" Beach Hai Tam glanced lightly at Lang Van Fong and nodded, suggesting, "If you and I enter his boundless sea of consciousness, it will become clear. I can't do it alone." After hearing the suggestion, Lang Van Fong replied, "Absolutely not." Seeing the anxious look on Deep Thin Vu's face, Lang Van Fong reassured her, "Don't worry, with us here, we will definitely find a way." Beach Hai Tam also carefully instructed Diep Thin Vu. "Thin Vu, if he shows any sign of movement later, you absolutely must not let him stir. Got it?" Deep Thin Vu felt a little uneasy in her heart, but still listened to Beach Hai Tam. Lang Van Fong and Beach Hai Tam sat in a meditative posture on the long bench, facing Diep Thin Vu's son on the table. Deep Thin Vu could only stand silently to one side and observe. Lang Van Fong and Beach Hai Tam closed their eyes, focusing their minds. Then the two chanted in unison, through the mind's eye to the peak of consciousness where the night of self ends. Immediately after, the surrounding scenery began to blur. Two pale yellow orbs of light appeared on the foreheads of Lang Vanfong and Beach Hai Tam. The two orbs left their bodies hovered in midair, and finally the two orbs of light intertwined. Then they flew straight into the forehead of Deep Thin Vu's son. Between the strands of his bangs, a faint glow from the two orbs lingered for a moment. Then it faded completely. Inside the sea of consciousness of Diep Thin Vu's son Lang Vanfong and Beach Hai Tam stood in a deep black void. Beach Hai Tam looked down below. Then she said to Lang Vanfong, "Let's go down." The sea of consciousness of Diep Thin Vu's son was only black and gray. A stormy region, a dark sky with swirling black vortexes. Lightning from the sky gathered into a round black sphere. The black sphere was the core of the sea of consciousness. It was absorbing both lightning and the black energy from the mountains below. Each of those mountains was a grotesque, horrifying face, filled with resentment. Sobbing. Lang Vanfong frowned confused. How can this be? In theory, a person's sea of consciousness holds all of their past. It should either be transparent and multicolored, sparkling brilliantly like a gemstone, or dark and murderous tinged with a cold red. Lang Vanfong clasped his hands behind his back, looking towards the dark sky. I have never seen a sea of consciousness with a scene like this. Beach Hai Tam explained. This mental landscape is a manifestation of love, hate, and desire. All memories and emotions build it. This proves that his inner world is full of fear and he's hiding his true nature. Beach Hai Tam pointed forward. The core of his consciousness is impossible to see, plus there's this storm all around. Lang Vanfong looked around and asked, where is his true self? The place where they stood was high in the air, far from the core of the consciousness, so there was only lightning all around. Lang Vanfong and Beach Hai Tam quickly flew closer to the core. The closer they got to the core, the slower they flew. Lang Vanfong reached out his hand, wanting to touch the core of the boy's consciousness. Suddenly the core transformed into countless sharp spikes. To Lang Vanfong and Beach Hai Tam's astonishment, sharp spikes pierced through their spiritual senses, forcing them to immediately teleport away. The spikes began to glow red. Lang Vanfong was too stunned to speak. Beach Hai Tam covered her mouth, trying to stifle a laugh, and turned to him. You can let go of me now. Only then did Lang Vanfong notice he was holding her wrist. He hastily let go of Beach Hai Tam's hand and raised his own to scratch his head. His face flushed with embarrassment. He didn't dare look directly at Beach Hai Tam and tried to change the subject. So, what was that just now? Beach Hai Tam didn't seem to mind much and answered seriously. This is likely a physical manifestation born from its deep-seated desire to be protected. Once they no longer sensed anything unusual, the sharp spikes retracted back into the round sphere, which returned to its original tranquil state. But a few seconds later, the sphere stirred. It transformed into a black giant with two bloodshot red eyes towering thousands of times larger than Lang Vanfong and Beach Hai Tam. This creature looked vaguely like Deep Thin Vu's son. It roared in anger. Get out! You will not harm my sister. Lang Vanfong and Beach Hai Tam had to crane their necks back. Just to see it. Lang Vanfong was somewhat astonished. In this world, besides the two of us, who else could possess such a powerful psyche? But Beach Hai Tam saw it differently. To temper one's spirit, one must endure countless trials and all the suffering in the world. Only then can the will grow strong enough to reach this state. For this child to have a psyche like this, there must be a reason. The pain and experiences it has endured must be beyond our imagination. Lang Vanfong was a little unsure of what to do next. If we try to force our way through its psyche, we'll be damaged. Beach Hai Tam gave a wry smile. This is why I needed your help, Holy Venerable. What I need you to do next is to draw its entire psychic attention onto yourself without harming anything else. Only then can I go inside and find the root cause. Lang Vanfong agreed. All right, I'm counting on you. Lang Vanfong advanced toward the towering psyche before him. He issued a challenge. Come on, let me see this. Well, you have to protect your little sister. Provoked, the psyche reached out its hand to crush Lang Vanfong. Get out of here! You will not harm my sister. Unfazed. Lang Vanfong executed his technique, the heaven and earth Dharma body. His form began to grow larger and larger. The psyche was stunned by the sight before it. In an instant, Lang Vunfong's body had grown to match its own size. Seeing Lang Vunfong become so large only agitated it further. "I'm not afraid of you. I'm as strong as my big brother. I will not lose. I absolutely cannot lose." At that moment, Lang Vunfong's body began to glow. His 2 eyes blazed with light as he continued his taunt. "Very good. Then attack." The psyche raised its hand to the sky, unleashing the myriad thunders technique. Countless bolts of lightning gathered in one spot at its command. A vast patch of the sky turned an eerie green, forming a massive sphere of energy. The sphere directed a torrent of lightning down upon Lang Vunfong. The psyche declared smugly, "I am very powerful, and I'll only get stronger. You should have listened." But Lang Vunfong showed no sign of pain. He stood there defiant as countless lightning bolts crashed down upon him. Then it was his turn to retaliate. He raised a hand toward the sky. As he did, the barrage of lightning began to thin. It lost its intensity, gradually weakening before vanishing completely. The psyche was utterly shocked. Lang Vunfong spoke seriously. "That's not how you fight in this world. This contest of ours, consider it the first lesson I'm teaching you about spiritual combat. The crucial part of a battle of the mind isn't physical destruction, but the clash between fear and courage, despair and hope." As he spoke, Lang Vunfong's form began to fade. Finally, he vanished completely, but his voice still echoed. "The most important thing is to let go of your attachments, to trust." From the void in front of the psyche, a brilliant space opened up and a hand reached out from within. The psyche froze in terror, stammering, unable to form a complete sentence. What is?" The closer the hand came, the larger it appeared, making the psyche seem smaller and smaller. The hand reached out, about to grab it. A large black sphere was suspended in the air beneath the sky. A gloomy miasma filled the air with vortexes swirling and lightning constantly striking toward it. Enveloped in a golden light, Beach Haitum slowly approached the sphere. She reached out and touched the surface of the sphere. She looked at it gently. Instantly, the black miasma began to swallow her arm, greedily trying to absorb her whole. Haitum remained fearless, calmly chanting an incantation. "Immaculate Dharmadhatu." Her forehead immediately lit up, and her entire body began to radiate a blue light. The black miasma quickly enveloped her, slowly pulling her inside. Soon, Bik Haitum's figure was gone. Bolts of lightning continued to strike the sphere as the sky grew darker and darker in a matter of moments. Bik Haitum found herself in another place, one that resembled a galaxy filled with twinkling stars. She turned her head, looking all around as if searching for something. She immediately sensed something behind her. Beach Haitum turned in alarm to see a faint black sphere. Inside, a little boy sat with his head buried in his knees. The child was crying and wailing, "Brother, Mom, I am so scared. I am so scared. Help me. Please help me." Haitum watched the boy for a long time, her eyes filled with sorrow. She reached out a hand, wanting to touch him. Suddenly, the child turned to look at Haitum. His eyes were bloodshot, even weeping tears of blood. The sight stunned her for a moment as the little boy stared intently at the woman before him. He yelled, questioning, "Who are you? Who are you? Where is he? Where are you?" Then he clutched his head again in agony. His scream still echoed everywhere as if he was terrified. "Don't come here. Go away. Go away." From beneath those 2 small feet, a black void appeared. That void grew larger with every passing second, every minute. It spread everywhere as if wanting to consume this entire place. Out of nowhere, a swarm of ugly, filthy rats with blood-red eyes came rushing forward. The rats crawled up from the child's feet, gnawing on every inch of his tender flesh. Bitten so many times, the little boy screamed in agony, "I'm a good boy, I'm a good boy. Why are you biting me? It hurts so much. It hurts. Go away. Go away." He struggled with all his might, but it didn't stop there. From his sleeves, a whole swarm of cockroaches emerged. Not only that, but they also crawled up his neck, terrifying the child immensely. He tried to resist by using his hands to brush the cockroaches away. His cries echoed, "Go away, go away." The child stood up to shake off both the rats and the roaches. Then, just like that, he fell to the ground, his face contorted in pain. Tears of blood continued to stream from his eyes. Out of nowhere, a coffin appeared, blocking his path with a long, terrifying creak. Suddenly, from within, a hand with long black nails broke through the wood and reached out. The child, in absolute terror, called for his mother, called for his brother, screaming, I can't see, brother, Mom. Mom, where are you two? Beach High Tam walked up behind him. She placed her hand on the child's head and slowly chanted a calming mantra, Namo Medicine Buddha of Serenity. Both the large and small figures were enveloped in a jade-green aura. Just like that, the little boy slowly calmed down. He was no longer crying and out of control. He gradually drifted into a peaceful sleep, and that black sphere once again enveloped his small body. Beach High Tam stood watching silently. After a moment, she let out a helpless sigh towards Lang Van Fong, who was using a clone to guard the older version of the child inside a transparent box. He unwillingly pounded on the wall of the box and cried out endlessly, Let me out! Let me out! Van Fong stood to one side, reassuring him, This one, don't resist. You can't get out. It's only because this manifestation of your inner realm has made you so scared and worried that it has become a prison in your heart, subduing you. Beach High Tam suddenly appeared from behind. Lang Van Fong, she called out loudly, startling him. He whipped his head around to look. Van Fong looked at the girl before him and asked, Did you find anything? High Tam scratched her temple and answered him, Caring leads to confusion. What I saw, you should have seen too. This sentence stunned him for a moment, and a moment later, he was left dumbfounded by the next vision. This was... Beach High Tam looked with pity towards the young man who was trapped. That kid was still stubbornly resisting, not giving up. After a while, she finally spoke, Let's go outside first. All three of them returned to the house together. Beach High Tam and Lang Van Fong sat cross-legged on the chairs. That young man was thrashing about on the table. Thin Vu had to struggle to hold her son back, but her son's strength was growing. His two legs kept kicking relentlessly, making Deep Thin Vu grit her teeth and strain with all her might. While holding her son down to calm him, she tearfully pleaded, My son, hold on. Just hold on for a little longer. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. A moment later, the young man also fell silent, no longer resisting. Then Vu slowly stood up. She clasped her hands to her chest and looked at her beloved child with a broken heart. She could no longer hold back her tears as they streamed down her cheeks, her eyes filled with indescribable sorrow. At this moment, Lang Van Fong suddenly spoke up, asking, Hi Tam, is there a way? These words made Deep Thin Vu freeze. She turned around in a panic, saying in disbelief, You people. Beach High Tam looked at her and gave a lovely smile with an affectionate gaze. Suddenly, Thin Vu rushed forward, grabbed her hand, and asked urgently, Did you find anything? However, High Tam's expression changed. She tried to pull her hand away, her tone incredibly tense as she replied, You are the child's mother. You should know what happened. As she finished speaking, Beach High Tam slowly placed her hand on Thin Vu's forehead, much to her surprise. A stream of blue light appeared from High Tam's arm, intending to flow directly into Deep Thin Vu's mind. This was the shared heart vision. Just like that, Deep Thin Vu entered her son's dream. In that dream was a boy with blood-red eyes crying tears of blood. He kept lamenting, I'm so scared. I'm so scared. Then he screamed resentfully, I'm a good boy. I'm a good boy. Why are you biting me? It hurts so much. It hurts. Go away. Go away. Witnessing all of this left her as a mother in complete shock. Escaping that place, Deep Thin Vu's whole body trembled uncontrollably, her face becoming extremely anxious. She quickly ran to her son's side, hugged him, and said profusely, I'm sorry, my child. I'm sorry. Lang Van Fong immediately turned to ask the beautiful woman beside him, We know what the child went through, but how should we treat him? Beach High Tam looked at the young man, her face filled with a deep, lingering sorrow, and then said, This kind of mental illness, you could say it's easy to treat, but you could also say it's as difficult as reaching for the heavens.